Chapter 1055. The battle on the stage gradually reached its climax, and the surroundings were filled with a hubbub of voices. Ling Xiao had the upper hand against two opponents, forcing Hu Fang and Huang Ban to retreat step by step. Both of them were concerned about Ling Xiao's baleful death qi, so they couldn't go all out. Most of them used their defensive strength to block Ling Xiao's attacks. However, Ling Xiao's attacks were incomparably ferocious, catching them off guard. They knew that if this went on, they would lose without a doubt. Hu Fang gritted his teeth and roared, "We can't go on like this. I'll trap him, you kill him." Immediately after, Hu Fang's aura surged, and his skinny body seemed to undergo some kind of separation. His muscles bulged and his clothes burst apart. His head actually turned into a wolf's head, and his body surged and grew many long hairs. This was impressively a werewolf's characteristic. The surrounding people didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. Only a few newcomers in the audience let out a few exclamations. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was shocked. This kind of transformation seemed to be similar to when he transformed into a dragon man. Hu Fang's strength had increased by a lot. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. His aura locked onto Ling Xiao, and his palms grabbed towards Ling Xiao like a beast's claws. The wolf's claws were extremely powerful, and the two forces bound Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao to pause for a moment. Huang Ban had already received Hu Fang's hint, and he immediately seized this critical opportunity to crazily greet Ling Xiao's body with his fists. Bang bang! Ling Xiao was smashed by the powerful fist force, and he couldn't tell north from south from east. However, his body had already been strengthened to an unimaginable level. No matter how much strength Huang Ban used, he couldn't injure his body in the slightest. Only Ling Xiao's internal organs couldn't withstand the impact and seemed to be in a mess. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After a storm of punches, Huang Ban stopped. He felt that no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would die under his fists. However, just as he stopped, a figure approached him at an incomparably fast speed, and a leg shadow that was mixed with dense and sticky baleful qi enveloped him. The bombardment of the leg shadows was in no way inferior to Huang Ban's earlier attack. In fact, it was even stronger. The kick directly shattered Huang Ban's defensive power, and the deathly aura rapidly invaded his body. Huang Ban hadn't expected Ling Xiao's counterattack to be so swift and violent. He didn't even have the strength to defend himself before he was kicked to death. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that death qi. There was no way to restrain it at all. In the midst of this miserable scream, Huang Ban's body was corroded into nothingness. Hu Fang was also stunned. But now that his beast blood hair had erupted, he no longer felt any fear. With a roar, he pounced toward Ling Xiao. His movements were more than twice as fast as before. He grabbed Ling Xiao, then opened his bloody mouth and bit down on the back of Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. If he was bitten by this werewolf, he was afraid that he would really die. "You want to eat me? Let's see if you're lucky enough to eat me." Ling Xiao tilted the back of his head to avoid being bitten. At the same time, an endless scorching power erupted from his body. Howl! A scream was heard. Hu Fang was burned by the purple fire that was emitted from Ling Xiao's body. He let go of Ling Xiao's body and kept rolling on the arena, hoping to put out the fire. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. There was no way to expel the fire, and it continued to burn to ashes. The people around were stunned once again when they saw this scene. After a long time, the crowd burst into applause. Too powerful. He actually killed 4 people in a row. This is already his 19 consecutive wins. This Ling Xiao is too monstrous. It seems that he used the ice attribute first, then the wind attribute, and now the fire attribute. Moreover, this fire is the origin fire. What kind of monstrous genius is this Ling Xiao to be able to cultivate 3 attributes to this level? Based on the current situation, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao can really compete with Man Lunatic. If the 5 of them had swarmed him at the beginning, it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to fight with 2 fists against 4 feet. He would definitely be defeated. However, they were too arrogant and actually disdained to join forces to let Ling Xiao defeat them one by one. What a pity! Today's trip was really not in vain. We must rope in this Ling Xiao and give him whatever he wants. In the future, he might even become a god king. After killing 4 people in a row, Ling Xiao was also injured. However, he had the healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine technique, so he quickly recovered. However, the continuous slaughter had consumed a lot of energy. If not for his divine soul and the 3 foreign objects that could provide him with endless energy at all times, it would be hard to say whether he could win the last battle. "Come on, big guy. Let's finish you off today." Ling Xiao waved at Man Lunatic. He didn't dare to underestimate this big guy. With his divine soul, he could sense that Man Lunatic was stronger than anyone in front of him. There seemed to be a terrible power in his body that was enough to threaten him. From the beginning until now, Man Lunatic only glanced at Ling Xiao and then sat in a corner with his eyes closed. He didn't watch Ling Xiao's battle from beginning to end. Moreover, the aftermath of Ling Xiao's battle with others couldn't even get close to him. In the entire arena, only the place where he sat was undamaged. It was clear that his strength had reached the peak and his defense was powerful. Man Lunatic slowly opened his eyes, and his aura became bitingly cold at this moment. A powerful pressure rushed towards Ling Xiao, like a rolling boulder falling from the sky, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Such pressure wasn't something that an ordinary holy emperor could display. Ling Xiao snorted lightly. His figure was like a 10,000-year-old pine tree, standing there motionlessly. He didn't fear Man Lunatic's aura at all. "Is this kind of move useful against me? You think too highly of yourself," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Man Lunatic walked away with an ancient expression on his face and said, "Make your move. You will be the last person I kill." His words revealed a sense of helplessness and vicissitudes, which didn't seem to match his nickname. People called him Man Lunatic because every time he went to the arena, he would tear his opponents apart. That was why others gave him this nickname. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand the meaning of his words. "Fine, you will also be the last person I kill today." Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "You make your move," Man Lunatic said. Ling Xiao was displeased and said, "Why don't you make your move first? I'm good at defense. I'm not letting you attack first," Man Lunatic said very honestly. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that this big guy was a little cute. Since it was like this, then he would fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao didn't use his fists or legs, but instead used his palms. Fist, palm, and leg arts. Ling Xiao was very strong in any one of them. He wanted to comprehend all of them so that he could easily take someone's head in the future without using a weapon. Countless fiery palms formed a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they enveloped Man Lunatic. Bang! Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Every palm carried 10% of his strength and slapped out. Streaks of fiery light were incomparably scorching. The arena was filled with fiery palms, and a series of muffled groans sounded out. Man Lunatic didn't make a move, but a huge defensive wall formed around him, blocking Ling Xiao's fiery palms outside, unable to injure him in the slightest. Man Lunatic revealed a disdainful look and said, "Just this bit of strength? Not even worthy of making me itch." Finished speaking, he took 2 large strides, and his body rushed towards Ling Xiao like a mountain. His fist carried the power to destroy heaven and earth as it smashed towards Ling Xiao. The fist came fast, like a meteor smashing down, causing the space to shake endlessly. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and slapped out a palm to meet the fist, causing a collision. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt his arm was numb and painful, as if it had been smashed by millions of boulders. The power of the attack was too great, and even he couldn't bear it. Ling Xiao's figure flew out like a cannonball, and his arm was in extreme pain as if his bones were about to break. What a terrifying strength! Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Man Lunatic didn't follow up with another attack, but said with a slightly surprised look, "You can actually block my fist. Your body is the strongest I've encountered so far." In the past, the limbs of those who blocked his fist would have exploded immediately, but Ling Xiao's arm was still intact, which surprised him a little. "You also have the strongest brute force among all the opponents I've encountered, but what's the use of only brute force?" Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed again. Relying on the advantage of speed, he constantly attacked Man Lunatic. His palm technique also became more and more smooth and natural, and the realm of his palm intent was gradually integrated, and its power was also increasing. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out incessantly. However, Man Lunatic's defense was really terrifying, and there were actually layers upon layers of giant walls protecting his body within a radius of more than 10 meters. No matter how fiercely Ling Xiao attacked, he couldn't break through his defense. However, Man Lunatic also felt that Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than that of any holy emperor, and if he continued like this, he was afraid that he would really be broken by Ling Xiao. So, he immediately calmed down and caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure, and suddenly punched again. The power of this punch was even stronger than before, and it directly hit Ling Xiao, causing him to vomit blood and hit the defensive light curtain. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was about to fall apart, and he exclaimed in his heart, "This is really a raging bull, and his strength is actually so strong." If it weren't for his physical body being comparable to a peerless holy artifact, he was afraid that this punch would have taken his life. No wonder this person could win 50 consecutive victories. This was simply using his fists to suppress others, and it was a fighting style that could defeat 10 with one's strength. No tricks would work in front of him, and as long as you took a punch from him you would die. It seems that I have to take this seriously. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and the ancient Emperor Divine technique quickly healed his injuries. Man Lunatic already knew that Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person, so he stepped forward again, and his fist was still simply swung toward Ling Xiao, and the domineering power made people raise their eyebrows. Ling Xiao's figure slid to the side like a puddle of mud. Bang! Man Lunatic's fist slammed into the defensive light curtain, causing it to shake constantly, and a large area of the formation patterns appeared on the light curtain, frightening the spectators in that direction and causing them to exclaim. Chapter 1056. It looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. In the past, anyone who took a punch from Man Lunatic would be heavily injured even if they didn't die, but Ling Xiao seems to be fine. Does he have something he can rely on? Man Lunatic's strength is boundless. Even the Holy Emperor at his peak wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. If Ling Xiao can't break through his defense, then he'll die. That's hard to say. Ling Xiao has comprehended the power of intent. If he relies on his speed to exhaust Man Lunatic, then he might lose. It's hard to say until the end. Let's just watch the show. Like a monkey, Ling Xiao was forced to dodge and fly around by Man Lunatic. He fought back from time to time, but he couldn't do anything to Man Lunatic. Man Lunatic couldn't fight Ling Xiao head-on for the time being, so he couldn't display his advantage. However, that didn't mean that the battle would continue like this. If that happened, then there wouldn't be a clear winner. Man Lunatic didn't only know how to throw simple punches, but that was just his ordinary stance. In order to deal with an opponent who was faster than him, he had a backup plan. He let out a soft shout, and the muscles on his body twitched. His strength seemed to be compressed, and his eyes became bloodshot. Reckless fist art. His fists danced and attacked in all directions. He didn't care where Ling Xiao's real body was and just randomly punched. His surroundings were filled with many terrifying fist shadows, and each punch carried the power to split the heavens and the earth. Random punches could kill an old master. This was a barbaric fighting method, but it was also the best fist art for close combat. No matter which direction Ling Xiao went, there would always be fist shadows smashing into him. Good fist art. It seems like I have to go all out. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. He finally used the 9 sun burning heaven art. In order to deal with Man Lunatic's terrifying brute force, he had to use his invincible fist intent. He had only just fused his intent, so his strength naturally couldn't compare to the invincible fist intent of the 9 sun burning heaven fist. Rumble! Their fists collided, producing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Ling Xiao forcibly withstood Man Lunatic's barbarian fist. At the same time, he raised his scorching power to the extreme and blasted it towards Man Lunatic. Lunatic Man was shocked when he sensed the change in Ling Xiao's aura. This was the first time he encountered an opponent who could fight him head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, Ling Xiao's fist intent made him feel a kind of pressure, a feeling that he had never felt before. We can't drag this on any longer. He must die. Man Lunatic felt that the power of Ling Xiao's fist intent had actually caught up to his brute force, and cracks had appeared in the defensive power around his body. With a loud roar, he raised both of his fists, and 2 mountain-like fists rushed towards Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did his best to resist, but he was still sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Man Lunatic's brute force was actually stronger than his invincible fist intent. Man Lunatic seized this opportunity, leaped into the air, and fiercely bombarded Ling Xiao. The terrifying fist force impacted the defensive light curtain until it cracked continuously, forcing the surrounding Holy Emperor to take action to reinforce the defense. Under the fist shadows, Ling Xiao was even more confused. His whole body was in pain, and his bones seemed to have been broken. It could be said that in terms of strength, Ling Xiao had lost completely. But this didn't mean that he was defeated. With the ancient emperor divine art, divine soul, and tree of immortality in his consciousness, it was equivalent to having an immortal body. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to take down Man Lunatic, he had to use his divine soul. But if he let him come out directly, he was afraid that it would cause others to look down on him. At that time, if he provoked the God King, he would be in big trouble. Ling Xiao endured the pain, and at the same time, his figure constantly flashed, using his fastest speed to get rid of Man Lunatic's pursuit. Fortunately, Man Lunatic's speed was not as fast as his, or else Ling Xiao would not be able to fight back. Ling Xiao's body was a bit deformed from the bombardment, and golden blood flowed wildly from his body. It was a ghastly sight. Damn, is he still human? He still has the strength to dodge like this. This Ling Xiao was able to pass this level. It really wasn't luck. What a pity, these two are both generals, and it will be a great loss for either of them to be killed. It seems that Ling Xiao is going to lose. Man Lunatic's brute force should contain the ancient barbarian bloodline. If the barbarians know of his existence, I'm afraid that they will immediately take him away. In fact, Ling Xiao did not lose in strength, but in realm. If he also reached the high-level Holy Emperor, I'm afraid that Man Lunatic would lose. In another direction, Bai Che Gao laughed heartily in his heart. Sure enough, he did not disappoint me. This time, let's see if Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi still have the face to praise him in front of me. As he laughed, he looked in the direction of Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi. His expression was full of pride. Who would have thought that Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi would also have a happy expression, as if they were the real winners? You are a good opponent, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. The one who is destined to lose is you. Man Lunatic looked at Ling Xiao with some admiration. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and healed at full speed. His complexion was a bit pale as he said, "Indeed, your brute force is not bad. It would be a pity if you died in the arena. You're still so stubborn. Then go to hell." Man Lunatic roared and blasted out his wild fists once again. This time, Ling Xiao did not dodge, because he knew that unless he could get out of the arena, he would not be able to dodge these dense fist shadows. The infinite body invulnerability art instantly changed. A total of 108 clones of Ling Xiao appeared, and at the same time, they met Man Lunatic's fist. Rumble! Rumble! Many of Ling Xiao's clones were blasted away by Man Lunatic's fist, but there was one clone that forcefully dispersed Man Lunatic's fist force, directly arrived in front of Man Lunatic's defense, and blasted a punch at the layers of thick walls. Before this, no matter how Ling Xiao attacked, he could not destroy Man Lunatic's layers of defense. However, the strength of this clone had exceeded Man Lunatic's expectations. This punch directly shattered all of his defenses, and the invincible force of the punch smashed into Man Lunatic's chest. Bang! Man Lunatic was blasted away by Ling Xiao's punch, and his body directly hit the defensive light curtain. The defensive light curtain could not withstand Man Lunatic's strength, and it directly cracked and shattered. Not good, quickly increase your strength. A holy emperor who was closest to Man Lunatic exclaimed, and his palms constantly struck out with strength, constantly repairing the parts that Man Lunatic hit. The other holy emperors also made their moves, and many forces superimposed together. Only then did they repair the cracked and shattered parts, preventing Man Lunatic from falling out of the arena. This change happened too quickly, and no one could react at all. Just now there were continuous screams, but now there was silence, and not a single noise could be heard. Man Lunatic's body fell heavily to a corner of the arena, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His chest had already caved in, and many of his ribs were probably broken. Moreover, his nostrils were moving in and out more, and he was exhaling less. All of Ling Xiao's clones once again merged together, and his expression was indescribably cold and mighty. "You lost," Ling Xiao said indifferently to Man Lunatic. Man Lunatic looked at Ling Xiao with unwilling eyes, and an inexplicable power ignited in his scarlet eyes. "My clansmen are still waiting for me to return with the sealing heavenly water. I can't lose." A wave of conviction rose in Man Lunatic's heart, causing his strength, which was about to disappear, to soar once again. "I didn't lose. The one who lost is you." Man Lunatic climbed up from the ground and exclaimed, and the man fist struck again. This time, Man Lunatic used all of his strength in the man fist, and even exceeded his limit. The fist force reached the limit, and it was infinitely close to the existence of the fist intent. The man fist's power was as great as the sky, and like many meteorites smashing down, there was nowhere for Ling Xiao to dodge. It would be a pity to really kill you. Ling Xiao sighed softly. The limitless doppelganger technique evolved again, and one of the doppelgangers broke the man fist, and a brilliant sun fist fell on Man Lunatic's head. Rumble! Suddenly, many flames burst out, and a sea of fire appeared on the ring, and no one could see the situation on the ring clearly. The only thing they could feel was the bursts of explosions, and the battle seemed to be very fierce. The fire was extremely overbearing, and it burned for a full 15 minutes before it disappeared. This caused the surrounding people to be extremely anxious, and they couldn't wait to see what the result would be. However, looking at the endless sea of fire, they could guess that perhaps Man Lunatic was really going to lose this time. Sure enough, when the fire gradually disappeared, they saw one person hit another person's chest with a punch. The one who hit was Ling Xiao, and the one who was hit was Man Lunatic. Everyone was frozen in this scene, and they watched without blinking. Then, Man Lunatic's body was burned to ashes by the fire that converged from the surroundings. Only a peerlessly tragic voice reverberated endlessly within the prison arena. Everyone opened their mouths, and it seemed that they couldn't accept this fact. After a long time, a burst of warm applause lasted for a long time in the prison arena. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. It's finally over. Too powerful. This Ling Xiao is too powerful. He even killed the prison king, Man Lunatic. Today, he is destined to become the new prison king. That's right, he's too freakish. He actually cultivates multiple attributes, and each one of them is so powerful. It's truly rare, and with his battle prowess, he's probably not any weaker than the true disciples of the Azure Moon Palace. Indeed, after this battle, I'm afraid that many people will fight to throw branches to Ling Xiao. With his battle strength, when he reaches the high level of the Holy Emperor, won't he have the capital to fight against the God King? This time, Ling Xiao's odds are very high. If I had known earlier, I would have sold him. Damn Man Lunatic lost, and my 500,000 Xian crystals are gone just like that. I'm afraid there will be a lot of people crying this time. Chapter 1057. The monthly competition in the prison arena had ended with one climax after another. No one had expected that this young peasant would stand out and become the new prison king. While everyone was sighing over the death of Man Lunatic, they were also sighing that Ling Xiao would not be able to laugh for long, because he had killed the genius martial maniac of the Gao family, Gao Zhan, and they were afraid that it would lead to crazy revenge. The prison arena competition ended, and before Ling Xiao could return to the locker room, he was immediately surrounded by many holy emperor. Ling Xiao, are you willing to join our Jiang family? Our Jiang family has many resources for you to cultivate, and there is a possibility that we will bestow you with the heavenly water to break the seal. Ling Xiao, join our Black Dog Alliance. As long as you are willing, you can pick any of the women in our alliance. Ling Xiao, join our Li family. We are the #1 power under the Cyan Moon Palace. If you join us, you can eat and drink well. You don't need to worry about anything. Ling Xiao, join us. We will immediately make you an inner sect elder, and our family's ancestor will personally teach you. These people were all so-called spies. They often came to the prison arena to watch the battles. Once they found potential seedlings, they would think of ways to pull them into their own forces. After all, those who could obtain 20 consecutive victories in this kind of life and death duel were the most terrifying existences in the same realm. Even those who were of a higher realm than him had to retreat. Ling Xiao was led back to the locker room by the Zhangs, leaving a bloody path. Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi were already waiting for him. Congratulations, Brother Ling, on your 20 consecutive victories. Tai Lang said to Ling Xiao with a face full of smiles. Lu Jinsi also smiled and said, That's right. Brother Ling is in the limelight, and we will also benefit from it. The two of them tried their best to curry favor with Ling Xiao, not because they were afraid of Ling Xiao, but because Ling Xiao was destined to get rid of his status as a lowly commoner. Moreover, he might even join some great power, which was something that they could no longer control. Therefore, they wanted to make up for their previous mistakes as much as possible, lest Ling Xiao retaliate against them in the future. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "It's all thanks to the two of you that Ling Xiao is where he is today." How could Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi not hear the resentment in Ling Xiao's words? However, they also knew that this was a matter of course, so they didn't immediately fall out with Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, it's natural for you to be angry, but you should know that no matter who comes up from the place of exile, they will have to face such a situation. It's not that we are intentionally targeting you." "Alright, you've already won 20 matches in a row, we can ask the city lord for sealing heavenly water." Tai Lang's expression was slightly unnatural. Lu Jinxi hurriedly explained from the side. Before Ling Xiao could respond, a clear voice came from outside. "There's no need for the two of you to worry. The city lord is already here." As the voice fell, 3 people walked in from outside the room. These 3 people were City Lord Guanzhong, Zhang Lianhua, and Feng Holin. "Greetings to the city lord. Greetings to Miss Zhang." Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi hurriedly greeted the newcomers. As for the arrogant Feng Holin, the two of them ignored him. Even though the two of them knew that his identity might not be ordinary, they didn't recognize him. "You can leave. In the future, Ling Xiao will not return to your place." Guanzhong waved his hand and said gravely. Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi didn't dare to object. After nodding repeatedly in agreement, they were about to leave the changing room. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Commanders, don't forget to return Old Man T on his freedom." "Brother Ling, don't worry, we know what to do." Tai Lang responded and hurriedly left with Lu Jinxi. "Ling Xiao, you're really good. You even killed Man Lunatic. You've really gained face for our Zhang family." Zhang Lianhua seemed to have already treated Ling Xiao as one of her own and smiled. Her beautiful eyes emitted the color of lotuses, as if she couldn't wait to push Ling Xiao down and pamper him. Feng Holin wasn't an idiot. He knew Zhang Lianhua's flirtatious nature and knew that this woman had lost control. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao with displeasure. He had come out of the palace to spend the night with Zhang Lianhua, so how could he let Ling Xiao beat him to it? This lowly commoner's strength isn't bad. Being able to join the Zhang family as a guard is already an honor for him. Feng Holin said with a face full of ridicule. His words were to remind Ling Xiao, "You're just a lowly commoner. Don't even think about eating swan meat like a toad." Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Feng Holin. He thought to himself, "Looks like it's another guy who's jealous of this prince's good looks." Guanzhong smiled and said, "Come, Ling Xiao, this is the seal-breaking heavenly water. From now on, you're a true resident of the heavenly domain. Your status as a lowly commoner has been removed, proving that you have the right to stay in the heavenly domain." With that, Guanzhong handed over a small bottle of liquid to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He handed over the seal-breaking heavenly water and swallowed it without hesitation. As he swallowed the seal-breaking heavenly water, Ling Xiao's body emitted a faint gray aura. This aura quickly disappeared into the air. "Congratulations to Brother Ling for getting rid of your status. In order to celebrate your victory, I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet in the residence. How about we go over and have a drink?" Guanzhong said politely. Zhang Lianhua said with dissatisfaction, "City Lord Fan, Ling Xiao agreed to join our Zhang family. If you want to hold a banquet for Ling Xiao, it's up to us." "Haha, Miss Zhang has a good eye. It's not a problem for Ling Xiao to temporarily hang under your Zhang family. However, I want to recommend Ling Xiao to the palace and let him become a disciple of the palace. I believe there will be elders who will be willing to take him as a disciple. I believe Miss Zhang will not stop this." Guanzhong said with a smile. Zhang Lianhua didn't know how to respond. Ling Xiao's strength was obvious to all. She naturally wanted Ling Xiao to join the Zhang family and work for them. However, Guanzhong represented the Cyan Moon Palace, the largest faction in the surrounding area. Her Zhang family was also a subsidiary faction, so it was not good for her to not give Guanzhong face. At this time, Feng Holin said with a smile, "City Lord Fan, the palace has rules that do not accept lowly commoners. Have you forgotten?" Guanzhong cursed in his heart. Forget my ass. He's no longer a lowly commoner. He hated this arrogant inner sect disciple. With his status, he shouldn't be afraid of Feng Holin. However, Feng Holin's master had more power than him in the palace, so he naturally didn't dare to refute him. However, He had already decided to push Ling Xiao into the palace. As long as Ling Xiao received the recognition of the palace elders, he would have the chance to be promoted. In the end, Guanzhong was the host and invited Ling Xiao to the city lord's residence to eat and drink. Zhang Lianhua and Feng Holin accompanied him. At the same time, Guanzhong invited some of the other factions' representatives to the residence to drink. Many people already knew of Ling Xiao's glorious battle record, and they all revealed intentions of getting close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put on airs and think that he was a cut above the others, so he chatted happily with these people. After a night of fun, Ling Xiao drank until he was 70 to 80% drunk. He was helped to a guest room to rest. The moment he laid down on the bed, a figure walked in. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at the person who had come. It was actually Zhang Lianhua. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that I won't be able to keep my chastity tonight? He could feel Zhang Lianhua's flirtatious aura. Although she was also a beauty, just by looking at her flirtatious appearance, he knew that there were at least 800, if not 1,000, men who were compatible with her. Even though Ling Xiao loved beauties, he wasn't interested in being ridden by tens of thousands of men. Ling Xiao, stop pretending. Get up, this bit of wine isn't enough to make you drunk. Zhang Lianhua cast a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao and spoke in a soft and coquettish voice. When Ling Xiao heard this, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Miss Zhang, Ling Xiao has fought 20 battles today and is already injured. After drinking so many jars of strong wine, I really can't hold on much longer. What orders does Miss Zhang have? Ling Xiao asked in a pitiful manner. Zhang Lianhua arrived in front of Ling Xiao's bed and said, since you can't hold on, then lie down for me. She looked at the incomparably handsome Ling Xiao like a wolf seeing a sheep, and the more she looked, the more envious she became. Ling Xiao's scalp went numb from her gaze, and he immediately asked, Miss Zhang, what's the matter? Don't call me Miss Zhang. Just call me Lianhua or Hua Hua. I've taken a fancy to you. You're really charming. How about Hua Hua serve you tonight? Zhang Lianhua said in a coquettish voice, and then actually climbed onto Ling Xiao's body. Her delicate hands couldn't help but hug Ling Xiao's tiger body, looking like a monkey in a hurry. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Zhang Lianhua to be so direct, causing him to panic. He pushed Zhang Lianhua away and said with a slightly red face, Miss Zhang, you have a body of gold. What ability does Ling Xiao have to make you treat him so generously? Zhang Lianhua laughed tenderly and said, Hee, I didn't expect you to be so shy. Don't tell me you're still a virgin chicken? After saying that, she hugged Ling Xiao once again, and the two soft lumps of meat on her chest continuously pressed against Ling Xiao's arm. One of her delicate hands actually touched Ling Xiao's lower body. A coquettish woman to the bone was still very lethal. Although Ling Xiao's mental fortitude was outstanding, being teased by Zhang Lianhua like this, his blood still boiled. Forget it, I'll compromise first. Once I'm familiar with the heaven realm, I'll leave this sad place. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. At the same time, he closed his eyes and allowed Zhang Lianhua to do as she pleased, as if he had been raped. Zhang Lianhua was already unbearably hot. She had been looking at Ling Xiao the entire day. That handsome appearance, that powerful strength, had long since conquered her heart. Right now, she just wanted to conquer Ling Xiao, press him under her crotch, and enjoy it. She crazily tore at Ling Xiao's clothes, and her delicate lips fell on Ling Xiao's body like raindrops. Her delicate hands grabbed onto Ling Xiao's sturdy lower body, and the sound of breathing continuously floated out. So powerful! Ling Xiao was so flirted with by her that he almost couldn't take it anymore. He flipped over and pressed this coquettish woman down. Just as he was about to lose his mind and grab the woman's chest and knead it, a voice came from outside. Junior Sister Zhang! Junior Sister Zhang! Where are you? When Zhang Lianhua heard this voice, she instantly regained her senses and said unhappily, Damned fellow! Then she kissed Ling Xiao and said, Darling, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Chapter 1058. Feng Holin had already learned of Zhang Lianhua's whereabouts from the servants of the city lord's mansion. When he saw Zhang Lianhua hurriedly leave from Ling Xiao's room, the flames of jealousy in his heart became like a prairie fire. You slut! You actually don't place me in your eyes. Then don't blame me for not letting your Zhang family have an easy time. Feng Holin secretly said in his heart. However, just as he made up his mind, Zhang Lianhua's coquettish bone-penetrating power satisfied his desire, and he immediately threw the matter away. However, this made the waiting Ling Xiao suffer. He thought that Zhang Lianhua would really come back in a bit, but who would have thought that after waiting for 2 hours, she still hadn't come, making it hard for his desire to be quenched. Helpless, he could only have Euro Fei come out and accompany him to bed. Ro Fei, I missed you to death. Ling Xiao impatiently hugged Euro Fei, looking like a monkey. This was something that couldn't be helped. He couldn't hold back his desire because of that coquettish woman, and he hadn't had sexual intercourse for a period of time, so this was understandable. Euro Fei's charming face was seductive, and her figure was mature and full. Every glance and movement brought with it a peerless charm. She was a beauty in bed that all men yearned for even in their dreams. Ling Xiao roughly tore apart the clothes on her body, revealing her sparkling skin that was like ivory. Her full breasts were so proud, and a captivating red trembled slightly, emitting an alluring radiance in the night. Euro Fei's face was a drunken red, adding a bit of beauty to her appearance. Wine didn't intoxicate people, but people were already intoxicated. Ro Fei, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao lightly sighed, and then buried his head on her proud peaks. His lower body had already directly penetrated, directly entering the Jade Gate. Ah! A soft exclamation made many people envious. After an unknown amount of time, that alluring and pleasant voice gradually stopped. The woman leaned against the man's chest in satisfaction. As she fiddled with the man's chest muscles, she said in a soft voice, "Husband, have you been holding it in for too long?" The man sighed. "Of course, your husband is a hot-blooded man. After being separated for so long, I can't take it anymore." Ling Xiao didn't dare tell Euro Fei that he was seduced, so there was a bit of guilt in his eyes. "Then from now on, I'll serve my husband at night," Euro Fei said shyly. "I also want to, but now is not the time. You should focus on cultivating first, and wait until I understand the situation. There are too many experts here, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of a beauty like you." Ling Xiao said. "Yes, I know what to do, but it would be better if we could cultivate outside. The spiritual energy here is very dense. It can increase the speed of our advancement," Euro Fei said. "Don't worry, it won't be long before all of you can come out," Ling Xiao replied. Immediately after, he flipped over and pressed Euro Fei under his body. Euro Fei said with a bit of embarrassment, "Husband, you." Ah! After a night of torment, Ling Xiao finally fell asleep in satisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't know that in another place, he had caused a large family to fall into a sleepless night. "My poor Genre, you've died so miserably. You wretched fellows, you can't even protect the young master, yet you still have the face to come back here." A woman's voice rang out from one of the halls. This was the territory of the Gao family in Stonehaven City, and that simple and imposing pavilion was the Gao family's conference hall. There were 20 to 30 people inside, all of them important direct descendants of the Gao family. Among them, there was a middle-aged woman who was crying extremely sadly. It was obvious that the words just now came from her mouth. This woman was Gao Zhan's mother, Shimen Meihua, and the middle-aged man beside her was Gao Zhan's father, Gao Zheng. Gao Zheng's Tenbin cultivation was ordinary, and he was only a low-level holy emperor. In the family, he could only be considered to be at the back. However, his son had worked hard to cultivate since he was young, and he had displayed an extraordinary Tenbin. The family focused on cultivating him, which allowed Gao Zheng and his wife to have a certain amount of power in the Gao family. However, now that Gao Zhan was dead, their status would most likely plummet. It was no wonder that Shimen Meihua was so sad. On the high seat, Gao Chong, the head of the Gao family, watched the battle in the crystal ball in his hand with a livid expression. It was the battle between Ling Xiao and Gao Zhan. Bang! Gao Chong saw the scene of Gao Zhan's death, and his anger overflowed. He crushed the crystal ball in his hand. What a lowly commoner! He actually dared to kill a member of our Gao family. I will definitely tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces, Gao Chong said viciously. Gao Chong was Gao Zhan's grandfather, who was also Gao Zheng's father. He was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and his words had absolute authority in the Gao family. Family head, this lowly commoner's strength is extraordinary. In the end, He even killed the Hell King, man lunatic. He has already been taken to the city lord's mansion, so there must be someone protecting him. We must plan for the long term, an old holy emperor reminded. No matter who is protecting him, you must kill him. My poor son. Shimen Meihua cried. Gao Chong glanced at Shimen Meihua in annoyance, then gave Gao Zheng a look, telling him to take the person away first. That's right, that lowly commoner has actually comprehended the power of concepts. There will definitely be many people who will throw him a branch. If it's just an ordinary faction, our Gao family will not be afraid, but if it's the city lord's mansion, then it's hard to say. After all, they represent the Green Moon Palace. Another old man said. Actually, things are not as complicated as we think. As long as we send people to pay attention to the lowly commoner's whereabouts, once he moves alone, we can immediately get someone to eliminate him. At that time, even if the city lord's mansion finds out that we did it, they won't turn hostile against us, another person said. Even so, we must kill him in one go. Otherwise, once he enters the Green Moon Palace, it will be difficult to kill him. Moreover, if he becomes stronger in the future, our Gao family will be in trouble. The next day, Ling Xiao was brought to the Zhang family. The Zhang family was the #1 family in the Stone Heaven City, and there were quite a few saints and holy emperors in the clan. These were all important sources of support for the large clans, and the Sky Sovereign and Emperor Xian were their cornerstones. Zhang Lianhua valued Ling Xiao more, so he directly brought him to meet the current head of the Zhang family, who was also Zhang Lianhua's father, Zhang Zhenhua. Although Zhang Zhenhua received Ling Xiao with incomparable enthusiasm, his arrogant eyes were still filled with disdain. Ling Xiao was once a lowly commoner, and this identity was not something that could be completely changed after getting rid of it. However, Zhang Zhenhua had seen the scene of Ling Xiao winning 20 consecutive victories and had placed great importance on Ling Xiao's arrangements. He allowed Ling Xiao to temporarily become an outer sect elder of the Zhang family, and be in charge of supervising the Zhang family's external industries. Ling Xiao didn't have any objections to the position. He just wanted a place to stay for the time being so that he could understand the general situation of the Heaven region and travel more easily in the future. After joining the Zhang family for the time being, Ling Xiao patiently did his job. What surprised him was that Zhang Lianhua didn't come to seduce him. This made Ling Xiao seriously suspect that his charm index had dropped. In fact, he didn't know that in Zhang Lianhua's eyes, Ling Xiao couldn't escape anymore, and he was happily having fun with her senior brother Feng. After all, Feng Holin's status in the Azure Moon Palace was not low, and Zhang Lianhua didn't want to offend him because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's job was actually very simple. He would often visit the Zhang family's businesses and supervise the Zhang family subordinates to see if they had committed any crimes. At the same time, he was also preventing anyone from causing damage to the Zhang family's businesses. The Zhang family was the #1 family in Stone Heaven City, so naturally, no one would provoke them. Therefore, Ling Xiao would only cultivate in the Zhang family or enter the scripture pavilion to read books after his daily routine, understanding the situation of the Heaven region. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already stayed in the Zhang family for more than a month. In this month, he had already traveled all over Stone Heaven City, and at the same time, he had a clear understanding of all the big and small forces around Stone City. Furthermore, he had also learned about the distribution of the Heaven region from the scripture pavilion. In short, the Heaven region was divided into 5 large land regions. These 5 land regions were Tianyuan, Sky Dragon, Sky Tiger, Sky Sparrow, and Sky Turtle region. The Tianyuan region was the center of the Heaven region, and could be said to be the heart of the Heaven region. The other 4 lands were divided by the east, west, and south gates. The reason why they were named so was because the east was the Sky Dragon, the west was the Sky Tiger, the south was the Sky Sparrow, and the north was the Sky Turtle. At the same time, it also implied that the 4 supreme divine beasts lived in these 4 directions. Today, Ling Xiao was in the Stone Mountain region, which was above the Sky Dragon region. Above the Sky Dragon region, there were many forces, and each force had a king god realm expert. They were all gods who had the power to destroy the world and overturn the rivers and seas. Among these forces, the Dragon Gate was the strongest. It was said that they had the supreme incipient god realm expert, and they had the divine beast True Dragon as their mounts. It was one of the top forces in the Heaven region. In front of the Dragon Gate, the Green Moon Palace was just a small sect, and the Zhang family wasn't worth mentioning in the Green Moon Palace. Besides the Dragon Gate, the Sky Dragon region also had the Sword Cleansing Village, the Divine Axe Gang, the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Sun and Moon Sect, and many other super forces. The Sword Cleansing Village was famous for forging swords. They even had the top blacksmiths. They had 18 top-class divine swords as the divine treasures of the sect, which were the top killing weapons. The disciples of the village could connect with the swords, and they could use their will to control the swords. Ordinary forces didn't dare to provoke them. The members of the Godly Axe Gang mainly used axes. It was said that the gang had a pair of ancient divine axes, which were called the Pangu divine axes. They were the supreme divine weapons left by the Pangu giant god at the beginning of the world. The power of the Godly Axe Gang's cultivation was even more monstrous. The Blazing Flame Merchants was a force that focused on business. They had businesses all over the Sky Dragon region, and they had a lot of wealth. They were the richest merchant force in the Sky Dragon region. The Sun and Moon sect mainly cultivated the Yin and Yang divine techniques. It was divided into the Sun sect and the Moon sect. The two sects had similar powers, and they looked after each other. Together, they were called the Sun and Moon sect. The Sun Emperor and the Moon Mother were famous in the Heaven region. Chapter 1059. The more Ling Xiao understood these super forces, the more delighted he was. This was a place where true experts lived. These were the real ancient forces. If he could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with these super forces, or even stand above them, how majestic and domineering would that be? Apart from this, Ling Xiao finally understood the power of the Lotus Order. The Lotus Order existed in the Heavenly Turtle Domain. Its strength was weaker than the Dragon Gate, but it was comparable to the Sword Washing Sect, the Divine Axe Alliance, and other forces. It was a super force. If Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Lotus Order, it would be impossible if he did not have some strength. Moreover, the Heavenly Turtle Domain was relatively far from the Heavenly Dragon Domain. If he only relied on flying, he might not be able to make it in 10 or even 100 years. It should be known that this heaven region was extremely vast. Even a divine king would need to rely on hundreds of years to fly across this region. However, there were transportation formations in the Xianling continent for people to travel, so there was naturally no lack of such formations in the heaven region. However, the formations here could not be compared to transportation formations. This was constructed by a peerless formation master above the divine king level. It was called the space formation, and the distance it could travel was definitely many times further than transportation formations. With the space formation, it was much more convenient for everyone to travel to and from the heaven region. Naturally, the time between forces would be reduced by a lot. However, to travel from one domain to another, it was not possible to use the space formation. It required a specific domain gate to travel between the major domains. The domain gates were controlled by the most powerful local forces. It was possible to use them, but one had to pay enough supreme-grade mysterious crystals to use them. The price was ridiculously expensive. Ordinary holy emperors and holy emperors could not afford it. Only those super forces had the right to use the domain gates. There were also a few types of people who could use the space formation and domain gates for free. However, the conditions were extremely harsh. Aside from the various superpowers Grand Elders, only divine apothecaries, divine artifact masters, and those ranked in the Senjin of Goguryeo had this authority. There was naturally no need to mention the strength of the elders of the various superpowers. They were all formidable existences in their own regions. They were all famous figures of the older generation. No one dared to say anything about them having special privileges. As for godly apothecaries and godly weapon masters, their statuses were extremely honorable. No matter where they were the most respected people. It was only natural for them to have special privileges. As for the Senjin of Goguryeo, he would have to explain it to them. The Senjin of Goguryeo referred to the strongest 1,000 godly kings in the region. They didn't care about their background and only cared about their strength. Whoever managed to squeeze into the ranks of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo would be the most powerful existence in the region, and they would be able to obtain these resources for free. Of course, no one could understand how the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo determined the rankings and how he knew of their existence. The heaven region was vast and abundant. There were all kinds of saint treasures and divine items. Naturally, there would be a way to solve this. For example, the sound transmission stone, the recording crystal pearl, the god cylinder of life. A series of strange objects that didn't exist in the Xianling continent or the fortress could be found here. One must know that the existence of the Senjin of Goguryeo depended on the god cylinder of life. Every region would have a god sealing altar. As long as anyone broke through to the godly king realm, the god sealing altar would naturally send down the god cylinder of life. This god cylinder of life would record all the information of the godly kings, including the godly kings who were ranked in the top 1,000. If any godly king wanted to become the Senjin of Goguryeo, they had to challenge the godly kings who were ranked in the top 1,000. If they defeated them, they could replace the godly king's position and become the Senjin of Goguryeo. The god sealing altar would naturally change their information. They would also be given the rights to use the god sealing altar for free in the various spatial formations and regions. These were the vast divine powers of the heaven region. It was not something that other places could compare to. The more Ling Xiao understood the wonders of the heaven region, the more he felt that he had come to the right place. If he had stayed in the Xianling continent, he would have been a frog in a well for the rest of his life. To reach the godly king realm, Ling Xiao still had a long way to go. However, he had an advantage that others couldn't compare to. He had formed his divine soul one step earlier than any holy emperor. This meant that he had the qualifications to become a god in the future. Moreover, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks to speak of. Ling Xiao felt that he already had a basic understanding of the heaven region. However, he still couldn't leave the Stone Heaven City to look for Yun Mengqi or his master. Because he was short of money now. He didn't expect that the heaven region only used supreme-grade mystic crystals. The ordinary mystic crystals that were commonly used in the central region or the fortress were not useful here. Only those small villages and small towns would use those ordinary mystic crystals. If he wanted to trade any holy items or divine items, he had to use supreme-grade mystic crystals. He had obtained some supreme-grade fire mystic crystals in the 9 layers of space barrier. At that time, he thought that he had obtained a huge fortune. However, when he arrived here, he realized that the amount of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals was still pitifully small. If he went to look for someone, he was afraid that he would spend it all after 1 or 2 trips in the space formation. By then, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. Therefore, he had to find a way to earn supreme-grade mystic crystals now. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking of ways to earn mystic crystals, there was a knock on his door. Ling Xiao used his divine soul to sense and found that it was Zhang Lianhua. Could it be that this wench doesn't need to serve her senior brother anymore? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Ling Xiao opened the door. The strong fragrance on Zhang Lianhua's body immediately rushed into his nose. Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but snort. "You really missed me." Zhang Lianhua immediately pounced on Ling Xiao like a female pervert. Ling Xiao nimbly dodged and said, "Miss, you can't do this. If someone sees this, I'm afraid the patriarch will punish me." Zhang Lianhua glared at Ling Xiao with hidden bitterness and said, "Are you blaming Big Sister for not coming to see you these days? Sigh, that Feng Holin is really too annoying, but he is an inner disciple of the palace, I can't offend him." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with her discussing life with other men. After all, he didn't think that the woman in front of him was his type. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Young Master Feng's character is outstanding, and he has a strong background. He and the young miss are a match made in heaven. Actually, there were a few more words he did not finish his sentence. A pair of adulterous lovers. Hee, I think you're jealous. Actually, I like you the most. Zhang Lianhua looked at Ling Xiao coquettishly, waved her delicate hand, and closed the door to Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he was a sheep entering a wolf's mouth, and he had to think of a way to escape. Zhang Lianhua lightly licked her jade lips, and her delicate hand placed on her shoulder. She nimbly pulled off the few pieces of clothing on her body, revealing the bright red undergarments underneath. That skin as white as jade, that proud and perky chest, that bright and clean lower abdomen, that round and slender beautiful legs. All of them displayed extreme temptation. Zhang Lianhua's temperament was flirtatious, but it couldn't be denied that she had a devilish figure, and was a stunner in bed with any man. As she pulled off her undergarments, the glistening white and eye-piercing tender flesh was revealed, causing Ling Xiao's breathing to become hurried. Truly a slut that wants my old life. No, I have to leave this place, otherwise this consort's chastity will really be sullied. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and cursed in his heart. Zhang Lianhua flipped her beautiful hair, and her jade finger lightly slid down from Ling Xiao's chest. Her face was like a peach blossom, and she coquettishly said, "Ling Xiao, do you think I'm beautiful?" Ling Xiao really wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he was unable to move his eyes, as if he had been cast with a body-fixing spell. Just as he was about to reply, a respectful voice came from outside the room. "Elder Ling, the patriarch invites you to the main hall immediately to discuss matters." When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately came back to his senses, and secretly sighed. "All right, I'll be there immediately." On the other hand, Zhang Lianhua's expression immediately collapsed, and she cursed in her heart. "Daddy is really too much of all times to not look for someone, but at this time, isn't this ruining my good time?" Under Zhang Lianhua's resentful gaze, Ling Xiao could only quickly escape the room. He was afraid that if he was even half a beat slower, he wouldn't be able to bear to leave, and would ruthlessly press this woman under his crotch and ravage her. When he arrived at the Zhang clan's main hall, there were only a few people in the hall. One of them was the patriarch Zhang Zhenhua, and the Zhang clan's 2 old holy emperors. As for the other 3 guests, Ling Xiao recognized 2 of them. One was City Lord Guan Fan, and the other was Feng Holin. As for the other middle-aged man, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. "Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, City Lord." Ling Xiao bowed slightly. He didn't kneel to the 2 of them. He was only temporarily subservient to them, so he naturally wouldn't treat himself like a slave to show his loyalty. In the near future, he would leave this place. "Ling Xiao, you came at the right time. The City Lord has a joyous matter to discuss with you," Zhang Zhenhua said happily. In the past, Zhang Zhenhua looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of disdain and contempt, but now it was gone. He completely treated Ling Xiao as one of his own, and his tone was very familiar. Guan Fan left the table and pointed at the middle-aged man sitting in front of him, saying, "Ling Xiao, let me introduce you to my senior brother Feng Ping, an inner sect elder of the #1 sect in the vicinity, the Green Moon Palace." After listening to the introduction, Ling Xiao faintly understood Guan Fan's intentions. He immediately went forward and greeted Feng Ping, saying, "Greetings, Elder Feng." Feng Ping looked Ling Xiao up and down and praised, "You're actually not even 100 years old, and you're only around 60 years old. I wonder if my guess is correct?" Ling Xiao immediately nodded, replying, "Elder Feng's eyes are blazing. Ling Xiao is 55 years old today." Ling Xiao knew that the people in the heaven domain all had a technique to observe people, which could see the other person's cultivation and age. Even Ling Xiao's concealing breath technique couldn't escape the detection of this technique. Everyone present clearly knew Ling Xiao's approximate age, but when they heard Ling Xiao personally admit it, they were still shocked. Ordinary commoners at this age were already beginning to enter the old age stage, but for martial artists, they were still in the prime of their lives. 4 peerless experts who had broken through to the Saint Realm, they were definitely very young, and could even be called teenagers. Chapter 1060. Feng Ping stared at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a naked beauty, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely embarrassed. "This guy can't be an old glass, right?" Ling Xiao thought to himself. Good. To actually be able to reach this level of strength at the age of 55, it makes this old man feel like he has lived for thousands of years in vain." Feng Ping praised again and again. "Elder Feng is too kind," Ling Xiao said modestly. At this time, Zhang Zhenhua couldn't help but think to himself, "So this brat is actually so young. If I had known earlier, I would have roped in such a genius as soon as possible. I really regret not listening to my daughter." Zhang Zhenhua knew that Ling Xiao's fighting strength was outstanding, but he had never placed Ling Xiao in his heart. After all, his family did not lack holy emperor elders. But now that he heard that Ling Xiao was actually so young, he still lost his composure. If he paid more attention to Ling Xiao and made Ling Xiao feel grateful to their Zhang family, then wouldn't their Zhang family benefit from Ling Xiao's achievements in the Green Moon Palace in the future? Thinking about it, Zhang Zhenhua felt a little regretful. He only hoped that Ling Xiao did not have any ill feelings towards their Zhang family. Feng Holin, who was sitting at the side, looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of jealousy, as if he thought that Ling Xiao had lied about his age. How could he be so young? In their palace, there was no one who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor at such an age. Thinking about how their Green Moon Palace's ancestral master had once entered the ranks of the Senjin of Goguryeo, when he reached Ling Xiao's strength, he was already over 200 years old. At that time, He was already an extraordinary genius. However, compared to Ling Xiao, he was still inferior. You don't need to be humble. In the Heavenly Dragon Realm, there are only a handful of people who have reached this level of strength at your age. Feng Ping praised and continued. Are you willing to join our Cyan Moon Palace? I can recommend a divine king to be your master. With your 10 bin, I believe that in less than 1,000 years, you should have the qualifications to become a divine king. As soon as these words came out, everyone present had an envious look on their faces. Feng Holin, on the other hand, was in a bad mood. You make it sound good, but it's already pretty good that 1 out of 100,000 holy emperors can break through to become a god king. With this commoner's abilities, how could there be a place for him to become a god king? Ling Xiao did not know how to respond, but Feng Holin opened his mouth and said, Elder Feng, I feel that it is inappropriate to summon Ling Xiao into the palace. Feng Ping looked at Feng Holin with some displeasure. What do you mean? Is it because he was once a peasant? Feng Ping had long heard from his shitty Guanzhong that Feng Holin did not like Ling Xiao, and felt that Feng Holin was really petty, causing him to have an extremely bad impression of Feng Holin. If it were not for the fact that he was an inner disciple, Feng Ping could not even be bothered with him. Elder Feng, listen to me. Lowly. Ling Xiao's battle prowess is indeed extraordinary, but don't forget that he cultivates multiple attributes at the same time. Since ancient times, those who have cultivated multiple attributes to the God King realm, aside from the chaotic body of the 5 elements, have at most cultivated 2 attributes. Those who have cultivated 3 attributes to the God King realm are extremely rare, unless it is an outstanding talent of the ancient times. Moreover, our Cyan Moon Palace does not have any corresponding profound arts for multiple attributes. If he is allowed to reach the God King realm, so I believe that although Ling Xiao's talent is outstanding, he will definitely stop before the God King realm in the future. If he wants to become a god, other than his own 10 bin, he also needs a great opportunity. He cannot lack any of them. Feng Holin said clearly. His eyes did not hide the disdain he had for Ling Xiao at all. As soon as Feng Holin said that, everyone's expressions became complicated. Clearly, they agreed with Feng Holin's words. Ling Xiao's expression was a bit green, as if she was in great discomfort. However, she wanted to praise Feng Holin inwardly. These words are too moving. If it's convenient, this consort will reward you with 2 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao did not want to join the Cyan Moon Palace. With his strength, reaching the God King realm was only a matter of time. Why would he join the Cyan Moon Palace and be controlled by others? Not to mention that the Cyan Moon Palace was too small, so he did not care about it at all. Unless it was the Dragon Gate, he might even consider joining it or not. Feng Ping thought for a moment before asking Ling Xiao, Tell me honestly, Ling Xiao, how many attributes have you cultivated in total? From the crystal bead, I've already seen the 3 attributes of ice, wind, and fire. If it's just these 3, you might have a chance of entering the God King realm. Ling Xiao revealed a troubled expression and said, Ling Xiao will not hide this from Elder Feng. Actually, Ling Xiao has cultivated 5 attributes. Other than the 3 you just mentioned, there are also the 2 attributes of metal and wood. It's 5 attributes, but it's a pity that it's not a 5 elements body. What a pity! Feng Holin rejoiced at Ling Xiao's misfortune. This guy, if you have any moves, don't fall into my hands one day. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you into a cripple. Ling Xiao said unhappily in his heart. Sigh, it's indeed a pity. However, as long as you cultivate to a high-level holy emperor, with the accumulation of your 5 attributes, you can become the strongest person below the God King realm. You should stay in the Zhang family and cultivate properly. Feng Ping sighed in disappointment. His words undoubtedly indicated that he would not bring Ling Xiao into the Green Moon Palace. Fan Guanzhong was also disappointed. However, he asked in doubt, he cultivates 5 different elements at the same time, yet he's reached Saint King at such a young age. He should be cultivating some special cultivation method. Is it really difficult for him to reach God King? Feng Ping came and left in a hurry. Zhang Zhenhua tried to persuade him to stay, but he refused. Fan Guanzhong was also too embarrassed to stay and also left. Only Feng Holin did not seem to be tired of Zhang Lianhua, the slut, and still stayed in the Zhang family as a customer. Zhang Zhenhua's attitude towards Ling Xiao returned to its previous indifferent attitude. Ling Xiao could not enter the Green Moon Palace after all. He was only an outer sect elder of the Zhang family, so he naturally did not need to give Ling Xiao any face. Just as Ling Xiao was about to bid farewell and leave, Feng Holin did not forget to mock him. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. If you want to enter my Green Moon Palace, wait until your next life. Ling Xiao had already tolerated this guy time and time again, but he did not expect him to still be so insensible. Ling Xiao looked straight at Feng Holin and said, "You are an inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace, right?" Feng Holin raised his face and proudly replied, "That's right." Within the Stone Ridge realm, the Green Moon Palace was the largest sect. To be able to become an inner disciple, he did indeed have the qualifications to be proud. Then your Tenbin and cultivation must be very high. Ling Xiao continued. Feng Holin said with a slightly humble expression, "It's a mess, but it's not bad for you." The Green Moon Palace selected disciples, and they all chose 1 in 10,000. They valued quality over quantity, and for Feng Holin to be chosen, he naturally had his outstanding points. Since that's the case, then I challenge you. I wonder if you dare to accept it. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Elderling, how can you be so rude? Zhang Zhenhua reprimanded. Patriarch, I just want to see what kind of geniuses the Green Moon Palace has, so that Ling Xiao can look up to them. Could it be that Brother Feng doesn't dare to accept it? Are you afraid of losing to a lowly commoner like me? Ling Xiao replied to Zhang Zhenhua before replying to Feng Holin. His face was filled with disdain. Feng Holin was instantly angered by Ling Xiao. Why wouldn't I dare? All right, there's a martial arts practice field here. Why don't we go and have a match right now so that I can understand the gap between me and Brother Feng? Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Feng Holin's face turned red, but he did not reply. He knew of Ling Xiao's strength. A middle-class holy emperor could defeat 5 high-class holy emperors in a row, and was almost invincible among those of the same level. While he looked down on Ling Xiao as a lowly commoner, it did not mean that he could win against Ling Xiao. It had to be known that he had just entered the realm of middle-class holy emperor. Senior Brother Feng, since Elder Ling wants to see your strength, then let him see. You cannot let him look down on you. Zhang Lianhua's voice came from outside. Then she walked in and looked at Feng Holin with a smile. Since junior sister Zhang has spoken, senior brother will not refuse. Feng Holin immediately responded with a serious expression. However, when he was about to enter the martial arts practice field with Ling Xiao, he suddenly clutched his stomach and said, my stomach is not feeling well. Maybe I ate something bad during the meal. I'll fight you again in the future." Finishing, he ignored the gazes of others and hurriedly left the Zhang family. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Feng Holin quickly leave. They had never seen a person run so fast with a stomachache. Could it be that he had 3 emergencies? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Lianhua laughed without any regard for her image. And here I thought you were something. Ling Xiao thought disdainfully in his mind. He thinks he's #1 in the world when he comes here, but he's still a grandson in front of Elder Ling. He really has no guts. Zhang Lianhua looked seductively at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Miss, Brother Feng's stomach might really be feeling unwell." "You're so bad," Zhang Lianhua said angrily, the lust in her eyes growing stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. He quickly said something and retreated to his own room for seclusion. No matter which faction, they would arrange a seclusion place for their elders, so that they could cultivate better in addition to contributing to the family clan. After Ling Xiao entered the seclusion room, he set up layers of aura-isolating restrictions. Unless it was a divine king, otherwise, ordinary people could not detect it at all. Immediately after, he summoned a figure out. If Fan Guanzhong, Zhang Lianhua, and the rest saw this person here, they would definitely think that they saw a ghost. This person was actually Man Lunatic. Why did Man Lunatic enter Ling Xiao's medicinal cauldron? This matter still started from Ling Xiao and Man Lunatic on the battlefield prison. Ling Xiao fought with Man Lunatic and understood Man Lunatic's terrifying brute force, arousing his love for talent. So when he was about to kill Man Lunatic in the end, Ling Xiao had intentionally caused the entire arena to be covered in a sea of flames, so ordinary people were utterly unable to discern whether he and Man Lunatic were fighting or doing something else. It was also at that time that Ling Xiao persuaded Man Lunatic to surrender and could spare him from death. Man Lunatic naturally did not want to die. He still had a dying wish that he had not completed. After he stated his conditions to Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking. That was how Man Lunatic appeared here. And back then, when everyone saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing Man Lunatic, it was actually just an illusion that Ling Xiao laid down. Chapter 1061. This is seal-breaking heavenly water. Drink it. Ling Xiao handed a small bottle to Man Lunatic. Man Lunatic didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He took the potion and drank it. Only one bottle? Man Lunatic's voice was very loud, and he didn't seem very satisfied. Brother Xianyu, don't worry. I got this bottle from the city lord. If you want more, you won't be able to get it in a short period of time, Ling Xiao said. Man Lunatic's real name was Xianyu Yi, and he came from another place outside the heaven realm. He had the bloodline of the barbarian tribe. Xianyu Yi was from a branch of the barbarian tribe. Because he had too many marriages with other tribes, his barbarian tribe bloodline became thinner and thinner. He couldn't use brute force, so he was ostracized by the barbarian tribe. Xianyu Yi revealed a disappointed expression. Brother Ling, I'm very grateful that you let me go that day, but didn't you promise me that you would help me get more seal-breaking heavenly water? Ling Xiao frowned. I did promise you, but it's impossible to get more seal-breaking heavenly water now, unless I kill the city lord and take it. Then you're going back on your word. Xianyu Yi was a bit dissatisfied. Ling Xiao sneered. I'm not going back on my word, I'm just discussing this with Brother Xianyu with sincerity. He paused for a moment before continuing. I know Brother Xianyu Yi hopes that your clansmen can return to the heaven realm, right? Xianyu Yi admitted. That's right, it's really hard to live in the heaven realm. My clansmen have been trying to find a way to return to the heaven realm for generations. In my generation, countless people have gone to the heaven realm, but no one has been able to bring back a large amount of seal-breaking heavenly water. I once swore that I would do it. Otherwise I wouldn't have the face to face the elders of the clan. Ling Xiao said, That's it. You've already experienced it for so many generations, and no one has been able to do it. This proves that it's not something that can be solved in a short time. If you trust me, we can go to the heaven region together. Once we reach the Divine King realm, it won't be hard for us to get more sealing heavenly water. What does Brother Xianyu think? Xianyu Yi replied, Brother Ling, this isn't the first time I've heard someone mention your suggestion. When I first came to the heaven region, Bai Che Gao also said the same thing to me, but he made me fight for him in the arena and earn a large amount of profound crystals. He also promised me a bottle of seal-breaking heavenly water for every match I won, but in the end, didn't I still end up like this? Haha, that's because Brother Xianyu doesn't have a good eye for people. Those people only think about their own benefits, while Brother Xianyu and I both came from a place of exile, so I can understand Brother Xianyu's thinking. Furthermore, I won't have Brother Xianyu work for me as a hired thug. Instead, I'll peacefully coexist and advance together. Of course, I won't help you for free. Sometimes, I'll borrow your strength to do things, said Ling Xiao. Xianyu Yi didn't respond to Ling Xiao's words. Clearly, he still didn't trust him. Ling Xiao continued, To tell you the truth, my biggest goal is to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. I've only cultivated for about 40 years. From a small cultivator to the Holy Emperor realm, I didn't rely on any faction to rely on, nor did I rely on anyone's help. Instead, I relied on my unwavering confidence and outstanding Tenbin. I've always believed that my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. I believe that as long as I work hard, I'll be able to obtain everything. Now that I've come to the heaven region, I'm also unfamiliar with this place. Like you, I was arranged to fight in the arena. If it weren't for my strength, I would have died a long time ago. Now not only am I not dead, but I've also broken free from the curse and become an outer court elder of the Jianghu family. These are the gains I've made in the past few months since I first came to the heaven region. Everyone thinks I'm willing to become an outer court elder of a small power, but who would have thought that I'm just borrowing their resources to understand the situation of the heaven region first before leaving here to wander around. As long as I understand the situation in the heaven region, I can use my own strength to get more cultivation resources. That way I can advance to the God King realm. After all, I'm a great saint alchemist. Is it difficult for me to earn cultivation resources? If Brother Xianyu is willing to lend me a hand, then I, Ling Xiao, will naturally not mistreat Brother Xianyu. When I become a god king in the future, Brother Xianyu's problem will no longer be a problem. What does Brother Xianyu think? Ling Xiao said so much in one breath, precisely to let Xianyu Yi understand his abilities, and not just empty words. Xianyu Yi revealed a surprised expression. You really are a great saint alchemist? Actually, while he was in the cauldron, Xian Yao had already talked to Xianyu Yi about some of Ling Xiao's deeds, but Xianyu Yi didn't really believe him. Now that he heard Ling Xiao admit it himself, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Yes and no, Brother Xianyu will know in the future. If Brother Xianyu is not willing to go with me into the heaven region, then Ling Xiao won't force you. I will send you away tomorrow, and we will still be friends in the future. Ling Xiao replied. Xianyu Yi hesitated. All right, since Brother Ling is so honest, then I'll believe you this once. As long as Brother Ling can help me reach the God King level one day, I'll definitely not disappoint Brother Ling's kindness today. Ling Xiao patted Xianyu Ye's shoulder happily. Brother Xianyu, you definitely won't regret the decision you made today. Then, Ling Xiao continued, I see that Brother Xianyu is very strong. There are few who can rival you in the same level, but if you can go one step further, it will definitely be even more perfect. Xianyu Yi said, Brother Ling, don't praise me too much. That day I lost wholeheartedly. It was the first time someone was stronger than me in terms of strength. Brother Ling is the real hero. Ling Xiao said, let's not be modest. Brother Xianyu, you cultivate the earth attribute, so speed is always your weakness. I have a profound movement technique here that can help Brother Xianyu increase your speed. Before Ling Xiao could finish, Xianyu Yi said, you also know that I cultivate the earth attribute, and earth attribute movement techniques are almost extinct. There's no need to waste Brother Ling's kindness. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Xianyu, this movement technique of mine has no attribute, anyone can cultivate it. Really? Xianyu Yi said happily. Ling Xiao nodded, then taught Xianyu Yi the chant of Phantom Cloud Track, and also taught him some of the cultivation methods, and even personally demonstrated it to Xianyu Yi. The more Xianyu Yi watched, the happier he was. If his speed could be increased, then it would have an immeasurable, decisive effect on his duel with others. Thank you, Brother Ling. Xianyu Yi said very sincerely. After coming to the heaven domain, Ling Xiao was the first person who treated him well. This kind of non-attribute movement technique was not taught to people who were not on his side, and Ling Xiao obviously trusted him a lot. Xianyu Yi was the kind of person who didn't beat around the bush. Whoever treated him well, he would remember it, and whoever treated him badly, he could also tell them apart. His impression of Ling Xiao had risen by quite a bit. Brother Xianyu, you don't need to be so polite, Ling Xiao responded, then continued. That day when I fought with you, I know that Brother Xianyu is most proficient in fist techniques. It's just that although Brother Xianyu's strength is boundless, you still can't use it to its full potential. If Brother Xianyu doesn't mind, let me show you a set of fist techniques. Maybe you'll be able to comprehend it. Although Xianyu Ye's limbs were well developed, his brain wasn't stupid. Ling Xiao was able to defeat him with the strength of an intermediate level, so his ability was self-evident. Ling Xiao's fist technique had already reached perfection, and contained an invincible fist intent. If he could comprehend it, the power of his fist would definitely reach a whole new level, and it would be hard for him to meet an opponent of the same level. It was just that Xianyu Yi knew that people wouldn't easily teach this kind of fist intent, unless it was their own family or disciple, who would teach it. Now that Ling Xiao wanted to show him this invincible fist intent, Xianyu Yi absolutely couldn't believe it, and at the same time, he didn't dare to accept it. Brother Ling, you can't do this. Xianyu Yi said, then he said, I know Brother Ling has good intentions, but if you teach it to me, and I comprehend it, aren't you afraid that I'll betray you one day? Ling Xiao chuckled. Brother Xianyu, you're a man of character. The fact that you're able to say something like that proves that you're not that kind of person. Besides, we're brothers, not master and servant, so how could we betray each other? Besides, not everyone can comprehend this concept. It all depends on the individual's ability. With that, Ling Xiao's body moved at will, and his fist intent moved with his fist, slowly displaying the realm of fist intent. Xianyu Ye's heart was in a mess, and he thought to himself, in this life, Ling Xiao is my Xianyu Ye's good brother. If anyone dares to bully him, I'll definitely blow them up with one punch. Ling Xiao slowly performed the 9-sun sky-burning fist twice, then stopped. Whether or not he could comprehend it depended on Xianxu's own ability. Some people had strong comprehension ability and could quickly comprehend it, while others didn't and might not have this fate in their lifetime. Ling Xiao put Xianxu back into the medicine cauldron and let him meditate quietly for the time being. He then called Xianyao up and prepared to decide on the heaven domain with him. Fraud, now that we're in the heaven domain, what do you think our next step should be? Ling Xiao asked directly. Palace Master has already made a decision. Why ask me? Xianyao lightly waved his white paper fan and smiled. I plan to find my master first, and then find a way to go to the Lotus sect, but the heaven domain only consumes top-grade mysterious crystals. I'm also short of money. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Then Palace Master, what are your plans? Xianyao asked. Ling Xiao said, first of all, I'll naturally earn some mysterious crystals to use as travel expenses, or else even traveling will be a problem. It's just that I'm now an outer sect elder of the Jianghu family, and my movements are somewhat restricted. Xianyao thought for a moment and said, then we'll know once we leave. With Palace Master's status, why lower yourself? The heaven domain is vast, and there are many holy treasures and divine items. I plan to spend some time to understand the major regions before leaving, Ling Xiao replied. Since that's the case, I think Palace Master can first find another courtyard in the city, and settle me, the two ladies, and Sha Tian first, so that we can also familiarize ourselves with more things. At that time, Palace Master can give us some pills to auction or sell, and naturally, mysterious crystals will come rolling in. Xianyao suggested. Chapter 1062. Yes, this is a good plan, very good. Ling Xiao replied. Why didn't he think of such a simple and effective method? With his current status, it would be great to find a courtyard outside the city for Xianyao, Euro Fei and the others to stay for the time being. On one hand, it would allow them to use the heaven and earth spiritual qi here to cultivate, and on the other hand, they could help him take care of various matters. It was truly a way to kill two birds with one stone. Since Palace Master wants to stay here for a while, we can help you find many alchemy spirit herbs or holy objects. In any case, we will need them in the future, Xianyao said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, I think so too. Then there's no time to lose. I'll find a place for you to stay outside the city so that you can familiarize yourselves with the environment here. After you've figured out everything, you can think of a way to leave this place. Ling Xiao put away Xianyao for the time being and left the Jianghu family in the name of patrolling. He went out of the city. These days, Ling Xiao was not alone in the Jianghu family. There were nearly 100 people under him who listened to his orders. However, most of these people were Jianghu family's trusted aides or side branches, so it was difficult to rope them in. However, there was a guard called Chai Guan who was pleasing to Ling Xiao's eyes. He was not a member of the Jianghu family, but a guard that the Jianghu family had recruited in the past 2 years. He was only a low-level saint. In the heaven domain, this strength could only be considered as a beginner and not an expert. However, Ling Xiao liked his cleverness, and at the same time, he had the heart to improve. However, the other deacons of the Jianghu family had always ignored him and did not value him at all. They felt that Chai Guan's tenbin was limited, and providing him with resources would only be a waste. Therefore, Ling Xiao handed the matter of finding a courtyard to Chai Guan, and at the same time, he also wanted to take Chai Guan as a confidant. In this day and age, there were not many people who ran errands to do things, so it was not very convenient. Ling Xiao could be considered a little famous in Stone Heaven City now, so it was impossible for him to do everything by himself. Elder Ling, I found it, I found it! Chai Guan ran over excitedly and exclaimed. Ling Xiao glared at him and said, you're making a fuss out of nothing. Chai Guan quickly stopped talking, then lowered his voice and said, Elder Ling, the courtyard you are looking for has been found, but the location is a bit remote. The price is easy to discuss. Well, that's good. Take me there to have a look. Don't let anyone else know about this. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ling Xiao nodded. Chai Guan knew that Ling Xiao was a god of death who had survived the Colosseum. When he heard Ling Xiao's serious tone, Chai Guan was a little scared. Elder Ling, don't worry. I don't know anything. Good, this is your reward. If you work hard for me in the future, I won't forget your benefits. Ling Xiao took out a saint pill and threw it to Chai Guan. This move could be said to be like giving a jujube after giving a slap. Only by using both carrot and stick could one better win over the hearts of the people. Ling Xiao had been a palace master for many years, so he naturally understood this principle. He had seen this holy pill many times, but he had never had enough profound crystalless to buy it, and the clan did not give it to him. Now that he had done a small thing for Ling Xiao, he had actually obtained the pill that he had yearned for even in his dreams. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. This subordinate will definitely be loyal to Elder. Chai Guan knelt down on one knee and replied firmly. Get up. Take me to the courtyard first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Immediately after, Ling Xiao and Chai Guan went to look at the courtyard. This courtyard was located in the south of the city, and was considered to be on the outskirts of the city. It could only be considered a place where ordinary people lived and there was nothing special about it. However, Ling Xiao was satisfied with this. As long as Xianxia and the others had a place to stay, it would be enough. Ling Xiao bought the courtyard and then asked Chai Guan to clean it up before letting Chai Guan leave first. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to let Xianxia and Euro Fei out. He had already sensed that someone was watching his whereabouts. For more than a month, Ling Xiao had always known that his whereabouts were being watched. At first, he thought that it might be the Zhang family who did not trust him, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he sensed the other party's undisguised killing intent, it must be someone other than the Zhang family. However, this was after all the city, and ordinary people did not dare to casually start a fight. However, the few people who had been tracking him could not wait to kill Ling Xiao and actually appeared at the same time. There were a total of 5 people, 2 advanced Holy Emperor and 3 intermediate Holy Emperor. So it's you, old man? Ling Xiao looked at one of the old men and sneered. Humph! You killed my young master. Today will be the day you pay for it. The old man snorted coldly. Then he called out to his people and instantly spread out, wanting to block off Ling Xiao's way. However, Ling Xiao did not let them do as they wished. He suddenly rushed out of the city. This courtyard had just been bought, and Ling Xiao did not want them to destroy it. Catch him! Don't let him escape! The old man shouted. Ling Xiao was now an outer elder of the Zhang family. If they let Ling Xiao escape to the Zhang family and ask for reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. It might even cause a conflict between the 2 families. They did not want the Zhang family to know, and Ling Xiao did not want anyone else to know. These people were elders of the Gao family, so they must have a lot of good things. This was the first expenditure that came to their door. When they reached the wilderness outside the city, Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down to let them catch up. Little bastard, let's see where you can escape. The old man shouted and the sacred weapon in his hand blasted mercilessly at Ling Xiao. The others also made their moves, and the power of space squeezed into a prison, sealing Ling Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. Hee, today, I will let you see my strength. Ling Xiao sneered, and his combat strength soared to the extreme in an instant. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao turned around and brandished his sword to meet the old man's sword. Rumble! The collision produced a loud sound, and the high-grade sword in the old man's hand cracked. Demi-divine weapon. The old man looked flustered and then he shouted, Let's kill him together. Brother Xianyu, let us fight side by side. This will be the first battle between us brothers. Let's see who can kill the most. Ling Xiao shouted. As his voice fell, Xianyu Ye's tall figure appeared in front of the Gao family's holy emperor. It's man lunatic, he's not dead. One of the holy emperor exclaimed. Xianyu Yi snorted coldly, and without saying a word, he punched out, and the majestic fist energy smashed down like a falling meteorite, blasting towards the holy emperor who had just exclaimed. The holy emperor blocked with all his strength, and he had the help of others, but he was still blasted far away, and was seriously injured. Haha, Brother Xianyu's fist energy is indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and the limitless doppelganger appeared. 108 doppelgangers all surrounded the 2 high-grade holy emperors. The 2 high-grade holy emperors were not ordinary people, and they even summoned holy beasts to fight together. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary, and relying on the golden dragon spear and the advantage of his movement technique, he was unstoppable, and directly took down the 2 ninth-grade spirit beasts with his spear. As for the 2 holy emperors who surrounded him, They were already afraid. They had all seen Ling Xiao's terrifying battle prowess, and originally thought that they would be able to take him down with 5 against 1. However, the sudden appearance of Man Lunatic, who was not inferior to Ling Xiao's god of slaughter, meant that they had no chance of winning. Just when the two wanted to escape, Ling Xiao had already used his full strength, and many doppelgangers surrounded them, and the Golden Dragon Spear mercilessly smashed down. The Golden Dragon Spear was an offensive type of semi-divine weapon, and the power it could display was terrifying. One peerless golden dragon after another roared, drowning the two of them. Both of their holy weapons were shattered, and their bodies were bombarded by the Golden Dragon Spear. They did not even have a chance to escape before they were stabbed by Ling Xiao's spear. On the other side, Xianyu Yi had also killed the other 3 mid-grade holy emperors with a few punches. The surrounding area was covered in blood, and it looked extremely poignant. Ling Xiao once again showed his greedy personality, taking the beast cores of the holy beasts and the space rings of the 5 holy emperors. Come, brother Xianyu, these 3 are yours, you're the fastest to kill. Ling Xiao threw 3 space rings to Xianyu Yi. However, Xianyu Yi refused. Brother Ling, what do you mean by this? These are yours. Ling Xiao said, in the future, you and I might have to part ways. If you don't have anything, how are you going to walk around the heavenly realm? Furthermore, with my ability, earning black crystals is a piece of cake. Quickly accept it. Xianyu Yi was moved once again. Since he came to the heaven domain, when had anyone ever treated him so sincerely? He no longer acted coquettishly and put away the 3 space rings. He made up his mind that he would definitely make a name for himself with Ling Xiao, and when he reached the Divine King realm in the future, he would be able to move his clansmen to the heaven domain. All right, let's go. I believe we've already attracted the attention of others. Ling Xiao called out, then put Xianyu Yi away and rushed back to the city. Ling Xiao once again returned to the courtyard and summoned Shen Yao, Euro Fei, Feng Qing Yuan, and Sha Tian. Ling Xiao handed over some medicinal pellets that he didn't use much, as well as some precious materials that he had obtained from the 9 layers of spatial barriers, to Shen Yao, telling him to think of a way to sell them all and exchange them for top-grade profound crystals. Shen Yao naturally agreed. However, there were many peerless experts in the heaven region, and Ling Xiao had ordered them to keep a low profile. Especially Yu Rou Fei and Feng Qing Yuan, they had to change their disguises when they went out. They must not attract attention and attract trouble. Although Euro Fei and Sha Tian had both reached the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor, it was still not enough in the heaven realm. Following that, Ling Xiao discussed many matters with them and left them away to contact him before preparing to return to the Zhang family. At this time, Feng Qing Yuan said, Shower, when do you plan to look for your master? Ling Xiao replied, at the earliest, half a year, at the latest, a year. Mistress, don't be anxious, we have already arrived at the heaven domain, we will definitely go look for master. Right now what you need to do is to raise your strength first. Mistress understands. I was the one who dragged you down. Feng Qing Yuan replied. Chapter 1063. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the Zhang clan, he heard from Chai Guan that someone was looking for him. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had just killed someone, how could someone know? However, when he saw who it was, he discovered that it wasn't someone from the Gao clan, but Old Man Tian, who had been mining with him outside the Stone Ridge. Old Man Tian had regained his freedom, but his strength had been crippled by the Cyan Moon Palace. He still looked as dispirited as before, like a refugee. If Tai Lang's men hadn't brought him here, he would have been chased out by the Zhang clan. Congratulations, Brother Tian. Ling Xiao pulled on Old Man Tian's hand. However, Old Man Tian avoided him and knelt before Ling Xiao. This old man thanks Elder Ling for saving me. As he spoke, Old Man Tian couldn't help but tear up. He had been mining in the mines for more than 100 years and had long since been tortured beyond recognition. Now that he was finally free, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he didn't have many good days left to live, he still hoped that he could go back and see his daughter one last time to fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped him up. Brother Tian, there's no need to be like this. You and I met and said that we should help as much as we can. I didn't do much. As he spoke, Ling Xiao led him into his room. Following that, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian chatted for a while. Only then did Ling Xiao learn that the stone ridge was temporarily unable to be mined. The earth-spike dragon frequently roamed about and had already devoured many people. Although Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others had gathered a few people to encircle it, their gains were minimal. After all, the earth-spike dragon could fly into the sky and burrow into the earth at any time, making it difficult to capture or kill. However, from Old Man Tian's words, Tai Lang and the others didn't want to kill the earth-spike dragon. It was more likely that they wanted to capture it alive and make it serve as a protective spirit beast. At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think. The earth-spike dragon was a branch of the dragons. Although it wasn't a peerless true dragon, it had a chance of becoming one. If they could capture it and make it submit, it would be a good thing. Of course, Ling Xiao was doing this for Xianxu's sake. After all, Xianxu was an earth elemental spirit beast, and the earth-spike dragon was huge. Ling Xiao just didn't know if Xianxu had a spirit beast to protect him. If not, it was worth considering doing so. By the way, old brother Tian, here's a pill that can restore your Dan Tian. It might be of some help to you. Ling Xiao handed a pill to old Tian. Old man Tian's body trembled slightly. His aged eyes stared at the medicinal pill Ling Xiao handed to him. Tears welled up in his eyes again. Elder Ling, how can this old man repay you? I'm indebted to Elder Ling for thinking so highly of me. In the future, I'll sell my old life to Elder Ling. Please accept me as your servant. Old man Tian said gratefully. He didn't have much time left. If he could restore his strength, his lifespan would naturally increase. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly his second parent, so he might as well accept Ling Xiao as his master. It was better to have a goal to live on. Old brother Tian, you don't need to do this. Didn't you say you wanted to go back to see your daughter? Once you go back, you can enjoy the happiness of a family. Ling Xiao said. Old man Tian sighed. I don't know if she's still in my hometown. No matter what, my life belongs to Elder Ling. In the future, I'll do anything for you. I hope you won't mind. Ling Xiao knew that Old Man Tian had made up his mind, so he couldn't refuse anymore. Old Man Tian didn't have much strength, but having an elder at home was like having a treasure. It was good to have him take care of some daily matters. All right, from now on, old brother Tian will stay by my side and take care of things for me. Ling Xiao agreed. Old Man Tian was elated. Thank you, Elder Ling. This old servant will do his best to help young master. Following that, Ling Xiao asked about Old Man Tian's family. According to Old Man Tian, he only had a daughter, but he still had other clansmen and brothers. His family was also under Shi Tiancheng's jurisdiction, but it was in a small town that was a few days' journey away. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. I'll go with you when I'm free. Thank you, Elder Ling. Old Man Tian bowed. After accepting Old Man Tian, Ling Xiao talked to Xianxu and asked him if he had a spirit beast to protect him. Xianxu shook his head. We barbarians rarely use spirit beasts because their strength might not be as strong as ours. It's fine if we don't have one. Ling Xiao agreed with him. With Xianxu's strong physique, he could be said to be as strong as a bull. In that case, forget it. I thought I could find a high-grade holy beast for brother Xianxu. It seems like I didn't need to. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Oh, what kind of spirit beast could make brother Ling think highly of it? Xianxu asked in surprise. A peak stage 9th stage earth spike dragon. Ling Xiao replied. Xianxu's eyes lit up. Where did brother Ling find it? He asked eagerly. I thought brother Xianxu wasn't interested? Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Xianxu smiled. The earth spike dragon is extremely strong, and its body is even stronger than ours. It's a spirit beast that we barbarians like to protect ourselves. Ling Xiao was a bit annoyed. Didn't he say he didn't need a spirit beast? Why did he change his mind so quickly? Xianxu wasn't an idiot. A high-grade holy beast like the earth spike dragon was something that everyone would like. Not to mention, it was a spirit beast that matched his attributes. It was a rare spirit beast for protection. In that case, let's go together. I'm afraid someone else might have gotten it before us. Ling Xiao replied. Xianxu said eagerly. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's go. This can't be rushed. I still need to report my whereabouts to them. Ling Xiao replied. As an outer elder of the Zhang family, although he had some power, he couldn't come and go as he pleased. Therefore, before going to the Stone Ridge, he still needed to report to the Zhang family. By doing this, Ling Xiao could help Xianxia find an earth spike dragon as a spirit beast, and he could also temporarily get rid of Zhang Lianhua. It was killing two birds with one stone. When Zhang Lianhua heard that Ling Xiao was going to leave, her beautiful eyes were filled with unspeakable bitterness. She had wanted to eat Ling Xiao twice, but he had repeatedly delayed it, making her heart itch. However, she seemed to have some affection for Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao left, he actually asked if he needed help. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but decided to call Chai Guan along, lest others think he was going to run away. Not long after leaving the city, Ling Xiao told Chai Guan to find a place to have some fun. When he came back, he would call him along. Chai Guan couldn't have asked for more. He had a saint pill and didn't have time to refine it to break through. He thought that Ling Xiao brought him out to help him break through, so he was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain to him, so he immediately rushed to the mine. Arriving at the mine again, Ling Xiao sighed. This was the first time he had come to the Heaven Realm. When he arrived at the mine, he saw that it was already a mess. Many of the stone ridges had been leveled, and stone chips were scattered everywhere. Tai Lang and the others who were originally stationed here were no longer there. Ling Xiao calmly sensed for a moment, and immediately sensed the sounds of intense fighting in another direction. Ling Xiao hid his aura, lowered his body, and hurried over. When he got closer, he found that Tai Lang and the others had gathered a lot of people to attack the Earth Spike Dragon. However, there weren't only Earth Spike Dragons here. There were also many stone beasts. Each of them looked like a rock, and their appearance was extremely strange. Their skin and flesh were as thick as boulders, and ordinary weapons couldn't pierce through their flesh. These stone beasts were probably listening to the Earth Spike Dragon's orders, and were currently fighting against Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi. However, although there were many stone beasts, their strength was somewhat weak. The strongest ones were only at the 9th order, while the rest were only at the 8th order. This couldn't be helped after all, their bloodlines weren't high, and the fact that two of them could advance to the 9th order was probably due to the Earth Spike Dragon's help. After an intense battle, many stone ridges were destroyed. At the same time, stone beasts were killed one after another. Tai Lang's side had also suffered great losses. The main reason was that the Earth Spike Dragon's destructive power was simply too great. However, Tai Lang actually had an offensive semi-divine tool in his hand, causing the Earth Spike Dragon to suffer quite a bit. Several deep gashes appeared on its body that was as hard as iron. In the end, the Earth Spike Dragon led the stone beasts back underground, causing Tai Lang and the others to be infuriated. If they couldn't lure the Earth Spike Dragon to the sky, it would not be easy to assassinate it. I didn't expect the Earth Spike Dragon to have so many disciples. Looks like it won't be easy to take it down. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao concealed his aura and left the place for the time being. He didn't want Tai Lang and the others to know that he was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This Earth Spike Dragon is so stubborn. If I had known earlier, I would have cut it down and auctioned its corpse. Tai Lang said indignantly. Yeah, now that we've lost a junior brother, and we can't continue mining, we've suffered a double loss. Lu Jinxi sighed. This damned Earth Spike Dragon, as long as we kill it, these stone beasts won't be able to do anything. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to bear the consequences. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat unsightly. They were all external members of the Cyan Moon Palace and were assigned to supervise the mining of ores. Every year, they had to hand in enough ores in exchange for more cultivation resources. If they couldn't accomplish anything, they could lose this job at any time. Why don't we find another ore vein? This is clearly the Earth Spike Dragon's territory. If we can't find its nest, it won't be easy to exterminate it, let alone capture it alive. Lu Jinxi suggested. Tai Lang hesitated for a moment and said, That's the only way. If it appears again, I'll immediately kill it. If that doesn't work, I'll have to ask the city lord for help. That's the only way, Lu Jinxi said. He thought to himself, if Ling Xiao was here, it would be a lot easier to kill this Earth Spike Dragon. He had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao's baleful death energy was. Chapter 1064. Ling Xiao found a place to stop and summoned Xianyu. Brother Xianyu, the earth spike dragon is in this area, but its strength is monstrous. Not to mention, there are already many people who are after it. If we can't lure it out and capture it, I'm afraid this trip will be in vain. Ling Xiao said to Xianyu. Then Brother Ling, what can I do? If you need my help, just tell me. Xianyu said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He thought to himself, this is clearly the holy beast you want, why does it sound like I want it? The earth spike dragon is a holy beast of the earth element. It must have its nest under the ground or in some stone ridge. As long as we find its nest, it will be easy. But I saw it summon a lot of stone beasts just now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue it. Ling Xiao said. Xianyu rolled his eyes and said, if you want to find the nest of the earth spike dragon, I might have a way. Oh, then hurry up. While those people are temporarily retreating, they don't expect us to find the earth spike dragon. Let's quickly subdue it. Ling Xiao said. I have a technique called earth listening. It can sense movements tens of thousands of li underground. It'll be easy to find the earth spike dragon. Xianyu seemed to have gotten a chance to show off, so he seemed very excited. Then hurry up and use this technique. Ling Xiao said. Xianyu nodded, then stepped on the ground, causing it to sink. Then, he put his face on the sunken ground, and his ears began to sense the situation underground. Ling Xiao was a little disdainful. This is the earth listening technique? Fuck, I know this too. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao also followed Xianyu and put his ears on the ground, but he couldn't hear or sense anything. I can sense it, I can sense it. Xianyu exclaimed excitedly. It can't be real, right? Why can't I sense it? Ling Xiao was a little depressed. Where? Ling Xiao asked. Xianyu pointed in a direction and said, it should be over there. I sensed the loudest commotion. Aside from the earth spike dragon, there shouldn't be any other holy beast that could cause such a commotion. Okay, then let's hurry over there. Ling Xiao responded and immediately rushed in that direction. Xianyu immediately followed. The direction that Xianyu sensed was a stone ridge that hadn't been mined yet, so there wasn't anything special about it. The only strange thing was that there were no spirit beasts in the vicinity. If I'm not wrong, it should be 10,000 meters underground. Xianyu said with certainty. 10,000 meters below. Then how can we lure it out? It won't be easy for us to fight underground. Ling Xiao said. What's so hard about fighting? Don't forget that I cultivate the earth element. I'll take you down. Xianyu patted his chest. Then, 2 silver axes appeared in his hands. The 2 axes flashed with a crystal-clear light, looking especially mighty and extravagant. What a pair of weapons! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He was sure that Xianyu's pair of silver axes were definitely not ordinary. Even high-grade holy tools wouldn't give him this kind of feeling. It was very likely that they were a pair of semi-divine axes. Follow me, I'm going to enter the ground. Xianyu said as he slashed his axes towards the ground. Bang bang! Even though Xianyu had already weakened his strength, he still made a series of dull sounds. Soon, a 10-meter wide hole appeared on the ground, and Xianyu continued to open a path underground. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. This was the advantage of cultivators who cultivated the power of the earth element. They could have great convenience underground. If Xianyu became a divine king in the future, he would have the ability to directly burrow underground and use anything in the earth as his weapon. Brother Ling, hurry up and come in. Xianyu's voice came from the hole. Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately jumped in. At the same time, he was already holding the golden dragon spear in his hand, always on guard. After all, this underground was not his home field, so it was better to be careful. Xianyu was worthy of being an expert of the earth element. The martial artist who opened the hole was extremely powerful. In just a short while, they had already reached a kilometer below. Brother Ling, be careful, I've already dug the tunnel that the earth spike dragon passed through. Xianyu lightly called out when he dug into a spacious tunnel. It was obvious that there were spirit beasts constantly drilling in here. The 2 sides of the tunnel were extremely smooth, and there were traces of friction. There were also footprints on the ground. Those were dragon footprints without a doubt. Ling Xiao and Xianxia restrained their auras and carefully walked down the tunnel. The deeper they went, the more damp the air became, and a wave of dampness came from the ground. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was constantly paying attention to the two sides of the tunnel. He found that the stone quality here was very extraordinary. He believed that they were all excellent stone materials. If he dug out these rocks, he should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Of course, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. He naturally wouldn't go and work as a miner anymore. The experience of those days was enough for him to remember. After walking for about half an hour, the two finally got close to the earth-spiked dragon's nest. Because the underground space they were in was getting bigger and bigger, it was enough for the earth-spiked dragon to move around. Be careful, that big guy isn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Just when Xianxia was about to reply, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. It seems like we've been discovered. Not only is there an earth-spiked dragon here, there are also two other big guys. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, two men as tall and mighty as Xianxia appeared in front of them. These two men looked extremely strange and ugly. Their heads were very flat and square, and their limbs were segmented. Each piece was very distinct, and their skin was grayish-black like the rocks on the ground. These two men were the 9th stage stone beast. They stared at Ling Xiao and Xianxia with a stern expression. Then, an even taller and rougher man in his prime walked out. This man was the earth-spiked dragon. There were pieces of scales on his arms, which looked extremely thick and hard. There were a few hideous scars on his naked body, which added a bit of domineering and ferocious aura to him. Damned humans, how dare you come to us? You shall all die here. The earth-spiked dragon roared angrily. Originally, it had been living in this area for a long time, and didn't want to have anything to do with humans. However, as the humans' mining speed became faster and faster, it was only a matter of time before they reached its nest. It was only because of this that it couldn't wait any longer that it attacked those humans. It wanted them to back off and stop mining. However, those humans were all very strong, and there were many of them. This made it a bit difficult for it to deal with them. If it wasn't for the fact that this was its territory, it would have been killed by the humans a long time ago. It couldn't be blamed for being so angry. As soon as its voice fell, the two stone beasts immediately rushed towards Xianxia and Ling Xiao. Their fists turned into stone hammers, and they smashed down with the force of a thunderbolt. You can't compete with me in strength. Xianxia actually put away his axes, and directly stood in front of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he blasted out two punches to meet the stone fists of the two stone beasts. Rumble! The two stone beasts were directly sent flying by Xianxia. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly praise Xianxia's brute strength. Even the stone beasts, which were known for their defense, couldn't withstand a single blow. Back then, one of the two stone beasts was only at the low tier of the 9th stage, while the other was at the mid-tier of the 9th stage. There was a gap between them and Xianxia in terms of cultivation level, or else he wouldn't have been able to defeat them in one move. The two stone beasts let out strange cries, and had no choice but to turn back into their true forms. They picked up the surrounding rocks, and used them as weapons to attack Xianxia. Xianxia obviously also had a bloodthirst for battle. With a loud roar, his fists glowed with layers of earth-colored light, and he smashed them towards the huge rocks. Bang bang! The huge rocks were smashed, and many stone fragments splashed everywhere. Xianxia was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, and began to fight with the two stone beasts. He fought them in the most savage way possible. Xianxia used his fists and feet to attack, while the two stone beasts were surrounded by petrifying energy, and any part of their body could be used as an offensive weapon. For a time, the cave entrance was shaken by them to the point of collapsing. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being the Hell King who had forced Ling Xiao to use his soul. The two stone beasts' bodies, which were comparable to divine tools, were actually split open by his pair of iron fists, and blood splattered everywhere. The two stone beasts kept roaring, and kept charging at Xianxia, but they couldn't do anything to him. You two back off. Let me swallow these two humans alive. The earth-spiked dragon couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted at the two stone beasts who were constantly resisting. Then it didn't turn back into its true form, and instead, its arms were covered in layers of dragon scales, and it smashed towards Xianxia. Good! Xianxia shouted, and met the attack with his iron fists. Bang bang! The two collided head-on, and a strong dull sound rang out, causing the rocks on the cave walls to fall. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon spear to smash the falling rocks, so that he wouldn't be covered in dust. Under the powerful collision, Xianxia was still inferior to the earth spike dragon in terms of strength, and was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any injuries. What powerful strength, I like it! Xianxia wasn't afraid, and instead laughed. Then, he circulated his power, and the earth light kept gathering around him, and his body once again pounced towards the earth spike dragon like a ferocious beast. Their fists clashed, and the brutal power kept splashing out, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat a little further. Human, although you are strong, you are still not my opponent. The earth spike dragon let out a harsh voice, and its strength became stronger and stronger, continuously knocking Xianxia back. On the other hand, Xianxuya's combat strength was tenacious, and even after being knocked back again and again, he was still full of fighting strength, and was extremely excited. Ling Xiao observed that Xianxia seemed to want to use the earth spike dragon as an opponent to comprehend the fist intent realm that Ling Xiao had taught him before. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you're dumb. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 1065. Xianyu Yi and the earth spike dragon were fighting fiercely. Xianyu Ye's feet were bleeding, and his fists were also bleeding. Clearly, he had suffered a lot. Brother Xianyu, use your divine axe to kill it. Ling Xiao reminded him. We barbarians rely on brute force to conquer our opponents. This earth spike dragon is very powerful. It's perfect for me to protect myself. I must conquer it with my own strength. Xianyu Yi replied. At the same time, Xianyu Ye's eyes became more and more bloodshot, and he looked very excited. The barbarian bloodline was activated by him, and his strength surged a bit. After a few more collisions, Xianyu Yi didn't fall behind, which made the earth spike dragon roar. Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, the barbarian bloodline is said to be passed down from the bloodline of the ancient barbarian god. It contains unparalleled power. It seems that the records are true. If Brother Xianyu becomes the divine king, no one in the same realm can beat him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to split his body, the rock wall beside him began to rumble, and several boulders fell towards him. This time, it wasn't Xianyu Yi or the earth spike dragon, it was the sneak attack of the two stone beasts. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear spun elegantly, and the boulders that weighed thousands of kilograms were smashed into powder. The two stone beasts clawed towards Ling Xiao's body. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao sneered, and the golden dragon spear shot out a peerless true dragon towards them. Ling Xiao used his full strength, trying to kill them in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if they hid in the soil, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The golden dragon spear stabbed the stone claws of the two stone beasts again and again. Even if they were as hard as divine tools, they were still pierced and smashed by the golden dragon spear. The two stone beasts let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them do as they wished. He raised his strength to the maximum, and the golden dragon spear danced, creating an even more powerful peerless true dragon. The sharp metal elemental energy directly shattered them, and they couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao picked out their beast cores and immediately put them away. On the other side, Xianyu Yi seemed to be possessed by a demon. A ferocious barbarian shadow appeared on his body, and his body became much more vigorous. His strength became even more majestic, and he could actually fight evenly with the earth spike dragon. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Xianyu, I'll help you. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the others will sense us. At that time, we'll be in trouble. Without waiting for Xianyu Yi to answer, Ling Xiao raised all his strength, and didn't use his divine soul to suppress the changes in his body. His whole body turned into a half-dragon, and a dragon roar sounded from his mouth. Roar! Terrifying dragon roars reverberated endlessly in this cave. Many rocks kept falling down, rolling and churning non-stop. The ground above the cave was shaking non-stop, as if there was an earthquake, which made people feel terrified. This movement attracted the attention of Tai Lang and the others in the distance. However, they thought that the earth spike dragon was causing trouble underground again, and they couldn't draw it out, so they didn't immediately go over to see what was going on. Xianyu Yi was startled by Ling Xiao's sudden roar, and he thought that another earth spike dragon had appeared. The earth spike dragon retreated a lot, and its eyes fell on Ling Xiao, exuding a strong sense of confusion. It could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's aura gave it a very familiar feeling, as if it had met its own kind, but there was a slight difference in the power of origin. How can a human like you know the 10-bin ability of the dragons? The earth spike dragon looked at Ling Xiao vigilantly. I'm a guest general of the dragons, and a friend of the East Sea dragons. Of course I know the 10-bin ability. Ling Xiao said proudly. The earth spike dragon was confused. You know the Dragon King of the Water Dragon clan? Of course. You should be able to feel the dragon qi in my body. If I wasn't a friend of the dragons, how could I have such rich dragon blood and dragon qi? Besides, look at my body, it's already showing signs of transforming into a dragon. If I had accepted the Dragon Ball that the Dragon King gave me, I would have already become a dragon's prince. Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself, so Brother Ling has this kind of ability. No wonder you could break through my defense back then. The earth spike dragon looked at Ling Xiao, and its eyes flickered. Since you're a friend of the dragons, then you should know that I'm a relative of the dragons. Why did you bring people to bully me? Don't you know that people of the same clan shouldn't fight each other? That's true, but my friend and I didn't come here to fight you to the death. We just wanted to discuss something with you. Who knew that you would attack us without saying a word? We had no choice but to resist. Ling Xiao explained, then continued. Actually, you should know that there are many humans out there looking for you, and they want to kill you. We're here to save you. Save me. The earth spike dragon's brain wasn't very good, and it didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, as long as you're willing to leave with us, those humans won't be able to hurt you. Also, maybe in the future, I can ask the Dragon King for a dragon pearl, and you can become a real divine dragon. Ling Xiao tempted. When the earth spike dragon heard the words, dragon pearl, its eyes shone with a strong desire. Are you serious? No, you humans are very cunning. You must be lying to me. Ling Xiao continued, other humans might lie to you, but I'm a guest general of the dragons. Why would I lie to you? Xianxia listened to Ling Xiao's persuasion, and the earth spike dragon thought to itself, Brother Ling Xiao is really eloquent. He can even fool a dragon. He's really a role model for us. When it thought of this, it didn't expect that it would also be fooled by Ling Xiao, and choose to explore the world with him. Then, what do you want me to do? But it's impossible for me to submit to you humans. The earth spike dragon said. Just when Ling Xiao was about to say something, there was a series of rumbling sounds, and a lot of rocks kept falling. Damn, those humans are coming, are you with them? The earth spike dragon roared. Its ferocious nature was aroused. Ling Xiao replied, we're not with them. We saved you, but they want to capture or kill you. If you don't believe me, we can persuade them to leave first. Then he said to Xianxia, Brother Xianyu, put on a mask and come with me to take a look. Tell them to scram first. Xianxia understood what Ling Xiao meant. He had already died in the arena, so it was not good for him to show himself for the time being. Otherwise it would cause trouble. He took Ling Xiao's mask and put it on. Then he used the giant axe to open a path and rush towards the ground. Above this area, Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi, and the others had already surrounded them. In the air, everyone had already used their power to seal off this area. There were 7 or 8 warriors with the earth attribute who were digging holes on the ground. The commotion just now came from here. Maybe the earth spike dragon's nest is down here. Lu Jinxi said. Tai Lang, who was riding on the holy wolf beast, nodded. It should be right. Otherwise, how could it cause such a huge earthquake? This time, we must capture it and kill it. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures rushed out from the ground. Who is it? Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi shouted at the same time. More than 100 people immediately looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared and began to be on guard. Commanders, how have you been? Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi. He didn't have any resentment towards these 2 people, nor did he have any good impression of them. Back then, when Ling Xiao was mining under them, it was just a temporary expedient, it couldn't be considered torture. Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually appear here, and they were both flabbergasted. Ling Xiao, why are you here? Tai Lang asked. He was guessing. Could it be that the Zhang family is also planning to mine this underground, or? That shouldn't be the case. Tai Lang already knew that Ling Xiao had joined the Zhang family as an outer sect elder. His status was now equal to his own, and he was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. However, this stone ridge was the territory of the Cyan Moon Palace, and the nearby powers generally didn't dare to cause trouble here. Tai Lang didn't understand why Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared here. To tell you the truth, this is my family's inner sect elder, Zhang Yi. He just came out of seclusion not long ago and wants to switch to a spirit beast to protect himself. As a matter of fact, this little brother just happened to know that there is an earth spike dragon here that matches my family elder's attribute. So I came here with my family elder to see if I could make it submit. At the same time, I can also help the two commanders resolve the problem here, said Ling Xiao. His words were half true and half false, making it hard to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Tai Lang and the others' gazes fell on the tall and sturdy Xianxia. He was wearing a mask and had a divine axe on his back. They felt that his figure was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember when such a person had appeared in the Zhang family. Ling Xiao, don't you know that this is our territory? What you're doing is not right. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat gloomy. They had originally wanted to capture the Earth Spike Dragon alive, but they had lost a lot of people, so they changed their plan to kill it. But Ling Xiao and this person had suddenly come here. Wasn't this clearly interfering with their business? Naturally, they were unhappy. Haha, Commander Tai, as far as I know, you can't do anything to the Earth Spike Dragon. Furthermore, it's constantly causing trouble here, making it impossible for you to mine. If this continues, you won't be able to complete the Cyan Moon Palace's mission. I'm afraid your days won't be good. Why don't you give face to my family elder? He can get a spirit beast to protect himself, and you can mine in peace. This is killing two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Zhang, do you really have the ability to subdue the Earth Spike Dragon? Lu Jinxi asked. Ling Xiao gave Xianxia a meaningful look, and Xianxia immediately understood, coldly snorting, you can try if I have the ability. Immediately afterward, Xianxuya's terrifying aura burst forth, forcing Lu Jinxi to take a few steps back. It was clear that his strength was far above Lu Jinxi's. Chapter 1066. Lu Jinxi was a mid-level Saint King, yet he was still forced back by Xianxuya's presence. It was quite surprising. Even Tai Lang, who was at his peak, wouldn't be able to suppress Lu Jinxi with his aura. Lu Jinxi's expression was ashen. He wasn't convinced, but he didn't want to fall out with Xianxia. Could this person be the Zhang family's old holy emperor? But he shouldn't be more than 1,000 years old. Tai Lang thought to himself. He could feel that this person's strength might not be as good as his, but his battle prowess was definitely much higher than his own. Tai Lang couldn't figure out Xianxuya's strength. Just as he was hesitating, a few screams rang out. Then, a few explosions rang out, and a few pools of blood surged up from the ground. Roar! Half of the Earth Spike Dragon's head emerged from the ground, and it let out a provocative roar before burrowing back into the ground. Damned bastard! Tai Lang cried out in alarm, and the demigod weapon in his hand blasted the ground with a terrifying light. Rumble! A kilometer-wide pit was blasted open on the ground, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Unfortunately, the Earth Spike Dragon was nowhere to be seen. Commander Tai, you've also seen it. You can't do anything to it, but my elder can. Just now, he fought with the Earth Spike Dragon for 3,000 rounds, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. He was so close to capturing it, but I didn't expect you to suddenly show up and scare it. Ling Xiao said exaggeratedly. Brother Zhang is actually this powerful? Tai Lang exclaimed, a bit of reverence in his eyes. Xianxuya didn't respond. 2 axes appeared in his hands, and with a shout, he also struck the ground with his axes. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the ground shook for tens of thousands of miles. A huge pit that was even wider and deeper than the one Tai Lang had made appeared. This was just a casual strike, and it was different from Tai Lang's furious strike. In comparison, it was easy to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Tai Lang's expression was somewhat unsightly. After a moment of internal struggle, he said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you two to deal with the Earth Spike Dragon. However, you must capture it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to return and request reinforcements from the city lord. All right, thank you, Commander Tai. Please stay away for now. We will surely take down the Earth Spike Dragon in a day. Ling Xiao replied. Tai Lang knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, and the Zhang family's elder in front of him also gave him a sense of oppression. Helpless, he had no choice but to retreat tens of thousands of miles away with his men. Brother Ling, you really are resourceful. You can subdue the enemy's army with just your tongue. Xianyu Yi admires you. Xianyu Yi smiled faintly at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Brother Xianyu is overpraising me. I am a peace-loving person. I rarely do things like fighting and killing. If Ling Xiao's enemies heard this, they would probably start cursing. You're a peace-loving person? You don't even know how much blood you have stained your hands. Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi once again arrived at the Earth Spike Dragon's lair. The Earth Spike Dragon had already changed back to its true form. Without saying a word, it charged towards them. Its huge body was extremely lively underground, and the power of its collision was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi had no choice but to use their demigod tools to deal with it. Ling Xiao exclaimed, What are you doing? I've already forced them away. Do you still not believe in our sincerity? The Earth Spike Dragon roared, You're clearly with them. Don't think that I'm easy to fool. The Earth Spike Dragon was hiding underground, but it could still hear the conversation between Ling Xiao and Tai Lang. So it began to doubt Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi. Damn it! If that's the case, then I'll beat you until you surrender. Xianyu Yi was a belligerent by nature. He shouted and used his axes to attack the Earth Spike Dragon. Ling Xiao sighed. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Looks like I'll have to play the villain this time. The Earth Spike Dragon was extremely strong, and its body was extremely tough. Xianyu Yi might not be able to deal with it alone, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to help. However, under the ground, his attack power was limited. If it weren't for the Golden Dragon Spear, he wouldn't be able to fight here. Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi continued to unleash powerful attacks towards the Earth Spike Dragon. The Earth Spike Dragon was like a fish in water. Using the rocks as a defense, it blocked all of Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi's attacks. Moreover, its dragon claws and tail would also hit them from time to time, causing them to cough up blood. The Earth Spike Dragon had the upper hand. Damn it, looks like I have to suppress it completely. Ling Xiao was blocked in many ways. He couldn't use his heavenly fire or baleful death chi to kill it, and he didn't have any advantage in terms of speed. He could only use his most powerful move. Ling Xiao was split into two. The two were exactly the same. The only difference was that the skin of the other was more translucent. It was less red, but more sacred. Take it. Ling Xiao's real body said to the soul. His soul and his real body were one, but they were both independent existences. His soul couldn't use the Golden Dragon Spear. He was afraid that he might accidentally kill the Earth Spike Dragon, and that would be a huge loss. Although his body couldn't unleash its full potential underground, it was still much stronger than Ling Xiao's body. It could be said that Ling Xiao's soul had the strength of a demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's real body was a bit weaker, it would be even more powerful. Xianyu Yi's eyes jumped a few times when he saw Ling Xiao split in two. This wasn't the first time he saw Ling Xiao like this. Back in the arena, his defense was broken by one of Ling Xiao's doppelgangers, and he was almost killed. Now, he still had some lingering fear in his heart. This is Brother Ling's killing move. His doppelganger is actually stronger than his real body. Could it be? Could it be that this is a soul? The more Xianyu Yi thought about it, the more shocked he became. He had heard some legends about the immortal realm. He had already reached the high-level Holy Emperor's strength. Above that would be the immortal realm. He knew that the immortal realm not only needed to cultivate the body, but also the soul. Only by cultivating the soul could one step into the immortal king realm. However, normally the soul should be weaker than the body. The current situation was completely different from what he knew. Could it be that Brother Ling achieved the soul ahead of time? Xianyu Yi guessed. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with envy and awe. Ling Xiao's soul faced the Earth Spike Dragon's tail, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he punched out with the Nine Suns' heaven-burning fist. The invincible fist intent carried an unparalleled power, shattering many rocks that were swept by the dragon's tail. The fist and the dragon's tail collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The rocks here kept falling, and it seemed like they were going to completely submerge the tunnel space here. The earth-spiked dragon was at the peak of the 9th rank. Its strength was terrifying. It was definitely several times stronger than any peak holy emperor. However, the power of Ling Xiao's soul was able to block it. He was only forced back a few steps, but the earth-spiked dragon let out a miserable cry, its eyes filled with fear. Ling Xiao's soul sneered, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for bullying you." Ling Xiao raised all of his strength. Punches filled with destructive fist intent enveloped the earth-spiked dragon. It didn't even have a chance to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world was like an earthquake. The ground kept cracking, and many stone ridges kept collapsing. Tai Lang and the others who were tens of thousands of li away felt the trembling power. They all flew up into the sky and looked in the direction of the earthquake. Is there really such a person in the Zhang family? Is he already a demigod? Has he always been hidden? Tai Lang revealed a look of fear. Should we send some brothers to check it out? Lu Jinxi suggested. No. We can't provoke such a person. Unless the great elder of the palace is willing to step in. Who can deal with him? Tai Lang hurriedly stopped them. You're right, but I feel like he's a bit like someone else. Lu Jinxi replied. You feel it too? Tai Lang asked. The two looked at each other. They both thought of man lunatic, but they didn't think it was possible. They saw with their own eyes that man lunatic was killed by Ling Xiao. Roar, roar. The earth-spiked dragon was in great pain from Ling Xiao's soul. It kept roaring in shock. Dragon blood kept spurting out of its body. Its huge body was already covered with many fist marks. Xianxia was terrified. He felt that if Ling Xiao's fists landed on him, he would probably be crippled. Brother Ling, stop. It's going to die if you keep hitting it. Xianxia said to Ling Xiao's real body. Don't worry. The earth-spiked dragon's body is insane. It can still take a few punches. Ling Xiao's face was a little pale. He wasn't having a good time either. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with the earth-spiked dragon, he had consumed a lot of energy. If this continued, his soul might not be able to take it anymore. Ling Xiao's soul attacked again. He punched the earth-spiked dragon's abdomen. Its body was several hundred meters long, and it was embedded into the ground. The earth-spiked dragon wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, it found that its body couldn't take it anymore. It was bleeding profusely, and its strength was greatly reduced. Ling Xiao felt much better now that his body and godly soul were united. He thought to himself, the earth-spiked dragon is too powerful. My godly soul power has been consumed so much just by fighting it for 100 times. It seems that my godly soul power needs to be improved. This battle also made Ling Xiao realize his own shortcomings. His soul could only temporarily deal with people below the Holy Emperor's level or spirit beasts below the 9th rank. The earth-spiked dragon, which was at the peak of the 9th rank, was strong enough to challenge a demigod. It wasn't easy to deal with. Earth-spiked dragon, seeing that you're a blood relative of the dragons, I won't make things difficult for you. Sign an equal contract with my brother. That way, you won't be bound by anything. One day, I might even turn you into a real dragon. If you don't want to, don't blame me for sucking all your dragon blood and peeling off your dragon tendons. Ling Xiao said. Chapter 1067. Human, I will not yield. The earth-spiked dragon roared and tried to escape again. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already sealed all the rocks nearby. It wasn't strong enough to break through. Don't be so foolish. One day, my brother will definitely become a divine king, and you will become a divine dragon. Why not? It's not like you've completely surrendered to him. If you feel like he doesn't want you to follow him, you can leave any time you want. Ling Xiao said. He was now a half-dragon, so he was also a member of the dragons. He didn't want to kill this earth-spiked dragon, but if it was still stubborn, then he would have no choice but to kill it. You're right, brotherling earth-spiked dragon. I, Old Yi, am not much weaker than you. Signing an equality contract with me is the best deal. I, Old Yi, will definitely not mistreat you. One day we can both become gods. Xianxia said very sincerely. You cunning humans, I'd rather die than submit, the earth spike dragon said proudly. After all, the higher the level of a spiritual beast, the harder it was to tame it. Unless it was raised from a young age, it would be very difficult to make it surrender without some special means. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and threw the golden dragon spear at the earth spike dragon. Roar! The earth spike dragon was pierced by the golden dragon spear. It let out a miserable cry and kept rolling around, crushing the rocks around it. Brother Ling, please don't kill it, Xianxia begged with a distressed look. Don't worry, it has thick skin and flesh. How can it die just like that? Ling Xiao said to Xianxia. Then, he released all the dragon qi in his body. Balls of emperor's might circled around his body. An incomparably mighty dragon circled around him like an emperor, giving people a sense of nobility. The earth spike dragon was in great pain, but Ling Xiao suddenly released his dragon shadow. The majestic draconic aura had the power to intimidate all beasts. Even the earth spike dragon was affected by it. My people, submit to my emperor. Ling Xiao's aura rose to its peak and pressed down on the earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon was roaring at it, causing it to feel extremely shocked. Gradually, the spiked dragon could no longer bear the pressure. It lowered its proud head and released the light of the equality contract curse. Brother Xianyu, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao shouted at Xianxia, who was in a daze. Only then did Xianxia recover from his daze, and hurriedly took out his blood essence and dripped it over. After the contract was signed, the earth spike dragon gradually calmed down. It looked at Xianxia and said, If you can't make me a true dragon one day, I won't follow you anymore. Xianxia patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'll kill a true dragon for you in the future and get you a dragon pearl. Roar! The earth spike dragon was enraged and roared, How can we dragons kill each other? If you do this again, I'll cancel my contract with you. Xianxia suddenly became speechless. He muttered in his heart, If I don't kill a true dragon, where am I going to find a dragon pearl for you? Don't worry, he's just joking. I'll ask the Dragon King for one in the future. I'm sure he won't mind. Ling Xiao comforted. Ling Xiao was also in urgent need of dragon pearls. He didn't want to stay in this half-human half-beast form. He might as well become a peerless dragon. He could switch between human and beast, and it would be much better than now. At the same time, Ling Xiao pulled the golden dragon spear off the earth spike dragon's body, and told Xianxia to take out a rank 9 beast core and feed it to the earth spike dragon. For spiritual beasts, beast cores were not only used to increase their strength, they were also the best healing medicine. Brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. From now on, you're my good brother. You're my big brother. Old Yi will obey you. Xianxia said solemnly with one hand over his heart. He had only been with Ling Xiao for a short time, but Ling Xiao's intelligence and ability had already deeply impressed him. Moreover, Ling Xiao treated him so sincerely. The barbarians valued powerful warriors the most, and at the same time, they respected their friends the most. Although Ling Xiao was younger than him, Ling Xiao was stronger than him, so it wasn't a big deal for him to call Ling Xiao big brother. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and immediately smiled. All right, I'll call you Old Yi. Don't call me big brother. It's too vulgar. Just call me Ling Xiao. We'll be good brothers from now on. No, just call me big brother. It's disrespectful to call you by your name. Xianxia said. Then you can call me big brother. I really don't like it. Ling Xiao hesitated. Xianxia immediately said with joy, Yes, big brother. Xianxia put away the earth spike dragon, and Ling Xiao left with him. Xianxia said excitedly, Don't worry, big brother. The earth spike dragon said that it has some treasures we need. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao happily nodded. He had almost forgotten about this point. Some high-level spiritual beasts would have some accompanying spiritual treasures near them. For a peak holy beast like the earth spike dragon, there might be some unexpected holy treasures in its nest. Xianxia led the way and quickly dug into the original nest of the earth spike dragon. In the fierce battle just now, a lot of rocks fell, and the tunnel was already destroyed. However, the earth spike dragon's nest was not damaged at all. Not a single rock fell in the thousands of meters wide space. Ling Xiao and Xianxia landed inside and looked around, their eyes filled with excitement. It's all yellow earth stone. This is a top holy material. It shouldn't be in the category of divine material. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although Ling Xiao wasn't an artifact refiner, he had absorbed many remnant souls and gained a lot of memories. Moreover, he had read all kinds of books, so he could recognize all kinds of materials at a glance. This yellow earth stone was a very rare stone material. Its hardness was no less than diamond. It was an excellent material to refine holy tools or divine tools. The walls of the earth spike dragon's nest were all made of yellow earth stone. No wonder the battle just now was so fierce, but this place was not affected at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that if he auctioned off all the yellow earth stones here, he would be able to make a very rich fortune. However, Xianxia didn't care about these yellow earth stones. His gaze fell on a puddle of gray soil in the corner. His expression was as if he had seen a naked beauty, and his saliva kept drooling. This gray soil was like cloud mud, exuding all kinds of mysterious aura. The power of the earth attribute was extremely pure and vast. So much soil of 10,000 earth, so much origin power. Xianxia murmured. Only then did Ling Xiao look in his direction, and a look of joy also appeared on his face. Old Yi, you're in luck this time. With so much soil of 10,000 earth, it won't be difficult for you to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao said as he patted Xianxia's shoulder. Soil of 10,000 earth and metal origin qi were both elemental origin items, and even gods needed to absorb the purest energy. For the Holy Emperor, they were incomparably precious. Right now, Xianxia was only a high-tier Holy Emperor, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. This soil of 10,000 earth was like coal in the snow for him, allowing him to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor realm one step faster. At that time, he would be able to break through to the God King realm by cultivating his soul. Xianxia smiled foolishly. I can't compare to you, boss. You've already reached the God King realm, and it's already a matter of time before you reach the God King realm. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Since you can see that, then you know that boss has no intention of harming you. As long as we brothers work together, the heaven region will belong to us in the future. Xianxia nodded excitedly, then put away all the soil of 10,000 earth. Now was not the time to absorb it. Tai Lang and the others were waiting outside. Ling Xiao and Xianxia dug out all the yellow earth stones in the cave and put them away. Once we auction them off in the future, we'll have plenty of Xian crystals. At that time, it'll be much easier to do anything, said Ling Xiao. All right, we'll listen to boss, Xianxia replied, acting like he would follow Ling Xiao's orders. The two of them came out of the ground, and Tai Lang Lu Jinsi, and the others immediately came over. Did the two of you subdue that earth spike dragon? Tai Lang asked impatiently. Yes, my clan's elder's strength is unparalleled, and he fought thousands of rounds with the earth spike dragon. With my assistance from the side, he finally subdued it. In the future, Commander Tai won't be harassed by it anymore, replied Ling Xiao. Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the others looked at the masked Xianxia with even more respect. Even with so many of them, they couldn't do anything to the earth spike dragon, but the two of them had subdued it. This level of strength was not something they could compare to. Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi tried to persuade Ling Xiao and Xianxia to stay, and the two of them drank to their heart's content in the camp. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, so he rejected their good intentions and hurried back to Stone Sky City with Xianxia. Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of the city, and found Chai Guan to go back with him, so that no one would suspect anything. After returning to the Zhang family, Ling Xiao tried his best to avoid being alone with Zhang Lianhua. He was very afraid of her. Whenever she was at home, Ling Xiao would immediately slip out to patrol, and when she wasn't home, he would go to the scripture pavilion to read more records of the various regions. Occasionally when he was free, Ling Xiao would go to the outskirts of the city to visit Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and the others. Old Man Tian was also temporarily arranged by Ling Xiao to stay in the courtyard. His destroyed dantian had been reconstructed, and with the help of Ling Xiao's other pills, his strength had recovered quite a bit, and he was already a mid-level saint. He was still a few levels away from the mid-level Holy Emperor, but this was enough for him to live for a long time, and it wasn't impossible for him to recover his cultivation in the future. Moreover, with Ling Xiao around, he might even have a chance to reach the next level. Everything went smoothly for Ling Xiao, and the Gao family didn't come looking for trouble again. Thus, Ling Xiao found a time to bring Old Man Tian back to his hometown to visit his daughter. Old Man Tian had waited for this day for a long time, and naturally brought Ling Xiao back excitedly. Chapter 1068. Old Man Tian's hometown was in a place called River Town. It was the wealthiest and most beautiful town under Stone Sky City's jurisdiction. The town was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was verdant and lush, with many exotic flowers and grasses adorning it. The scenery was delightful, and anyone who looked at it would feel refreshed. According to Old Man Tian, he had offended the Green Moon Palace in Stone Sky City. At that time, Old Man Tian had brought the Tian family's direct descendants to Stone Sky City to develop. However, one day, an inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken a fancy to Old Man Tian's daughter, Xianxia, and wanted to take her as his personal maid. Although the Green Moon Palace had a great reputation, Xianxia looked down on that disciple, so she was naturally unwilling. However, the inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken advantage of the situation to take her captive. Old Man Tian had been hot-blooded at that time. His wife had died young, and his daughter was his lifeblood. Thus, he had kicked the inner disciple's balls until they burst. After Old Man Tian had calmed down, he knew that he had gotten into big trouble. Thus, he sent his daughter and some of his family back to their hometown. Not long after his daughter left, the people of the Green Moon Palace came knocking. The powerful members of the Tian family had all been killed, and Old Man Tian's Dan Tian had been crippled. He had been sent to the mines to spend the new year mining, and he had been ordered to be treated well. At first, Old Man Tian had been tortured to the point of death by many people in the mines. However, those people had grown tired of him and were too lazy to bother him. Thus, he had lived until now. Now, he was only worried about whether his daughter and family had been found by the people of the Green Moon Palace. Old Tian, your daughter must be beautiful, right? Otherwise, how could she have caught the eyes of those disciples of the Green Moon Palace? Ling Xiao asked jokingly. Old Man Tian revealed a bashful expression. Hee, my daughter is a bit of a beauty. To be honest, Old Man Tian was most proud of having such a beautiful daughter. Back in Jianghu town, his Tian family was the #1 family, and there was an endless stream of people coming to propose marriage. Unfortunately, his daughter's standards were quite high, and she still couldn't find her Mr. Right before he got into trouble. I can tell you're being humble just by looking at you, Ling Xiao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. Old Tian, I'll say it again. The Cyan Moon Palace must have forgotten about your existence. If you want to return to your old days, it's not impossible. There's no need for you to follow me. Old Man Tian immediately replied seriously. Palace Master, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I've seen through all sorts of ups and downs over the past 100 years. If it weren't for Palace Master, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see the light of day again. Furthermore, I believe that Palace Master will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Heaven Realm in the future. Ling Xiao saw Old Man Tian's insistence and didn't say anything else. After a few days of traveling, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian finally arrived at River Town. Old Man Tian's eyes welled up with tears when he saw the familiar scenery. Back in the day, he was also the famous Holy Emperor, one of the top experts in the town. He was revered by everyone in the town. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the bustling and beautiful town. This town is even more prosperous than the big cities in the stronghold. This heaven realm is truly worthy of being called the realm of gods. Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian walked into the town, and Old Man Tian couldn't wait to make his way to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be in such a hurry. You haven't returned in over 100 years, so there's no need to rush. Why don't we find a place to ask about the situation first? Ling Xiao pulled Old Man Tian aside. He was afraid that the Tian family would be destroyed by the Cyan Moon Palace, which was why he said this. He didn't want Old Man Tian to rejoice for nothing. He wanted to find someone to ask about the Tian family first so that Old Man Tian could have some time to calm down. Old Man Tian understood Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately followed Ling Xiao into a restaurant. A beautiful woman's fan appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It exuded an oppressive air of nobility, giving off the feeling of a noble young master. He tipped the waiter a piece of top-grade glazed crystal and asked, Waiter, do you know the Tian family in this town? The waiter happily put away the glazed crystal, but when he heard Ling Xiao's question, he immediately revealed a look of fear and returned the glazed crystal to Ling Xiao. My apologies, young master. This town no longer has the Tian family. Impossible. How can there not be a Tian family? Old man Tian immediately stood up and shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on old man Tian. Their gazes were filled with ridicule. The waiter didn't dare to reply, as if he was afraid of drawing fire onto himself. He immediately turned around to do something else. Palace master, let me catch someone for questioning. Old man Tian said impatiently. He was afraid to face the fact that the Tian family had been destroyed. Old man Tian, don't panic. Your emotions are not stable now. I will make my decision later. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Old man Tian could only suppress his anger and gulp down several jugs of wine. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao was not moving, he would have flown back to the Tian family to find out what had happened. The daughter that he cared about the most was his lifeline. Even though he had prepared for the worst, he still couldn't handle it when it came time to face it. After about an hour, Ling Xiao finally walked out of the restaurant in a leisurely manner. Old man Tian said impatiently, Palace master Before he could finish, Ling Xiao made a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. Then, he called out softly in a direction, Follow us. As he spoke, Ling Xiao turned around and walked towards a corner of a small alley. Old man Tian didn't know what was going on and could only follow. When they reached the small alley, someone chased after them. This person was actually the waiter from the restaurant just now. Speak. Tell me everything you know about the Tian family. Ling Xiao asked the waiter. Old man Tian didn't understand. He thought that the waiter had been bribed by his palace master. Without any hesitation, the waiter told him everything he knew. It turned out that the Tian family still existed in Jianghu town. However, something big had happened in the past few days. The Tian family had been the overlord of Jianghu town for many years and was the largest family. However, 100 years ago, the Tian family had wanted to move to Stone Sky City to develop. Unfortunately, an accident happened. Later on, the people of the town gradually learned that the 3 elders of the Tian family, the Holy Emperor, had died in Stone Sky City. It was also from then on that the Tian family's prestige in Jianghu town declined day by day. Other families also seized the opportunity to replace the Tian family's position. Fortunately, the Tian family's foundation was strong enough that it didn't collapse for a while. However, more than 100 years had passed. Many families had risen, but the Tian family had gradually declined. The number of Holy Emperor guarding the family was even fewer. It was no longer qualified to be the first family in Jianghu town. Now the Shao family, the most powerful family in Jianghu town, had replaced the Tian family and become the first family in Jianghu town. Originally, the Tian family could have continued to survive even after retreating. However, the Tian family had a stunning beauty, Xianxia, the first beauty of the town. However, this title of hers had caused a lot of trouble for the family. In the early years, the eldest son of the Shao family, Shao Zijian, had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. At the same time, it was a marriage between the Shao family and the Tian family. It was a beautiful story. However, Xianxia rejected Shao Zijian. Now that the Shao family was powerful, they announced that they would destroy the Tian family in a few days and remove the Tian family from Jianghu town. Because of this, everything about the Tian family in Jianghu town temporarily became a topic that no one dared to mention. After hearing all this, tears streamed down old man Tian's face. Damn the Shao family! How dare they do this? I'm going to fight it out with them, old man Tian said angrily. At the same time, he was about to rush to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be anxious. With your current strength, what's the point of rushing back? Ling Xiao grabbed old man Tian's hand. But even if I die, I want to be with them. Old man Tian replied. Ling Xiao said, Don't worry. Since I've accompanied you back, I won't turn a blind eye. I'll help you resolve this matter. No matter what, you're one of my people. Old man Tian's face was filled with gratitude, but he refused. Palace Lord, there's no need for you to take this risk. Since the Shao family dares to dominate the town, They have at least a few holy emperors. Don't bother yourself with this matter. Go back to the Zhang family. This old servant has let you down, Palace Lord. Old Tian, are you saying that you don't trust me? Ling Xiao asked. This old servant has no such intentions. Old man Tian said. Let's go and take a look at the Tian family first. With me around, you can rest assured. Ling Xiao patted Old Man Tian's shoulder. Old Man Tian wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. His gratitude towards Ling Xiao deepened. The Tian family was once the #1 family in Jianghu town. The land they built was incomparably spacious, with many towering pavilions. The eaves were made of jade, the pillars carved with dragons and paintings, the pavilions and terraces, the little bridges and flowing water. It had the air of an imperial palace. In one of the pavilions, a woman sat facing a lotus in a pond, playing the pipa and composing. Waves of sorrow and resentment caused those who heard it to feel melancholy. Suddenly, a wave of hurried voices resounded, and it interrupted this sorrowful tune. The woman turned her head to look. Her lovely face actually caused the tender red, pure white, elegant and indifferent lotus water in the pond to pale in comparison. The woman's facial features were as exquisite as a sculpture. Her hair was tied up in a bun with silver needles and gold twigs, making her look especially luxurious and graceful. Her eyes, which carried a hint of sadness, rippled like a pond of spring water, carrying an incomparable allure. The green satin she wore accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Although this woman couldn't compare to Euro Faye's bewitching beauty, she exuded a kind of delicateness that made one feel pity for her. This kind of temperament was especially similar to Ji Beixin's. However, her delicate face carried a kind of unswerving determination that was rarely seen in other women. From this, one could see that she was an extremely opinionated and principled woman. Miss, it's bad. The Xiao family has come again. A servant girl hurried over and cried out anxiously. The woman frowned slightly and murmured, "What will come will come. It looks like I have no other choice." Chapter 1069. The upper echelons of the Tian family were all gathered in the main hall of the Tian family. A few of them were from the Xiao family, which had now replaced the Tian family. Among the Xiao family, there was a rather young and handsome man. He was gorgeously dressed and had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This person was the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijian. His strength had already reached the saint level, and he was a famous genius in the town. Uncle Tian, hurry up and make a decision. As long as you marry Jiayi to me, then your Tian family will naturally be able to continue living in Jianghu town. It will even be famous under the shadow of our Xiao family. Otherwise, in 3 days, your Tian family will be destroyed. Xiao Zijian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the head of the Tian family, Tian Yue. Bastard, even if our Tian family dies in battle, we will not submit to your despotic power. Get out of here immediately, or else your blood will be spilled here. Tian Yue shouted angrily. Although the Tian family was weak, they were relatively united. Xiao Zijian's words had undoubtedly aroused public anger. Another elder of the Tian family shouted, "Hurry up and scram. Don't think that our Tian family is easy to bully. You ungrateful ingrates, if it wasn't for our Tian family taking care of you, you wouldn't be where you are today." That's right. Back then, Grand Duke Xiao was our great elder's brother, but who would have thought that he'd be so eager to make a move against our Tian family right after he advanced? Our Xiao family isn't a weakling that you can knead as you please. Patriarch, why don't we capture them? Since the Xiao family has already spoken, there's no harm in shedding all pretenses now. The people of the Tian family all glared at Xiao Zijian and the others and shouted. They couldn't wait to immediately kill him. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? I came prepared today. Elder, let them have a good look at your strength. Xiao Zijian sneered with extreme calmness. As Xiao Zijian's words fell, a thin and short old man beside him instantly burst forth with a powerful aura, causing everything in the main hall to sway. The people of the Tian family were shocked. A few of the weaker ones were forced to take a few steps back, and some even knocked over tables and chairs. Intermediate Holy Emperor! Tian Yue exclaimed. Hee, at least you have some eyesight. With this old man's strength, fighting against you 3 low-level holy emperor shouldn't be a difficult task, right? The old man sneered. On Xiao Zijian's side, other than this mid-level holy emperor, there was another low-level holy emperor. Those who could reach this level of strength were all top-notch experts in the town. No one could underestimate them. The Tian family only had 3 low-tier holy emperors. Although they had an advantage in numbers, a mid-tier holy emperor was enough to fight against the 3 of them. They had no advantage at all. The expressions of the Tian family members were ugly to the extreme. Back then, the Tian family also had an intermediate holy emperor, and there was more than one of them. That was what they relied on to dominate Jianghu town. Unfortunately, he was killed over 100 years ago, and none of the remaining 3 holy emperors could break through to the next level. That was why they were gradually reduced to being bullied by others. I don't want to push you too far today. I'll give you 3 more days to think about it. If you don't send Jiayi to me as my concubine, you know the consequences. Xiao Zijian said proudly. Just as Tian Yue was about to say something, a clear voice came from the back door. I promise you. I don't need 3 days. I'll go with you to the Xiao family today. I just hope you can keep your promise and don't make things difficult for the Tian family. A peerless beauty walked out from the back door. Her enchanting face and graceful figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Zijian revealed an extremely greedy expression. This was the woman he had been longing for many years. Today, she was going to be under his crotch. This made him extremely excited. Jiayi, you can't agree to this. The Xiao family is a bunch of people who don't keep their promises. Even if you go, they will still go back on their words. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight them to the death. Tian Yue said firmly. Tian Jiayi bowed to Tian Yue and said, Uncle, my father almost destroyed the family's foundation because of me. Jiayi is the sinner of the family, and I've been living in guilt all these years. Now that the family is in trouble, I should do my part. If I don't agree to them now, the Tian family will be destroyed. If I agree to them, there might be a chance for us to survive. That's right, Jiayi. I'm infatuated with you. If you didn't reject me, this would never have happened. If you come with me today, I promise your family will definitely be able to survive in Jianghu town. Xiao Zijian took the lead to agree. Winner takes all. There's nothing more to say. Our Tian family has declined to this point, and I can't shirk my responsibility. I only hope that you can keep your promise today. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tian Jiayi's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness and determination. Cut the crap. I'll agree to it. Hurry up and come with me. I want everyone to know that the #1 beauty of Jianghu town is about to become my, Xiao Zijian's, beloved concubine. Haha. Xiao Zijian laughed wildly. He sneered in his heart, when I get your body, you'll be a member of the Xiao family. What does the Tian family have to do with you? When the time comes, so be it. You won't be able to stir up any more trouble. The Tian family wanted to persuade him, but they didn't know where to start. In terms of strength, the Tian family was indeed weaker than the Xiao family. Even if they fought, it would only cause more casualties. Xiao Zijian arrogantly walked out of the Tian family. The people who came with him were protecting him in the middle. Tian Jiayi bowed to the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she followed Xiao Zijian out. The people of the Tian family followed her out. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger, but they couldn't do anything. All right, everyone, there's no need to send me off. We'll bid farewell here. In the future, I'll arrange the betrothal gifts. Consider it as me officially marrying Jiayi. Xiao Zijian pretended to smile. Elders, please go back. Take care of yourselves. Tian Jiayi said with some tears in her eyes. Sigh, Xiao Zijian, if you can't treat Jiayi well, in the future, our Tian family will seek justice from your Xiao family even if we have to fight with everyone. Tian Yue sighed. Haha, your Tian family also needs to have the strength to fight. Xiao Zijian laughed. These words infuriated the people of the Tian family. A few hot-blooded young people wanted to rush up and fight with him. However, they were firmly suppressed by the old man beside them. Just as Xiao Zijian and his group were about to leave, 2 figures swept over from afar. Everyone in Jianghu town knew that the area around the Tian family had become a forbidden area. Everyone was afraid of being implicated by the Tian family. But now, there were two people who recklessly rushed over, which attracted a lot of attention. It's just two saints. The middle-level holy emperor beside Xiao Zijian said disdainfully. Let's go. Even if the Tian family has reinforcements, they can't escape destruction. Xiao Zijian said. Tian Yue also saw the people approaching. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He muttered, That person seems to be second brother. When the sorrowful Tian Jiari heard this, her body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at the people approaching. It's really father. Tears of excitement rolled down Tian Jiari's delicate face. Fifth brother, I'm back. Old man Tian saw his family members gathering in front of the door from afar and couldn't help but shout. Old man Tian and Ling Xiao quickly descended. It's really second brother. Tian Yue immediately exclaimed with surprise and went over to greet him with excitement. Father! Tian Jiari cried out and immediately went over to greet him as well. Tian Jiari's father, one of the three middle-level holy emperors of the Tian family all those years ago, Holy Emperor Tian Yoji. Xiao Zijian seemed to have thought of something, and an astounded expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. If Tian Yoji returned, then the Tian family's strength would rise once more. That would be disadvantageous to the Xiao family. There's no need to worry. He's only at the mid-level of the Saint realm now. His lifespan has been greatly reduced, so I presume he suffered a heavy injury in the past. The middle-level holy emperor by Xiao Zijian's side reminded him. Xiao Zijian felt much more at ease when he heard this. However, a strand of jealousy instantly arose in his heart when he saw the young man by old man Tian's side. What's the point of having a pretty boy? Old man Tian's eyes were filled with tears when he saw a newcomer again. He was extremely excited. Even though some members of the Tian family hadn't met old man Tian, they'd heard of his deeds. They knew that he was the patriarch's brother, and was once one of the pillars of the Tian family. Now that he'd returned, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Father, I thought I'd never see you again. Tian Jai sobbed. Old man Tian glanced at his even more beautiful and alluring daughter, then took her in his arms and said, Child, it's been hard on you all these years. Second brother, this isn't the place to talk. The Xiao family is powerful now, and the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijian, wants to force Jiari to become his concubine. Otherwise, he'll annihilate our Tian family. Tian Yue reminded. Bastard! Old man Tian roared furiously. His wife had died young, and his daughter was his lifeline. Moreover, the Tian family was his main family. How could he not be angry when someone came knocking on his door and forced his hand? Xiao Zijian smiled at old man Tian and said, Father-in-law, you're back. That's great. I wanted to talk to you about Jiai marrying into our Xiao family. So you're the descendant of great-grandfather Xiao? That's great. Back then, great-grandfather Xiao was taken care of by my father. I didn't expect him to force the Tian family. Hurry up and go back and tell great-grandfather Xiao that I, Tian Yoji, have returned. Let's see if he still dares to have any ideas about our Tian family. Old man Tian bluffed. His strength had already regressed a lot, and it was impossible for him to challenge any of the Holy Emperor's authority. Therefore, he wanted to scare them while they were still in power. Haha, my dear father-in-law, with your current strength, I'm afraid my son-in-law can take you down. Do you still need my great-grandfather to do anything? Xiao Zijian laughed arrogantly. Old man Tian was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, someone beat him to it. Slap. A resounding slap resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 1070. Xiao Zijian's body, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was sent flying like a cannonball. A few of his front teeth flew out, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was an eye-piercing sight. No one expected that someone would suddenly make a move, and that many of the holy emperors couldn't even react in time. None of the Xiao family members could react, and they were still in a daze. The Tian family members were the same. They all stared blankly at the person who helped them vent their anger. they saw a handsome young man with a wicked smile. He held a beautiful woman's fan in his hand, and he looked rather elegant. He gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Xianxia also noticed this young man. Looking at his complacent expression, she suddenly had a good impression of him. What a handsome man! The mid-stage Holy Emperor didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao for now. Instead, he helped Xiao Zijian up and asked, "Zijian, how are you?" Xiao Zijian stood up. His face had 5 red finger marks, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked extremely hideous, and the pain almost made him choke on his tears. D****, kill him. Xiao Zijian glared at Ling Xiao with resentment. As soon as he spoke, a low-stage Holy Emperor of the Xiao family began to move. Without any explanation, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao's face. The punch was overbearing and surging, and its speed was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to defend against. "Watch out!" Several voices cried out at the same time. However, by the time their warnings rang out, the fist had already smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it only hit an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the low-stage Holy Emperor. The beautiful woman's fan was like a divine weapon, smashing towards the back of the low-stage Holy Emperor's head. Bang! This ordinary-looking white fan actually blew up the low-stage Holy Emperor's head. He didn't even have time to scream before he died just like that. Brains and blood were especially glaring and bloody, making some timid people want to vomit. Who would have thought that such an elegant scholar was actually such a ruthless person? He had killed a low-level Holy Emperor in a single move. This was too shocking. One could imagine how terrifying this young man's strength was. The people of the Xiao family all became nervous. Apart from the low-level Holy Emperor, they only had the middle-level Holy Emperor. If the Tian family took the opportunity to attack them, wouldn't they all die here? The mid-level Holy Emperor of the Xiao family squinted at Ling Xiao and asked, "Who are you, sir? Why do you want to get involved in this mess between the Xiao and Tian families?" He couldn't see through this young man's strength. The other party might be above him, and he was already afraid. Haha, so what if I'm interfering? Since you're all trying to bully me, why don't you all stay and be my guests? Ling Xiao gently fanned himself with his beautiful woman's fan, and smiled casually. No one could tell that he was someone who had killed a top expert in the blink of an eye. When the people of the Tian family heard Ling Xiao's words, their faces revealed joy. They all knew that this young man had come to help their Tian family. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Our Xiao family is the #1 family in town. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come over. I'll smash your mouth and let you go." Xiao Zijian was dizzy with anger. Relying on the middle-level Holy Emperor by his side, he didn't care about anyone. The middle-level Holy Emperor cursed in his heart. What a good descendant of Xiao Tai Gong. If he dares to say that, then his strength must be frighteningly high. He might even have a stronger backer. He actually brought up your family. He really isn't afraid of death. Is that so? It seems that my punishment for you is still light. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his figure flashed again. The middle-level Holy Emperor knew that Ling Xiao was about to make a move, and wanted to block this attack for Xiao Zijian. However, he only heard a whoosh sound, followed by a pig-like scream. Xiao Zijian, who was beside him, was once again sent flying dozens of meters away. The middle-level Holy Emperor was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that the person who had come was really many times stronger than him. He didn't even have time to react before the person sent Xiao Zijian flying. The middle-level Holy Emperor didn't even think about it and shouted to the others, "Retreat!" Immediately after, he flew in the direction of Xiao Zijian, wanting to take him away. "Hey, didn't I say that all of you will stay? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ling Xiao sneered, and with a light step, he chased after him like a goshawk. Before the middle-level Holy Emperor could reach Xiao Zijian, he immediately heard the sound of wind breaking. He didn't even think about it before he dodged. However, Ling Xiao seemed to be everywhere, and his wind god's kick landed on the middle-level Holy Emperor's back without hesitation. Bang bang! The middle-level Holy Emperor was kicked away by Ling Xiao. Mouthfuls of blood continuously spurted out, and his entire body smashed into the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other members of the Xiao family were scared out of their wits. They cried out in alarm and immediately scattered to escape. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take them all down. Don't let a single one of them escape. Tian Yue reacted the fastest. He immediately cried out in alarm and took the lead to attack the Xiao family. Although the Tian family's strength was not as good as before, they still had 3 low-level holy emperors. When they attacked at the same time, none of the Xiao family's holy experts could escape. This change happened too quickly. It had only been a quarter of an hour, and the arrogant Xiao family had all become prisoners of the Tian family. This made them very happy. Xiao Zijian's power was sealed, and he was tied up. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked very miserable. Hurry up and let me go. Hurry up and let me go. My grandfather is already a high-level holy emperor. If you don't let me go, your Tian family will be completely destroyed. Xiao Zijian struggled and shouted. If you dare say another word, I will immediately kill you here. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Zijian. Xiao Zijian looked at Ling Xiao's evil appearance and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. In his heart, he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, when my grandfather comes, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'll make you wish you were dead. Many thanks for your help, Palace Head. Old man Tian bowed to Ling Xiao after the Xiao family had been taken away. Didn't I say there's no need to be so formal? Go in first. I believe your enemies will be sending people soon. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Right, second brother, let's go in first and talk, Tian Yue said excitedly. Old man Tian nodded lightly and invited Ling Xiao in first, looking very much like a servant. This caused the Tian family to be both shocked and curious. They were shocked that their Tian family's once strongest holy emperor had become a follower of this young man. They were also curious as to who this young man was and why his strength was so frightening. Beside old man Tian, Tian Jiai's heart was also filled with many questions. She had absolute confidence in her own appearance, but she discovered that this young man had not paid any attention to her since the very beginning. This was a huge blow to her. But when she thought about how this person was able to garner such respect from her father, he must have something extraordinary about him. It had to be known that the heaven region was vast, and there were as many factions as there were hairs on a cow. Jianghu town was just a remote place. Even any random family in Stone Sky City was much stronger than the people here. She believed that Ling Xiao was someone from some faction, or else he wouldn't have looked down on the Xiao family like this. After entering the Tian family, Ling Xiao was treated as a distinguished guest, and old man Tian personally admitted that Ling Xiao was his master. This shocked the Tian family to the core. However, they knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, so none of them dared to say anything. This isn't the time to talk about these things. Let's talk about the strength of your opponents. If possible, take care of them. Then you won't have anything to worry about. Ling Xiao said. Sir, the Xiao family has 2 high-level holy emperors. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Tian Yue said with a troubled expression. Old man Tian asked, Fifth brother, when did the Xiao family become so powerful? Could it be that they've received help from someone over the past 100 years? Tian Yue shook his head and said, I don't know either. However, the Xiao family's grand elder Xiao has indeed broken through to high-level holy emperor. Moreover, they seem to have recruited a few more experts. Jianghu town is under their control. How many holy emperors do they have? Ling Xiao asked. I think there were around 10 at the beginning. Tian Yue said. This number was already 3 times that of the Tian family. It was no wonder that the Tian family was already riding on top of them. Oh, only around 10? That's easy. We've already taken down 2, so it should be 8. Let's wait for them to come and capture them all. When that time comes, we'll go to the Xiao family and take a look. I believe it won't be a problem for the Tian family to become the #1 family in Jianghu town again, right? Ling Xiao replied casually. When the Tian family's elders heard Ling Xiao speak so casually, they were speechless for a moment. They believed that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement of 8 holy emperors. Palace Lord, let's plan this out. Old man Tian said from the side. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There's no need for that. As long as they don't have a divine king, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gather everyone. Once I take down the Xiao family's holy emperor, all of you can go and annihilate the Xiao family and reclaim your Tian family's position. It didn't matter if the Tian family believed him or not. As Old Man Tian's master, it was normal for him to help Old Man Tian's family. He didn't believe that the Xiao family could overturn the heavens. Old Man Tian didn't have much contact with Ling Xiao, but based on Ling Xiao's 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena, he wouldn't boast for no reason. Old Man Tian immediately told Tian Yue to do as Ling Xiao said. By the way, Jari, this is Palace Lord Ling Xiao, your father's savior. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to see you again. Old Man Tian took his daughter's hand and introduced her to Ling Xiao. This humble one is Tian Jari. Thank you for saving my father, benefactor. This humble one has nothing to repay you, so please accept my bow. Tian Jari glanced at Ling Xiao, then bowed to Ling Xiao gratefully. Chapter 1071. Ling Xiao didn't expect Old Man Tian to have such a beautiful daughter. However, he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Just based on the looks of his wives and concubines, none of them inferior to Tian Jari. Thus, he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. No need for formalities. Your father once helped me, so it's only right for me to help him, Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged. Palace Lord, if you hadn't saved me back in the mine, I would be a pile of dirt by now, let alone rid myself of that identity. You are my master, and Jari is my daughter. She can also be considered your maidservant, so it's only right for her to bow to you. Old Man Tian replied. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow my father by your side. Tian Jari's expression was resolute. She saw her father as the heavens and her life. Old Man Tian's words were like an imperial edict that she would carry out unconditionally. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had saved her father's life, she felt even more grateful towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was strong, handsome, and gave off a good vibe. Thus, she didn't mind following her father's words and worshipping Ling Xiao as her master. She knew the meaning of the phrase, femme fatale. 100 years ago, she had already harmed her uncle and a few other uncles. Now, she had almost destroyed the Tian family. She might as well follow her father and leave the Tian family with Ling Xiao. Of course, she didn't want to harm Ling Xiao. She just wanted to leave Jianghu town and see how wonderful the outside world was. Old Tian, you're really something. I told you to return to the family, but now you're making your daughter a maidservant. It's as if I'm forcing a good citizen. Ling Xiao sighed and changed the topic. The Xiao family should be here soon. I'll go meet them myself. If you're worried, just stay here. With that, Ling Xiao dashed out of the hall. Old Man Tian wanted to chase after him, but Tian Yue pulled him back and asked, Second brother, who is this lord? It's a long story, but since you're confident in taking down the Xiao family, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go take a look first. Old Man Tian replied. In another mansion in Jianghu town. This was the home of the Xiao family, the #1 family in Jianghu town. The news of Xiao Zijian being captured by the Tian family had already quickly spread here. Bastard, the Tian family has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. They actually dared to capture Zijian. What the hell is Elder Fa doing? Didn't I tell him to accompany Zijian? The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chao, slammed the table and shouted. Reporting to the Lord. Fa Elder was also captured by the Tian family. A saint replied in a trembling voice. Xiao Chao instantly stood up and looked at his subordinates. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Tian family still has some old fart? Xiao Chao knew the ins and outs of the Tian family very well. He had allowed his son to go to the Tian family because they did not have an intermediate holy emperor. However, now that their intermediate holy emperor had been left behind, it was certain that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. He could not help but worry. The Xiao family had designs on the Tian family and wanted to take over all of the Tian family's businesses. They had spread the news in advance to test the Tian family's strength. Today, his son had gone to the Tian family for the same reason. If the Tian family compromised, It proved that the Tian family did not have anything to rely on. Then it would be easy for the Xiao family to take down the Tian family. Now it seemed that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. The saint hurriedly reported the news he had received. So second brother Tian has returned. No wonder he could leave elder Fa and Zijian behind. Could it be he has broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor? Xiao Chao muttered to himself. Lord, the one who made a move wasn't Tian Yoji. It was the young man who returned with him. According to the report, he captured the two elders and the young master by himself, the saint said. It seems that the Tian family has really found someone to rely on. We must report this to the old master. Xiao Chao's eyes flashed with some worry. Then, Xiao Chao dashed towards the backyard. Not long after, several terrifying auras rushed out of the Xiao family. These people were heading in the direction of the Tian family. On the roof of a pavilion in the Tian family, Ling Xiao stood on the edge of the eaves. A light breeze blew, causing his clothes to flutter. He seemed to be separated from the heavens and the earth, making him seem ethereal like a god. Old man Tian stood not far away, watching him like the most loyal servant. Tian Jiaoyi stood by her father's side, her beautiful eyes shining with a misty light. If he can protect the Tian family, then I don't mind being your servant for the rest of my life. Tian Jiaoyi made up her mind. Ling Xiao looked at the distant horizon. A few whooshing sounds came from the sky. He smiled and said, "They're finally here." At this time, the three holy emperors of the Tian family appeared at the same time. Tian Yue, how dare you capture my young master? Why don't you release him quickly, or your Tian family will be flattened today? Before he had even arrived, a low-level Saint King from the Xiao family roared out in the air above the Tian family. Tian Yue, you sure are bold. Humph. Your Xiao family is too much. I can only keep him as a guest here. Tian Yue replied coldly. At this time, the holy emperors of the Xiao family appeared at the same time. There were 6 of them in total. One of them was a high-level holy emperor, 1 mid-level holy emperor, and 4 low-level holy emperors. This force was definitely a top-notch force in Jianghu town. No wonder they dared to threaten to destroy the Tian family. It seemed that they were determined to do so. When the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family saw this, they couldn't help but feel afraid. If they all attacked together, the destruction of the Tian family would only be a matter of time. They could only pin their hopes on Ling Xiao and hope that Ling Xiao could handle it. I'll say it one more time. Hurry up and release the Xiao family. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you. The low-level holy emperor who spoke just now said sternly. Xiao Wu, you sure talk big. Today, our palace lord is here. Let's see who dares to touch the Tian family. Old man Tian rebuked. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to help the Tian family, why not directly frighten the Xiao family and let them know the difficulties and retreat? I heard that you, second brother Tian, have returned. No wonder your Tian family is so confident. But do you recognize the person behind me? The low-level holy emperor of the Xiao family sneered. Old man Tian looked at the person beside Xiao Wu, and his eyes exploded with rage. He shouted, "So it's you, you bastard. Today, I will take your dog life to avenge my wife." Old man Tian's anger soared to the heavens, and his rationality was already overshadowed. He actually wanted to kill that person without a care in the world. Old man Tian, you're no match for him. Stop right now. I'm here. Ling Xiao instantly appeared beside old man Tian and pressed down on his shoulder. Palace Lord, let me go. I must kill this bastard with my own hands for killing my wife. Old man Tian said stubbornly. Haha, second brother Tian, I didn't expect you to still remember what happened all those years ago. It's a pity that I didn't manage to *CK your wife in the end. All I did was touch her breasts a few times, and she actually took her own life. What does that have to do with me? The high-level holy emperor laughed proudly. He paused for a moment, then revealed a ruthless glint. However, I was hunted down by you for 3 months and almost lost my life. Now it's time to repay the debt. Ling Xiao more or less understood why old man Tian was so angry. It turned out that the person before him had once taken liberties with old man Tian's woman, and even caused her to commit suicide. It was no wonder that old man Tian was so furious. Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you. Old Man Tian's eyes emitted a thick, vicious aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being held down by Ling Xiao, he would have charged forward even if he had to die. However, at this moment, a figure charged towards the high-class Saint King before he did. Bastard! Give me back my mother's life. The figure was Xianxia. She had the strength of a saint. Haha, you really look like your mother, and your figure is just as great. I'll touch you and see if you're as voluptuous as your mother. The high-level Holy Emperor smiled obscenely. At the same time, he advanced instead of retreating. He met Xianxia head-on. His old hand turned into a claw, and he ignored Xianxia's attack as he tried to grab her breasts. Xianxia didn't expect him to be so shameless. Her urge to fight him to the death was instantly halved. Just as the high-level Holy Emperor's hand was about to grab Xianxia, another powerful hand appeared and grabbed the high-level Holy Emperor's hand. She's my maidservant. Only I can touch her. It's not your turn to touch her, you old man. The person who grabbed the high-level Holy Emperor was Ling Xiao. He had a faint smile on his face as if he wasn't a threat at all. However, the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! Ah! The crisp sound of bones breaking and a shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out in the sky above the Tian family. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face, which had a faint smile on it, but it was as if they had seen a demon. It made them feel fear and dread. Everyone, let's kill him together. The low-level Holy Emperor of the Xiao family exclaimed and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. Let's kill him first. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and kicked the high-level Holy Emperor away. The high-level Holy Emperor's body immediately smashed into the low-level Holy Emperor's powerful attack. Rumble! Damn it! Let's kill him together and destroy the Tian family. The low-level Holy Emperor kept shouting and gathering all the power in his body. He began to brandish the sword in his hand, trying to destroy the Tian family's territory. Do you think you have the chance? Ling Xiao appeared behind him like a ghost and smashed his dragon fist into the back of the Holy Emperor's head. The Holy Emperor's head exploded and he immediately lost all signs of life. The other Holy Emperors who were just about to attack were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They actually scattered and ran away. Since you're here, then stay. Ling Xiao nonchalantly replied. The 108 clones shot off in all directions. Every single one of them possessed extremely terrifying attacks, slaying the fleeing Saint Kings one by one. Chapter 1072. When the Tian family saw the ferocious Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. They all cried out in their hearts, "Our Tian family is saved. We're saved." This time, they had complete trust in Ling Xiao and didn't think he was spouting nonsense. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family was basically killed by Ling Xiao, while the high-ranking Holy Emperor who tried to escape was heavily injured by Ling Xiao and thrown to Old Man Tian for him to do as he pleased. Old Man Tian was filled with grief and indignation. He broke the man's limbs, blinded his eyes, cut off his tongue, and destroyed his dantian. Then, he was sent out into the wilderness to be fed to the wolves. Ling Xiao could understand Old Man Tian's feelings. Anyone whose beloved wife had been defiled would feel irreconcilable enmity. Many thanks, Palace Lord, for avenging this old servant. This old servant's wish has been fulfilled. Once this matter is over, I will follow the Palace Lord in the future without a word of complaint. Old Man Tian knelt in front of Ling Xiao's home and said solemnly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pull him up, Tianxia followed suit and knelt down. Just like my father, this little girl will always serve the Palace Lord without any second thoughts. Seriously, get up. In the future, don't kneel for no reason. This Palace Lord doesn't like it, Ling Xiao scolded, then continued. All right, since you can trust this Palace Lord, then follow this Palace Lord from now on. This Palace Lord will definitely not mistreat you. Thank you, Palace Lord. The father and daughter both kowtowed to Ling Xiao before standing up. Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept their kowtow. This could be considered as taking the father and daughter as his servants. The people of the Tian family stepped forward to greet Ling Xiao with respectful words. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's strength and knew that Ling Xiao was no ordinary holy emperor. Perhaps he was the young palace lord of some powerful faction. Otherwise, why would he call himself Palace Lord? Thinking that their Tian family would be able to latch onto a powerful force as a hindrance, their hearts were extremely excited. All right, we can't keep delaying like this. Now that the Xiao family's people are dead, they're definitely scared out of their wits and won't dare to come again. Send someone to take this consort to them. Once I've captured all of their holy emperor, your Tian family will appear and capture them all in one fell swoop. We'll confiscate the Xiao family's property, said Ling Xiao. All right, thank you. Palace Master Ling Yue will bring you there now, Tian Yue said excitedly. No need. As the head of the family, it's best for you to stay here. Ling Xiao refused. In the end, another low-level holy emperor of the Tian family took Ling Xiao to the Xiao family. Palace Lord Ling, that's the Xiao family's territory. Tian Yukai pointed ahead and said. Ling Xiao looked down at the jade buildings in front of him and sighed inwardly. A mere overlord of a town has been built so well. It seems like I'll have to rebuild an even more glorious proud smiling palace in the heaven region in the future. At that time, I'll bring Yun-Er and the others over. Sigh, I wonder how they're doing now. Who are you? How dare you fly in the Xiao family's territory? Are you tired of living? A dozen mystic the arch martial artists rushed out of the Xiao family's territory, and one of them shouted. Not only am I going to fly in the Xiao family's territory, but I'm also going to flatten your territory. Ling Xiao shouted. He thought of his lovers far away in the Xianling continent, and his heart was filled with frustration. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. Ling Xiao waved his hand casually, and a huge palm smashed down like the heavens and the earth, turning the dozen mystic thearchs in front of him into a pool of blood. The powerful shockwave attracted the attention of many experts of the Xiao family. Who are you? How dare you kill people of my Xiao family? Are you tired of living? A saint took the lead and rushed out as he shouted. Stop saying such clichés. I am tired of living. Come and kill me, Ling Xiao said, and a dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. The martial artists who had not neared were all killed by the shockwave. Tian Yukai saw this scene and jumped in fright. He thought to himself, this Palace Lord Ling is really scary. Rumble! Rumble! Ling Xiao started a massacre, and waves of frightening energy exploded in the sky above the Xiao family's territory. The Xiao family's 10,000-hectare mansion was completely destroyed by these attacks. If not for the fact that some of the important mansions had defensive formations, this place would have been flattened. Even so, many people in the Xiao family had already been injured and killed. Screams and screams rang out incessantly. Damned bastard! How dare he bully the Xiao family? Everyone, kill him! As the head of the family, Xiao Chao thought that the Tian family had come to attack. He immediately shouted and led a large group of experts out to fight. However, he was stunned when he saw that there was only one young man attacking. Such a huge commotion had actually been caused by one person. It was enough to show how frightening his strength was. Who are you? Why do you want to attack the Xiao family? Xiao Chao asked Ling Xiao as he attacked. I said that the Xiao family is a tycoon here, so I came to steal some Xian crystals. I believe you won't mind, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Palace Lord Ling, quickly kill him. He is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chao. He is only stalling for time. Tian Yukai shouted. Sir, I don't know how much the Tian family has given you. The Xiao family is willing to pay twice the price, as long as you don't help the Tian family. Xiao Chao said temptingly. Haha, you really think highly of me. I want all the properties of the Xiao family. Are you willing to give them to me? Ling Xiao joked. He didn't care what tricks the Xiao family had up their sleeves. Could it be that he didn't have any? As long as you have the ability, then there's no harm in giving them to you. An old voice came from not far away. A dozen figures swept over at the same time. These people were actually all at the level of the holy emperors. Tian Youcai's expression changed. They had originally estimated that the Xiao family only had 10 holy emperors at most, but Ling Xiao had killed quite a few of them. Now there were still more than a dozen of them. This number was far beyond their imagination. He was worried about whether or not Ling Xiao could resist them. Old master, quickly kill this little bastard. He is the reinforcement that the Tian family invited. The subordinate sword is still in their hands. I just sent Elder Fong to the Tian family to ask for him, but he didn't return. It seems that Elder Fong has also been killed. Xiao Chao said to the old man who was the leader. Palace Lord Ling, we should leave quickly. Tian Yukai stepped forward and worriedly said to Ling Xiao. It's fine, it's still within the range of what we can handle. Why don't you leave first? Ling Xiao replied. Tian Yukai resolutely said, Palace Lord Ling, you are standing up for our Tian family. How can I leave first? I will stay with you and fight to the death. Then you can all die together. The people of the Tian family will die with you soon. Killing intent flashed across Xiao Taigong's eyes. Then he made a gesture, and the Holy Emperor who came with him attacked at the same time. More than 10 Holy Emperor attacked at the same time. What kind of power was that? It was as if the heavens had fallen, scaring the surrounding Xiao family members so much that their legs went soft. Tian Yukai, who was in the middle of it, was also scared out of his wits. He thought to himself, it's over, it's over. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on his body and pulled him far away, out of the range of these attacks. Oldie, it's time for you to make a move, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, a giant-like man appeared next to Ling Xiao. Tian Yukai looked at this towering man and suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him, almost making him breathless. He didn't understand how Ling Xiao suddenly got reinforcements. Kill these people, same old rules. Let's see who writes faster. Ling Xiao pointed at the Holy Emperor of the Xiao family. Haha, good, good. This time you're the one who loses. Buddy, come out and kill the enemies together. Xianxia laughed wildly and summoned the Earth Spike Dragon. Damn it, how could I forget that this guy has an Earth Spike Dragon? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and took the initiative to attack first. Invincible Fist Intent shot out, and a mountain-like fist aura smashed towards the Holy Emperor of the Xiao family. On the other side, Xianxia and the Earth Spike Dragon also attacked at the same time. Earth Spike Dragon. It should be at the peak of the 9th order. Everyone, use your full strength to kill them, don't give them a chance. Grand Elder Zhao's vision was extraordinary, and he immediately recognized the Earth Spike Dragon. At the same time, he was shocked and scared. One should know that the Earth Spike Dragon's defense was famous for being strong, and ordinary holy weapons could not break through its defense at all. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family summoned his spiritual beasts to attack together. However, they couldn't stop the powerful combination of 2 people and 1 beast. Ling Zhao's combat power was at its peak, and his defense was naturally at its peak. He was immune to ordinary attacks. His invincible fist intent was as powerful as the sky, and a low-level Holy Emperor who was closest to him couldn't even withstand a single punch from him, and he immediately exploded and died. So weak. Is this also the strength of the Holy Emperor? Ling Xiao sneered, and like a ghost, he circled behind the person who ambushed him, and with a series of kicks, the person was directly kicked into meat paste. On the other side, Xianxia hadn't yet comprehended the fist intent that Ling Xiao had taught him, but even a peak Holy Emperor couldn't withstand his brute force, not to mention that there was no peak Holy Emperor here. 1 punch killed 1 person, and blood splattered everywhere. The Earth Spike Dragon hated ordinary humans to the extreme, and it directly swallowed the Xiao family's people, making them feel even more terrified. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family couldn't even resist for a quarter of an hour, and they were directly killed by Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Tian Yukai was still in a daze, and his eyes were wide open. Quickly go back and take your Tian family's people here. The Xiao family is already gone. Ling Xiao said to Tian Yukai. Tian Yukai came back to his senses, and after bowing to Ling Xiao and Xianxia, he hurriedly returned to his family, and brought people to destroy the Xiao family. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Xianxia, Old Yi, have you ever thought of becoming an overlord yourself? Xianxia shook his head. I just want to get more seal-breaking heavenly water as soon as possible, and bring my people back to the heaven realm. I understand your thoughts, but your people's strength shouldn't be as strong as yours. If you don't have a safe place for them to live, I'm afraid that one day they will also be bullied by others, or even killed. Ling Xiao said. Boss is right. Then what do you think I should do? Xianxia thought for a moment, and said, I've established a force in the past called the Proud Smiling Palace, and I want to make it famous in the heaven realm. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1073. Boss, you want to establish a force? Although Xianyu wasn't very smart, Ling Xiao had made it so clear that he understood Ling Xiao's intentions. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. Where there are people, there will be fights. Whoever is stronger will be the overlord. Only when we become the overlord of a region and are respected or feared by others will the people around us have a better place to live and develop. Otherwise, even if you bring your clansmen back to the heaven domain, they'll still be bullied and humiliated. It's better to stay in the banished land and live happily. Xianyu thought about it for a while before replying seriously. Boss, you're right. Right now, I'm willing to follow you and listen to your orders. I just want to give my clansmen a place to rest in the future. Ling Xiao patted Xianyu's shoulder and said, You're my brother, so your clansmen are my clansmen. There's nothing to say. He paused for a moment before continuing. From what I know, your barbarian clan is also an ancient clan in the heaven domain. Have you never thought about returning? When Ling Xiao was in the Zhang family, he had crammed a lot of knowledge about the heaven domain. He knew that there were many ancient clans in the heaven domain. These clans were once powerful, and were still famous even today. The barbarian clan was one of the ancient clans. They had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian king, and they were born with the power to pick up mountains. Xianyu was one of the descendants of the barbarian clan. Now that he had returned to the heaven domain, it was reasonable to say that it was most suitable for him to return to the barbarian clan. This was why Ling Xiao had asked this question. Xianyu revealed a bitter expression. If I could return to the barbarian clan, I would have thought of a way to do so a long time ago. It's just that my ancestors were all exiled because their bloodline became diluted, and they couldn't use brute force anymore. Later on, there were some descendants who activated their bloodline and were raised in hopes that we could return to the barbarian clan. Although I'm powerful now, compared to the barbarian clan in the heaven domain, I'm still far from it. Unless I can become a divine king, perhaps I'll go there, but I don't have any familial ties with them anymore, and I don't want to go there. Ling Xiao nodded after hearing this. That's true. Although your clansmen can't activate their bloodline, it's not their fault. It's indeed wrong to exile them. In the future, when you become a divine king, wouldn't it be great to be a barbarian king? And boss is right. However, I'll still go to the barbarian clan in the future. I'll definitely go to the clan and take back the glory for my clansmen. Xiao Yi said confidently. Commendable courage. Commendable courage. Ling Xiao praised. The Xiao clan was destroyed in a single breath. Who would have thought that a clan that was as powerful as the sun would be wiped out just like that? The originally declining Tian clan actually rebounded and chased the Xiao clan down from their pedestal. They took over all of the Xiao clan's businesses and regained their position as the #1 clan in Jianghu town. The other clans didn't dare to act rashly. They weren't as powerful as the Xiao clan, so they didn't dare to fight with the Tian clan. The clans that had offended the Tian clan in the past were all terrified, afraid that the Tian clan would cause trouble for them. At the same time, many clans prepared generous gifts and sent them to the Tian clan, intending to mend their relationship. In an instant, the Tian family became bustling with noise and excitement. As the Tian clan's most respected guest, Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to pay attention to these things. He helped the Tian clan only because of Old Man Tian. After all, they were the family of his servant, so it was only right for him to help. However, although the Tian clan had taken over the Xiao clan's businesses, it would be difficult for them to maintain it for long with their current strength. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to refine some pills for them to help the Tian family. When Xianyu, Old Man Tian, and Tian Jiayi heard that Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Xianyu asked, Boss, you really know how to refine pills? Fuck. Didn't this consort tell you long ago that I'm a great saint master? In the near future, becoming a divine alchemist will be a piece of cake. Ling Xiao said to Xianyu in an extremely displeased manner. Haha, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Boss, you're not even 60 years old yet. You're so young and promising, but you're actually a great saint master? That's something I can't believe. Xianyu laughed foolishly. Old Man Tian and Tian Jiayi also had the same expression, clearly thinking that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Ling Xiao took a blow and immediately shouted, "Today, I'll let you have a good look at this consort's peerless talent." Following that, Ling Xiao had Old Man Tian go to the Tian clan to ask for spirit herbs and beast cores. The Tian clan had just wiped out the Xiao clan, and they themselves were a clan that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao didn't dare to refine pills in the Tian clan, so he flew to the wilderness outside of River Town and opened up a secluded cave to refine pills. This was the first time Xianyu, Old Man Tian, and Tian Jiai saw Ling Xiao refine pills. Looking at his smooth movements and the focused expression on his face, they knew that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist. There are countless extraordinary people in this world, but this is the first time I've seen someone as abnormal as Boss. Xianyu couldn't help but sigh. "Master Xianyu, what's so special about the palace lord?" Tian Jai asked in confusion. Many alchemists in this world had extraordinary abilities. Tian Jai respected Ling Xiao, but at the same time, she wanted to know more about him, so she asked this question. Not only has Boss cultivated multiple attributes to perfection, but he's also a great saint alchemist. Isn't that amazing enough? Not to mention, he's not even 100 years old. It's probably hard to find another freakish genius like him in the heaven realm. This time, we've followed the right person. I believe that Boss will definitely become an invincible divine monarch in the future. Xianyu revealed a look of longing. After hearing this, Old Man Tian and Tian Jai's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with worship. Tian Jai's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of affection. Although she was the #1 beauty of Jianghu town, she was also a person with feelings. As the daughter of the #1 family since she was young, her standards were very high, and she looked down on all the young geniuses in the town. But Ling Xiao was much younger than she was, and yet he was already so outstanding. She felt more respect for him and also a bit of love for him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't only her father's benefactor, but also her Tian family's benefactor. With such a handsome and capable appearance, any woman would be charmed by him. Such a peerless genius, it's worth it for me, Tian Jari, to be his servant. Tian Jari smiled faintly as she thought to herself. For the next few days, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in this part of the world. The terrifying might of the heavens made people feel abnormally insignificant and regretful. Ling Xiao placed a few holy emperor pills and a dozen or so saint pills into Old Man Tian's hands. "From now on, you'll be following me. Give these pills to your clansmen, they should be able to develop in Jianghu town with peace of mind." "Many thanks, Palace Lord." Old Man Tian was so moved that he wanted to kneel down to Ling Xiao, but he was forcefully stopped by Ling Xiao. "There's no need to say anything. I, Ling Xiao, will not mistreat any of my brothers and friends who follow me," Ling Xiao said. At this time, Xianyu came over with a sinister smile. "B-Boss, can you also refine some pills for me?" "Oldie, just tell me what pills you want. As long as you can name it, I'll refine it for you." Ling Xiao patted his chest heroically. Xianyu immediately replied happily, "Many thanks, boss. Then you can also refine some holy emperor pills and saint pills for me." "That's no problem. I still have a few. It's just that with your strength, you don't need these pills at all, right?" Ling Xiao replied. "It's not for me. I'm planning to leave them for my clansmen. I'm afraid these won't be enough. You can refine 1,000 or a few hundred for me. I don't ask for much." Xianyu rubbed his hands together and smiled. When Ling Xiao heard this, his face turned green. He kicked Xianyu and scolded, "Why don't you go rob someone?" After returning to the Tian family, Tian Yue and the others received the pills that Ling Xiao gave them, and they all cried tears of joy. With this batch of pills, it wouldn't be difficult for the Tian family to rise again. The Tian family treated Ling Xiao like a god and were deeply grateful to him. Ling Xiao wasn't used to being pestered like this, so he asked Old Man Tian to stop the Tian family for him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to his room to rest, Tian Jari called out to him. Ling Xiao turned around to look at the lovely Tian Jari, and it was as if he could see Ji Beixin's shadow. Both of them were dressed in white, and their hair flowed down like a waterfall. Their eyes were bright, and their teeth were white. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a daze, Tian Jari couldn't help feeling pleased in her heart. "My disguise wasn't in vain." Ling Xiao came back to his senses and asked, What's the matter, Miss Tian? Palace mistress, please call me by my name, Tian Jai replied with a terrified expression. Following that, she blushed and said, this servant is here to help palace mistress bathe and change your clothes. That's fine. I'm used to bathing myself. Furthermore, there's no need for you to call yourself a servant. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who abuses others. Your father and I can be considered friends despite the difference in age. If you're only following me to repay a debt of gratitude, then there's no need. How about you stay at home? There won't be any good days if you follow me, said Ling Xiao after a moment's hesitation. He had already passed the age of being obsessed with beautiful women. Right now, all he wanted to do was find the person he wanted to find as soon as possible, then find a place to settle down and bring his family over to live with him. No, palace mistress. You saved my father and my Tian family. This servant swears to forever serve palace mistress. Could it be that palace mistress dislikes me? Tian Jai's expression was incomparably firm. At the same time, tears of grievance appeared in her eyes. Tian Jai, you've misunderstood. It's fine for you to follow me, but I've never thought of treating you like servants. In the future, if you feel that I've mistreated you, you can leave, explained Ling Xiao. I know that palace mistress is good, so Jai wants to serve palace mistress even more. Palace mistress, please don't refuse, said Tian Jai. Chapter 1074. Tian Jai was an irresistible beauty. But tonight, Ling Xiao still rejected her at the door. Not for anything else, but because he and old man Tian had gone through thick and thin together, he didn't want to ruin someone else's daughter like this. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves beauty, and there is a way to go about it. This is immoral behavior. While Ling Xiao was taking a bath in his room, he heard the sound of a lute playing from outside. The melody was sweet and moving, and people who heard it couldn't help but praise it. This girl's music is no worse than Xian airs. Ling Xiao agreed in his heart. The night passed without words, and only the endless beautiful lute melody could be heard. Ling Xiao had left the Zhang family for many days, and it was time for him to return. However, Ling Xiao had already planned to stay at the Zhang family for a few months at most. When he had enough mysterious crystals, he would start looking for his master, and then find a way to go to the Lotus sect to see if he could see Yun Mingqi. The next day, under the repeated persuasion of the Tian family, Ling Xiao left resolutely. However, Ling Xiao didn't take Old Man Tian and Tian Jai with him. Old Man Tian had just returned, and it was only right for him to have a chat with his clansmen. Moreover, he would leave the Zhang family in the future, so he could find them and leave together. A few days later, Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of Stone Sky City. Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the city, a figure blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Elder Ling, leave quickly, the Gao family wants to kill you. Chai Guan rushed in front of Ling Xiao to warn him. What a joke, our Zhang family is the #1 family in Stone Sky City. Why should we be afraid of the Gao family? Ling Xiao responded with a cold smile. He was already on guard, and at the same time, he felt many powerful auras coming from all directions. Elder Ling, you can't be leaving, right? The Gao family has already reached an agreement with the Zhang family. You have been expelled from the Zhang family, and are no longer an elder of the Zhang family. Your life and death have nothing to do with the Zhang family. Chai Guan bit his lip and said, What? Patriarch really said that? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although he would leave the Zhang family sooner or later, now he was abandoned by others in advance. That feeling was really not very good. Let's go, the Gao family will be here soon. Chai Guan urged again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, We can't leave, they're already here. Chai Guan, you'll have to suffer this time. Chai Guan shook his head. The Gao family won't kill me. I'm still a member of the Zhang family. Haha, that's right. If he's from the Zhang family, we won't kill him. But if he's not from the Zhang family and is an enemy of our Gao family, we naturally won't let him go. A cold laugh rang out, and a dozen holy emperors surrounded Ling Xiao. The speaker was a peak holy emperor. Ling Xiao looked around at these people. There were 16 of them. 6 of them were high-level holy emperor, while the rest were mid-level holy emperor. With such strength, They should be the top elites of the Gao family. It seemed that the Gao family had put in enough capital in order to take his life. Your Gao family is really shameless. In the prison arena, you violated the rules, and now you want to kill me. How magnanimous. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. Humph, my Gao family's genius was killed by a damned commoner like you. Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you must die. The leader of the Peak Holy Emperor coldly snorted, then he said, Let me ask you, did you kill Gao Da and the others? Who is Gao Da? I only remember killing a few dogs that barked at me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. How dare you? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Kill this brat for me. The Peak Holy Emperor shouted fiercely. All right, in that case, I will establish my authority in Stone Sky City today. Let's see who dares to take my life in the future. Ling Xiao shouted heroically, and his aura instantly soared. When Ling Xiao was in the prison arena, he wanted to win 100 battles in a row to let people know of his name, Ling Xiao. After he defeated Xianxia, he changed his strategy. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This principle was very easy to understand. Ling Xiao did not want to attract so much attention when he just arrived in the central region. If he offended a divine king, it would not be worth it. Now, the Zhang family was willing to sell him out for benefits, and the Gao family wanted his life again. If he did not establish his authority, there would be endless troubles coming to him. In that case, he might as well kill all the people from the Gao family and let them know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. During his time in the Zhang family, Ling Xiao had a general understanding of the major forces in Stone Sky City. There was no divine king in the Gao family, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Ling Xiao used his full strength. With the golden dragon spear in his hand, he took the lead and attacked the Peak Holy Emperor. The Peak Holy Emperor did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to attack first. He had nothing to be afraid of. A large saber appeared in his hand, and his aura reached its peak. He slashed out countless saber lights towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon spear collided with the opponent's large saber, and sparks flew. Ling Xiao thought that he could destroy the opponent's weapon first, but the opponent's large saber seemed to be extraordinary. He actually failed to destroy it. At this time, the other high-ranking holy emperors of the Gao family also joined the battle. They locked on to Ling Xiao's figure and attacked Ling Xiao together. They were all first-class experts in Stone Sky City, and they had a good understanding of each other. With so many forces attacking at the same time, it seemed like the sky was going to fall. All kinds of spatial forces collided with each other, making earth-shattering sounds. Ling Xiao was attacked from both sides. Even if he was extremely fast, it was difficult for him to escape the blockade. All these forces bombarded him. Although his physical body was monstrous, if he were to take on the joint attack of these 6 people, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would only live for half a day. However, Ling Xiao had decided to fight with all his strength. Naturally, he did not hold anything back. The spiritual doppelganger in the Sea of Mind immediately appeared. The strength of the spiritual doppelganger was much stronger than Ling Xiao's real body. It blocked most of the power, while Ling Xiao's real body bore the rest. Let's kill to our heart's content today. The 2 Ling Xiaos shouted at the same time and attacked in 2 different directions. Ling Xiao's real body held the golden dragon spear and used the tyrant dragon spear mantra. Its power was not inferior to any Peak Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's spiritual doppelganger used the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist. Waves of invincible fist will surged out, as if it wanted to destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble. The terrible sound of battle did not stop, shaking the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles outside the city. Suddenly, a few pools of blood splattered, and many broken limbs fell to the ground. They saw that 4 of the Holy Emperor of the Gao family, who had just joined forces to attack Ling Xiao, had died. This scene shocked the middle-ranking Holy Emperors of the Gao family, who did not participate in the battle. He was fighting 6 high-ranking Holy Emperors alone, and in just a few blinks of an eye, 4 of them had died. How terrifying was this strength? Why are there 2 of them? What is going on? The Peak high-ranking Holy Emperor was stunned. He felt that these 2 Ling Xiaos had bodies of flesh and blood. They did not seem like spiritual doppelgangers at all. Moreover, Their combat strength was even more terrifying. The fist will that came from the fist almost shook the demigod weapon in his hand out of his hand. Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao, will pay 100 times the price. Ling Xiao shouted. The golden dragon spear spun and flashed, and many spear shadows flew towards a high-ranking holy emperor who was scared out of his wits. Countless peerless true dragons roared incessantly, drowning that person within. The person struggled to block Ling Xiao's attack, but a fiery finger light suddenly came from behind, directly piercing his defense and passing through his body. The fiery light lingered on his body and instantly turned into a raging fire, burning him to ashes. The peak holy emperor was immediately sweating. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. They had all seen Ling Xiao's performance in the prison arena. Although he had the ability to fight above his level, he was not necessarily stronger than the peak holy emperor. Moreover, now that the 6 of them had attacked together, several people had died in just a few moments. This was simply too difficult to accept. The peak holy emperor finally realized that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength in the prison arena. What are you all standing there for? Quickly kill him. The peak holy emperor shouted at the other mid-level holy emperors. The mid-level holy emperors reacted and summoned their spiritual beasts to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, at this moment, a masked man appeared beside Ling Xiao, as well as a ferocious earth-spike dragon. The man and beast struck out at the same time, blasting the mid-stage Saint Kings into a mess. A large number of them died or were injured. The peak holy emperor was beaten by Ling Xiao's divine soul until he kept swallowing blood. However, he was also amazing. He actually took advantage of the situation and retreated, not planning to stay to fight anymore. Ling Xiao, don't be too proud. Our Gao family will not let you go. The peak holy emperor left behind ruthless words. I don't know if your Gao family will let me go or not. I only know that I will not let you go now. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered all the power in his body on his finger. Whoosh! A ray of light caught up with the peak holy emperor with unparalleled speed, directly piercing through his body and exploding. A large pool of blood continuously scattered outside the city gate, causing many of the peerless experts who were watching the battle to exclaim endlessly. On the other side, Xianxia was swinging his divine axe, while the earth spike dragon was also extremely bloodthirsty. The mid-level holy emperors were smashed to pieces. Haha, this is great. Oldie, let's set up an arena today. Let's see if the Gao family dares to accept our challenge. Us brothers swear to defeat them all. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Then he shouted towards the city. Today, I, Ling Xiao, challenge everyone in the Gao family. If you have the guts, come out and accept my challenge. I, Ling Xiao, will accept your challenge. You cowards from the Gao family, it's fine if you can't afford to lose in the prison arena, but you actually sent people to kill me. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a weakling? It doesn't matter if you're shameless. Today, I, Ling Xiao, will play with you. Let's see if you're too shameless to accept my challenge. Boss, what if they're really too shameless to accept my challenge? Xianxia asked from the side. Then there's nothing I can do. I can only give the title of shameless to the Gao family. Ling Xiao shrugged. Chapter 1075. Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 6 high-grade holy emperor experts of the Gao family, and he even had the help of a mysterious expert. This matter immediately caused an uproar in Shitian City. Moreover, Ling Xiao had actually used heaven and earth as an arena outside the city to directly challenge everyone from the Gao family, regardless of age. He even allowed everyone from the Gao family to fight together. On the city wall, a holy emperor commander revealed a look of reverence and murmured, "This Ling Xiao is really too powerful. Unless those forces come out, who would dare to fight him alone?" Another person beside him nodded and said, "Yes, this kind of monster is too terrifying. I heard that he won 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena and killed Gao Zhan and Man Lunatic. I already thought that he was very powerful, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really an eye-opener." Within the city, the sounds of discussions about Ling Xiao and the Gao family filled the air. There's going to be a good show to watch. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to set up an arena outside the city to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kind of courage is really a role model for our generation. Who said it wasn't? The Gao family really went too far this time. They were the ones who interfered in the prison arena, and now they've sent people to kill him. They've really lost the people and the formation. I'm afraid they'll even lose their entire family business. Wasn't that Ling Xiao hired as an outer elder by the Zhang family? Why didn't the Zhang family respond? Haha, the Zhang family probably thinks that he's a lowly commoner. I heard that the city lord brought an inner elder of the Green Moon Palace over to recommend Ling Xiao to the Green Moon Palace as an inner disciple. It's just that Ling Xiao cultivates multiple attributes and it's difficult for him to break through to the God King realm. It's probably because of this that the Zhang family thinks that Ling Xiao is an insignificant person. Even if he becomes a God King, once he becomes a high-grade Holy Emperor, it won't be a problem for him to become the #1 person below the God King realm. This is also a rare talent. Inside the Zhang family, Zhang Lianhua angrily found her father, Zhang Zhenhua, and shouted, "Daddy, why did you kick Ling Xiao out of the Zhang family? You didn't even discuss this with me. What did you receive from the Gao family?" Zhang Zhenhua smiled and said, "My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? That Ling Xiao is just an outer court elder. Although he has some strength, he is not worthy of our protection. The Gao family paid a heavy price to take his life, and I am just doing them a favor at little cost." "Father, why are you so muddle-headed?" Zhang Lianhua said indignantly. Zhang Zhenhua frowned and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that kid? This isn't like you." No one knew a daughter better than her father. Zhang Zhenhua knew very well what kind of personality Zhang Lianhua had. In the past, the men that his daughter had taken a fancy to would definitely be dumped by her in less than a month. He didn't think that Zhang Lianhua really liked Ling Xiao. Zhang Lianhua angrily stomped her feet and said, "Do you know what Ling Xiao did outside? What else could he have done? Wasn't he surrounded by the Gao family? Was he captured or killed?" Zhang Zhenhua asked in response. "That's right. He was surrounded by the Gao family, but he killed all of them. Moreover, he set up an arena outside the city and challenged everyone from the Gao family," Zhang Lianhua said. "What? Did the Gao family only send a few small fries?" Zhang Zhenhua exclaimed. "What small fries?" "They sent Gao Long, the peak Holy Emperor, as well as 5 high-tier Holy Emperors and 10 mid-tier Holy Emperors. However, they failed to kill him and were all killed instead. You should know how powerful Ling Xiao is now. Even if he can't become a divine king in the future, he will definitely be able to do as he pleases in Stone Sky City. No one can stop him. Father, if you expel him from our Zhang family, it will only bring us harm. If he is recruited by another family, it will be our loss. Moreover, he will definitely bear a grudge against our Zhang family," Zhang Lianhua explained. After hearing this, Zhang Zhenhua's expression became a little awkward. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was just a lowly commoner. Although he had some strength, he had no future to speak of. A few days ago, the Gao family had sent people to give the Zhang family many good things in order to let the Zhang family stay out of the matter of Ling Xiao. Zhang Zhenhua had agreed without thinking. Now that he heard his daughter's words, he really regretted it. However, as the head of the family, he naturally would not admit his mistake for an outsider. It's fine that Ling Xiao escaped the encirclement, but he actually dared to set up a ring to challenge the Gao family. Does he really think that the Gao family is a vegetarian? Zhang Zhenhua said disdainfully. "Father, do you still look down on Ling Xiao?" This time, he went out to find a friend. That friend's protective spirit beast is a peak 9th rank Earth Spike Dragon. Without a demigod, I'm afraid that the Gao family can't do anything to them. Zhang Lianhua said. "So what? Don't tell me that you want me to apologize to Ling Xiao and let him return to the Zhang family? That's impossible." Zhang Zhenhua said. Zhang Lianhua knew that it was useless to say anything more. She could only stomp her feet and leave the house, flying out of the city. At this time, in the Gao family, the higher-ups of the Gao family had called for an emergency meeting. The Gao family's patriarch, Gao Chong, was infuriated and smashed a jade cup onto the ground. "Preposterous! Do you think that our Gao family has no one left? Where are Gao Shen and Gao Man? Follow me and behead that little thief." "Head, you must not do that. Even Elder Gao Long was killed by that bastard. If we attack recklessly, He will definitely kill us one by one. A high-rank holy emperor advised. Do you want the Gao family to go all out? How will others look at the Gao family? Gao Chong said angrily. Patriarch, I think we should invite a few old holy emperors. With their combined strength, it won't be a problem to take down that Ling Xiao. The key is that the helper by his side is also very powerful, and there's also a peak stage 9 Earth Spike Dragon. Without a semi-divine weapon, it will be difficult to harm it in the slightest. Another person said. That's a good idea. Other than inviting a few old holy emperors out, we also need the 8 holy emperors who cultivate the inescapable snare formation to take action. If they join forces, their power will not be any weaker than the old holy emperors, Gao Chong ordered. However, at this time, a saint hurriedly ran in from outside and shouted, reporting to the patriarch, the eldest young miss and the 4th young master personally brought people to find that Ling Xiao. What? Why didn't you stop them? Quick! Send someone to catch up to them. We can't let them do whatever they want. Gao Chong paled. Outside the south gate of Stone Heaven City, many holy emperor experts had already gathered. They stood on the city wall and looked at the handsome, majestic, and domineering young man in the distance. Their eyes were filled with respect. He actually dared to challenge a large family by himself. This was a magnificent feat that few people had dared to do since ancient times. However, whether Ling Xiao won or lost this battle, Ling Xiao would be recorded in the history books. As the city lord, Guanzhong was also standing among them, but he sighed in his heart. Will he always be the #1 person below the God King? I think senior brother is going to make a mistake this time. At this time, dozens of powerful auras flew out from the city. A delicate voice rang out. Lowly Ling Xiao, you dare to bully my Gao family? This young lady has personally come to tear you into 1,000 pieces and take revenge for my brother Zhan. As the voice fell, a long whip that was like a spirit snake lashed towards Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao used form transposition, causing the whip to only hit his afterimage. He saw the person clearly. It turned out to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. She wore a purple satin shirt that made her look mature and alluring. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent, causing Ling Xiao to temporarily lose the mood to appreciate it. This woman was Gao Cheng's daughter, Gao Yanhong. She was a mid-stage holy emperor, good at using long whips, and her spirit beast was a rank 9 Firecloud Fox. Is there no one else in the Gao family? They even sent out a woman. Ling Xiao looked at Gao Yanhong and the others with contempt. Humph, sister. Don't do anything. Wait for me to take down this lowly commoner. A man beside Gao Yanhong snorted coldly. He wielded a spear and charged towards Ling Xiao with his spirit beast. The Gao family's guards were watching closely to prevent their 4th young master from getting hurt. With your strength, I'll kill as many as you come, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The golden dragon spear in his hand smashed towards the man. Clang! The man's spear was directly broken by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. The spear's handle smashed into his face, killing him on the spot. 4th brother. Gao Yanhong shouted and attacked Ling Xiao again. Her Firecloud Fox was extremely fast. As it spat out flames, it clawed at Ling Xiao. The Gao family's people didn't dare to let Gao Yanhong fight alone again. They ordered them to use all their killing moves against Ling Xiao. You bunch, pretend I don't exist. Xianyu Yi shouted angrily. He brandished his axes and charged towards the Gao family's people with his Earth Spike Dragon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sounds of battle rang out incessantly, destroying everything below them. What's so great about women? I'll even kill women. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Gao Yanhong. He grabbed her whip with one hand and pulled her over. The golden dragon spear stabbed mercilessly towards her abdomen. Gao Yanhong was shocked. She immediately let go of her whip and retreated. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let her go. His figure flashed again, and the spear stabbed forward tyrannically. Thief, you dare! A cry of shock rang out. A terrifying force came from another direction and knocked away Ling Xiao's spear. Gao Yanhong dodged the attack. On the other side, she kept patting her heaving chest. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. However, at this moment, a sharp pain came from behind her. She screamed and looked at the spear that had already pierced through her body. A look of despair appeared on her face. I rarely kill women. If you want to blame someone, blame your Gao family for being my enemy, Ling Xiao said as he flung Gao Yanhong's corpse away. What a vicious thief. Today, either you die or I die. The high-grade holy emperor who had come with Gao Yanhong and the others roared and attacked Ling Xiao with all his might. However, Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy now. He relied on his unparalleled speed to dodge the attack. Wind God's kick kicked out waves of baleful aura towards that person. Chapter 1076. Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, and the power of each kick was extremely terrifying. The high-grade holy emperor didn't have an abnormal defense like Xianxia, and he was directly kicked by Ling Xiao until his entire body was covered in afterimages. The waves of baleful death qi directly corroded the high-grade holy emperor's skin and flesh, causing him to die amidst the screams of the thorns. In the end, not even a single bone was left. Ling Xiao was in high spirits, and he directly ignored the attacks of the Gao family's ordinary holy emperor and holy experts. The golden dragon spear in his hands was like a ruler, casually blasting out terrifying attacks, killing them all. The combination of Xianxia and the earth spike dragon was also quite terrifying. Even a peak holy emperor couldn't withstand a single blow from them. The spectators on the city wall couldn't help but cry out when they saw this one-sided situation. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being someone who has been to the arena. Such decisive killing methods are truly an eye-opener. Even if the Gao family takes down Ling Xiao this time, they'll probably have to pay a heavy price. Who said it wasn't? The helper by Ling Xiao's side is also extremely terrifying, but I feel that his figure is a bit similar to Man Lunatic. If I hadn't seen Man Lunatic die with my own eyes, I would definitely have thought that it was him. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid that after today, they will all die. The Gao family doesn't just have this little trump card, and there will definitely be some old farts coming out. Who knows, they might even have some shocking trump card. At that time, only death awaits them. In a corner of the city wall, Xian Yao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Sha Tian were also watching Ling Xiao's merciless slaughter. I want to help my husband. Seeing that Ling Xiao was alone, Euro Fei couldn't help but want to go and help. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly pulled her back and said, Ro Fei, you can't be reckless. With Xiao's strength, you can still handle it. Moreover, I understand his character. He will never fight a battle that he is not confident in. But he's challenging a force. If they send a few hundred people, how can he handle it? Euro Fei said worriedly. That won't happen. There are so many powers in Stone Heaven City, and there will be enemies between them. If they send so many people to kill Xiao, others will definitely take advantage of the situation. The Gao family won't take such a risk, Feng Qingyuan replied. Xian Yao nodded and replied, Senior Feng is right. We can only wait and see. We can't join the battle or reveal our identities. We have to trust the palace master completely. Although that was what he said, he was actually sweating on behalf of Ling Xiao in his heart. He thought to himself, Palace Master is taking such a risk this time. Doesn't he know that there are terrifying existences hidden everywhere in the heaven realm? I hope that he can turn this disaster into a blessing. The dozens of people who came out from Gao Zhan's group were all killed by Ling Xiao and Xianxia in less than a quarter of an hour. The stench of blood permeated the air outside the city. The ground was covered with scarlet and sinister blood and countless severed limbs. It was a disgusting sight. Boss, didn't we go too far this time? The Gao family is not a small family. Xianxia approached Ling Xiao and asked. He had arrived at Stone Heaven City a year earlier than Ling Xiao, so he more or less knew about the situation of some of the powers in the city. We were going to play big in the first place. We'll use the Gao family to establish our might so that others won't dare to underestimate us, Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia said, What if they all move out? What can we do? The 36 stratagems, run, Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, It really is a good plan. Old Yi admires you greatly. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to fight to the death with the Gao family. He just wanted to establish his might and make these people afraid so that no one would come to bully him again. If the Gao family sent out all their experts, even if he had a soul, it would be difficult for him to escape death. At this time, many terrifying auras flew out from the city. These people were all much stronger than the ones before. There were actually 5 peak holy emperors, 8 high-stage holy emperors, and 20 mid-stage and low-stage holy emperors. It could be said that more than half of the Zhou family's top forces were here. As the old man in the lead walked, he brought with him bursts of purple lightning. His aura was extremely domineering. When these people saw the many corpses and bloodstains around Ling Xiao, they were all infuriated. The old man with the lightning attribute was one of the Gao family's great elders. His name was Gao Pinyuan. He glared at Ling Xiao and Xianxia and roared, "Damn lowly commoners, you're so cruel. You actually killed so many of my Gao family's disciples. Today, we'll capture you and hang you outside the city walls to whip your corpses for 100 days to vent our Gao family's hatred." What a vicious old thief, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao patted his chest and laughed. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. "Quick, set up the inescapable snare formation and kill them for me." Gao Pinyuan couldn't be bothered to waste words with Ling Xiao. He turned to the 8 high-stage holy emperors and ordered. The 8 high-stage holy emperors received the order and immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. They were all low-stage 9th-stage golden silk spiders. What the hell? Ling Xiao became alert, and his aura continued to rise. The 8 high-stage holy emperors and the 8 golden silk spiders surrounded Ling Xiao and Xianxia, and one of them shouted, "Set up the inescapable snare formation." As his voice fell, the 8 of them simultaneously gave an order to their golden silk spiders. The 8 golden silk spiders let out a GG sound, and golden threads that were hard to see with the naked eye quickly intertwined above Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he immediately said to Xianxia, "Old Yi, quickly spread out, don't get caught by these golden threads." As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, he kicked Xianxia, who was still in a daze, out of the encirclement of the 8 people. Ling Xiao was thrown out of the way, and the countless golden threads intertwined to form a golden net enveloped him. Ling Xiao cried out, and put away his golden dragon spear, and punched towards the golden net with his dragon fists. Raging purple flames came into contact with the golden web and began to incinerate it. However, not even the heavenly fire was able to burn through the golden threads in an instant. It had to be known that the most powerful part of these 9th-order golden silk spiders were the golden threads that they produced. Even high-grade saint artifacts could easily cut through them. Although the heavenly fire could burn anything, it couldn't burn some rare things in a short period of time. As the golden net descended towards Ling Xiao, the 8 high-stage holy emperors also acted at the same time. They unleashed a binding force, locking Ling Xiao in the middle, making it impossible for him to struggle in a short period of time. The golden net firmly bound Ling Xiao. "Boss!" Xianxia cried out, and wanted to take the Earth Spike Dragon to save Ling Xiao. However, at this time, Gao Pinyuan and the other peak holy emperors attacked Xianxia and the Earth Spike Dragon at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The people of the Gao family all used their full strength. Both humans and holy beasts attacked with their full strength, wanting to kill Xianxia and the Earth Spike Dragon. However, Xianxia and the Earth Spike Dragon's strongest point was their defense. Even with their full strength, they couldn't do much damage to them. Xianxia roared like a wild beast. "I'll kill you all." He waved his axes, and terrifying axe lights slashed out in all directions. Xianxia's brute force was unleashed, and each of his attacks was a bit stronger than ordinary peak holy emperors. The peak holy emperors of the Gao family were forced to retreat, and 2 of them were even heavily injured. "You guys back off, let me kill him." Gao Pinyuan roared to the others, and charged towards Xianxia with his purple dagger axe. Suddenly, the power of lightning descended from the sky and attached to Gao Pinyuan's body. At the same time, Gao Pinyuan's strength increased greatly. He swung his purple dagger axe towards Xianxia, and purple snakes bit him. His protective spirit beast, Thunder Snake, and other holy beasts surrounded the Earth Spike Dragon. Xianxu's defense was amazing, but he was still electrocuted by Gao Pinyuan's power. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to anyone, but lightning attacks were always the most powerful attack in the world. Gao Pinyuan's strength was also above his, so he couldn't break through Gao Pinyuan's attack. However, he didn't think that he would lose to Gao Pinyuan. With his brute force, Gao Pinyuan would be killed. However, He was extremely anxious about Ling Xiao's situation. Euro Fei, who was on top of the city wall, saw Ling Xiao's situation and almost couldn't help but attack. "Don't worry, mistress. The palace master has the help of heavenly fire. He can definitely break through the defense. We can't expose ourselves right now, or the palace master will be in even more danger," Xianxia advised. If Ling Xiao suddenly had a helper, the Gao family would definitely attack at all costs. At that time, who knew what kind of situation they would be in? On Ling Xiao's side, he was trapped by the golden net, and was attacked by the others at the same time. His body was in great pain, and his internal organs showed signs of displacement. Among them, 2 holy emperors slashed towards Ling Xiao's head with holy weapons, wanting to end Ling Xiao's life. The people on top of the city wall thought that Ling Xiao was dead. "You want to kill me, Ling Xiao? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao was very uncomfortable being tied up by the golden silk, and his whole body was covered in blood. He roared, and his godly spirit appeared in his sea of consciousness through the golden net. Ling Xiao's godly spirit danced with the 9-sun sky-burning fist, and directly sent the 2 high-level holy emperors flying. At the same time, Ling Xiao's real body continuously emitted heavenly fire, wanting to burn the golden silk as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he was a moment late, he would be torn to pieces by the 8 golden silk spiders. Countless purple flames spread in all directions along the golden silk. The other high-level holy emperors realized that the situation was not good, and they all wanted to attack Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao's godly spirit was comparable to a demigod, and his combat power was not something any peak holy emperor could compare with. His invincible fist intent was even more powerful. This part of the world was shaken to the point that it was trembling non-stop. The few holy emperors who wanted to attack Ling Xiao were seriously injured and sent flying. At this time, Ling Xiao's heavenly fire followed the golden silk and burned the golden silk spiders. The golden silk could not be burned for a while, but the golden silk spiders could be easily burned to death. They were not ordinary spirit beasts. Before the heavenly fire reached them, they broke the golden silk one step in advance, and at the same time, they kept retreating to avoid being burned to death. Chapter 1077. As soon as the golden spider retreated, the golden threads on Ling Xiao's body were easily broken free. On the other side, Ling Xiao's divine soul instantly split into many clones and attacked the holy emperors. The power of his divine soul was already incomparably strong, and with the invincible fist intent, its power was unimaginable. The holy emperors didn't even have time to escape, and their bodies were all smashed to pieces. Their protective spirit beasts, the golden spider, were also killed. Everyone on the city wall watched this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. How can there be 2 Ling Xiaos, and one is stronger than the other? Even if it's a clone, it can't be so real. I can feel that there's a flesh and blood feeling. Could they be twins? Could it be that Ling Xiao has cultivated some kind of cloning technique that allows him to fight in 2? But the clones are stronger than the real body. This is a strange thing. I don't understand. So Ling Xiao has this kind of support. No wonder he dares to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kid is too scary. That's right. Who else could be as strong as him? I'm afraid that no one below the Holy Emperor is his opponent. Could this be a divine soul? City Lord Fan Guanzhong exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with deep surprise and doubt. He had been paying attention to the battle outside the city, especially Ling Xiao's every move. Ling Xiao was first trapped, but at the critical moment, another Ling Xiao appeared out of thin air. If it was just a clone, it would be easy to sense it because the clone's divine sense was much weaker than the real body. Moreover, it wasn't a flesh and blood body. However, when another Ling Xiao appeared, he could feel that it was very real. It was definitely a physical existence. To make a clone as solid as the physical body, one would need to reach the level of a divine king and achieve a divine soul. Only then would one have such a method. However, the divine power Ling Xiao displayed was clearly not at the divine king realm. However, under normal circumstances, no one would possess a soul in advance unless they possessed a rare constitution that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Such a constitution was known as a divine constitution, and it was equipped with the absolute advantage of becoming a god king. However, even if Ling Xiao had a divine body and a godly soul in advance, no one had ever heard of a godly soul that was several times larger than the real body. It would be amazing if the godly soul could be on par with the real body's strength. This was something that Guan Fan could not figure out. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao definitely had an innate advantage. Otherwise, how could he have achieved his current strength at such a young age? After all, Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. Looks like senior brother is wrong this time. Not only can Ling Xiao enter the God King realm, he might even become the strongest existence in the God King realm. Fan Guanzhong said confidently. Others did not understand the reason why Ling Xiao's divine soul was so much stronger than his own strength. In fact, there were 2 important reasons for this. One was that Ling Xiao originally cultivated mental strength. Moreover, the unique Guiyuan divine art and the ancient emperor divine art both had auxiliary effects on the soul. Before Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger had been forged in the Sea of Lightning, and its strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Later on, when Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger's strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Secondly, the strength of the real body was only at the Holy Emperor realm. However, he used the soul-controlling art to refine the power of the mother fetus, and reached the divine soul realm several steps ahead of time. Moreover, he had also formed a flesh and blood divine soul, which was not surprising at all. One should know that in this world, there were not many people like Ling Xiao who could use their soul to cultivate. If Ling Xiao reached the divine king realm in the future, the strength of his divine soul would also increase. It could be said that the strength of Ling Xiao's divine soul would advance one step ahead of the others. However, if Ling Xiao stopped cultivating his mental strength, the strength of his body would sooner or later catch up to the strength of his divine soul. After Ling Xiao broke the formation and killed the few holy emperors, he immediately attacked the other members of the Gao family. The few peak holy emperors of the Gao family had all summoned their spirit beasts to kill Ling Xiao together. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was completely a situation where one side would not stop until the other was dead. Xianyu Yi and the Earth Spike Dragon were covered in blood. Finally, Xianyu Yi exhausted Gao Pinyuan's strength and killed him under his own divine axe. However, the mask on Xianyu Ye's face had also exploded, revealing his original face. However, he did not care so much. The Earth Spike Dragon was the strongest among all the holy beasts, but there were too many of them. Even if it was strong, after killing 7 or 8 holy beasts, it had many wounds all over its body. Ling Xiao was not much better. Although his divine soul was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. After killing the few peak holy emperors, he had to return it to his knowledge sea to recuperate. Although his injuries were not light, he had the ancient sovereign divine art to continuously heal his injuries. He also took medicinal pills from time to time, so his condition was much better than Xianyu Ye's. The Gao clan sent an endless stream of people over, but most of their strongest saint emperors had already been killed. Two people and one beast, they were truly bathed in blood. The people watching from the top of the city wall were all very excited. They were all strong people who had seen many battles, but 2 people and 1 beast challenging all the holy emperor of a large family. This kind of courage was really rare in the world. They all showed a look of admiration. They were all in awe of these 2 people. These were the real strong people. The Gao family was scared. They killed more than 100 holy emperors, but they couldn't kill Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi outside the city wall. They didn't dare to send anyone else to challenge them. Because they knew that it was impossible to deal with these 2 people and 1 beast without the strength of a demigod king or above. Ling Xiao nailed the last holy emperor of the Gao family to the city wall with his spear. Blood slowly flowed down the city wall. It looked very scary. Ling Xiao leaped into the air and pulled the golden dragon spear back into his hand. A peerless true dragon roared incessantly above his head. The majestic wind of an emperor surrounded his body, making him look like an emperor that made people want to submit to him. Shameless Gao family scoundrel. What else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes were like lightning. His whole body was flowing with golden light, and he roared towards Shitian City. Shameless Gao family scoundrel. What else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. The voice was like a clap of thunder. Almost the entire city could hear it, and it reverberated continuously. For a long time, no one dared to challenge Ling Xiao and Xianxia anymore. Xianxia swallowed a recovery pill and revealed a heroic smile. "Boss, these days have been the most enjoyable days for me. Shameless Gao clan scoundrels. Do you still want to come out and fight me one-on-one? Come, haha." Ling Xiao and Xianxuya's heroic spirit soared to the sky. Like two killing gods, they were revered. On this day, the two were destined to become famous in Shutian City. They strode towards the city gate with their heads held high. The guards guarding the gate separated into two sides and saluted Ling Xiao and Xianxia, their eyes filled with awe and respect. City Lord Guanzhong personally led people to welcome the two of them. "Haha, the two of you really have earth-shattering battle prowess. Even the Gao family was defeated. I really admire you." Guanzhong warmly greeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao showed a humble expression. "City Lord is too kind. If it wasn't for the Gao family going too far, Ling Xiao wouldn't have stirred up trouble. Please forgive me, City Lord." "No matter, the Gao family has lost both their men and their formation. They are no longer qualified to stay here. I believe many people will be interested in them. Ling Xiao, you don't have to worry that someone will come looking for trouble." Guanzhong waved his hand and said. After a pause, he looked at Xianxia and asked doubtfully, "Lunatic man, you didn't die? What happened in the prison arena?" Everyone saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao killed Xianxia in the prison arena. But now, he was alive and well, and was even fighting side by side with Ling Xiao. He really couldn't understand this. "What? Do you want me to be captured and killed like a barbarian?" Xianxia shouted angrily. After a few days of killing, his bloodthirst was completely aroused. He didn't care whether the person in front of him was the city lord or not. He would kill anyone who provoked him. Ling Xiao glared at Xianxia from the side and said, "Old Yi, don't be rude." Then he looked at Guanzhong and said, "City Lord, lunatic man is already dead. He is my brother Xianxia. Did you get the wrong person?" Guanzhong laughed heartily and said, Yes, this castellan's eyes are failing me. I am truly sorry, brother. Come, today this castellan will host a banquet for the two of you. Please give me some face." "City Lord is too polite. This is because we're basking in the City Lord's light," Ling Xiao replied. He had a good impression of Guanzhong. He was a City Lord, but he didn't have that domineering aura, and he didn't show any disdain towards them. Although people like him couldn't be close friends, they couldn't become enemies either. It was best if they were just ordinary friends. "Elder Ling, you should return to the clan. The clan has already prepared a lot of resources for you, and promoted you to an inner elder. You can participate in the clan's internal meeting." A clear and melodious voice could be heard from not far away. Zhang Lianxiang, who was wearing a gorgeous floral dress, walked towards Ling Xiao leisurely. She was already very flirtatious, and now she was walking like a water snake. She swayed her round butt and puffed out her chest. Her alluring appearance made many men drool. Ling Xiao didn't want to accept this slut's kindness, so he immediately refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Zhang. However, I heard that the Zhang family has already expelled me. I'm afraid I'm not fated to be your inner elder anymore." Although the Zhang family had abandoned him, Ling Xiao didn't want to fall out with Zhang Lianhua. He had stayed in the Zhang family before, so he knew that there might be a demigod king in the Zhang family. The Gao family definitely couldn't compare to them. Otherwise, how could they become the #1 family in Stone Sky City? You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.